Our story opens on a grim prophecy. In just 10 years, the prosperous Federation Kingdom of the East is doomed to perish. The cause of this apocalyptic future: a group of 5 legendary calamities known only as the 5 Great Sins. These aren't your average villains. They are forces of nature, beings of immense power destined to bring ruin to all wrath. Greed, sloth, pride, and obsession. Once they appear, everything is fated to burn. In this entire kingdom, every city and every life within it will be reduced to rubble and ash. But one man knows this future, and to prevent it he's made a desperate, perhaps insane decision. He has become the patron of the very villains who are destined to destroy the world. Looking back, he thinks to himself, I wasn't expecting this to become such a big deal. You see, in his past life, our protagonist was just an ordinary wage slave, ground down by a grueling 78-hour work week. Then the ice sky truck hit, and he found himself reborn as a noble in a lush fantasy world. Sounds like a dream come true, right? Well, there's a catch. He can't read a single word. His new butler has to point out you're holding it upside down. On top of that, he's completely powerless. Still, being the useless young master of accounts family has its perks. He's treated to a feast that could feed a small army. After stuffing his face, one of the maids asks, "Are you done? I'll help with your bath before bed." He's pampered and washed by beautiful maids. Yet this is definitely an upgrade from his last life. He soaks it in, thinking this is the life. But as he's relaxing, a maid casually mentions, "The young masters will be returning tomorrow, so please sleep early tonight." He asks who she's talking about, and she replies, "Young masters. Leo Antonio, why do you speak as if you don't know your own family?" The name is ominously familiar. His lazy content expression freezes, a scar on his face suddenly looking much more sinister. The luxurious dream turns into a full-blown nightmare. He lurches forward in the tub, sending water everywhere as the maids cry out his name in alarm. His mind screams in terror, "Wait, am I in psychedelia?" He knows that name. It's the title of a notoriously difficult turn-based RPG. He used to grind constantly to escape his miserable life. He remembers sinking countless hours into the game, fighting monsters, and exploring the world, because he remembers the game's brutal main quest. No matter which route you take, the moment the 5 Great Sins appear, everything goes to hell. The kingdom, the nobility, the cities, they all begin their irreversible downfall. And at the very beginning of that downfall, before the main story even kicks off, is one particular noble family of troublemakers. The House of Palacio is new family. His oldest brother Leo is the king of prostitutes, and the second son Tonio is the king of drugs. He drops to his knees, the weight of his new reality crashing down. He knows this family, they're not just villains, they're the starter villains. The first side quest in the game is to investigate their criminal organization Avalon. They're the first domino to fall, the very first casualty when the 5 Great Sins begin their rampage. And he is the extra villain, the useless third son who gets wiped out with the rest of them. Alan Palacio, lying in bed that night, he's filled with utter despair. He cries, wishing he could go back to being a 78-hour week wage slave. What's the point of luxury if he's just gonna die in 10 years? How come I possessed a fantasy character with no powers? The other guys get all kinds of things. He laments this has to be the worst isekai lock in history. But then an idea sparks in the darkness of his despair. Wait, powers. Knowing what happens in 10 years, that's a power in itself. It's like being a prophet. A new resolve forms in his eyes. Then why don't I just remove the causes of this world's downfall? And so, for the sake of his own peaceful, noble life, he decides to reform the 5 Great Sins. He figures it should be possible, since at this point in the timeline, they're all still just kids. 2 months later, Alan's grand plan is underway. He sits in his study listening the report from his newly hired knight, a man with an eye patch named Evan. He explains, "We rescued the orphans of the East's human testing center and left the management of the orphanage to a girl named Yusha." He compliments Evan's skills, saying, "My eyes are precise, you really are skilled." He gives a hilariously forced, creepy smile to Evan. Evan is clearly confused, asks, "Right? That is a compliment, right? I can't really tell from her facial expression." Alan thinks about how the original owner of this body was an open book, his emotions always on display. Now he has to physically manipulate his face, just to make a simple expression. "I feel like my possession of this body stopped at the face." This is Evan, a rare, honest and loyal character from the game Psychedelia. In a world full of betrayal, a man like him is a priceless asset, which is why Alan hired him immediately. Evan cuts to the chase. "You said this was to save the girl named Yusha, right?" He says that even with his extensive experience as a mercenary, he could tell Yusha was no ordinary kid. He remembers the sight of the children in the testing facility, broken and terrified, but Yusha, she was different, chained and imprisoned. She radiated a quiet, terrifying power. Evan couldn't understand why someone so strong would simply allow herself to be locked up, so he asks the obvious question, why didn't you bring her here? There's no benefit in keeping her there. Alan's expression turns deadly serious. It might look like he's neglecting her, but he assures Evan leaving her like that is a part of my plan. Because he knows her true identity. Yusha Bluti, a non-human, destined to make a contract with another worldly being for its power, and become Wrath, one of the 5 great sins. The Bloody Queen fated to kill hundreds of thousands of people. But if she's allowed to grow up in peace, she should never awaken his wrath. With that, Alan thinks he's finally taken care of one of the ticking time bombs. Threatening his future, he clears his throat, preparing to give his knight the real mission. He looks at Evan and says cryptically, "It's not yet time." Evan is utterly perplexed. "It's not yet time." Alan lays out his instructions. "Make sure nobody talks of this. Sponsor them with enough funds too." And then he hands him a sealed letter. "And give this to Yusha." Evan takes the letter, confused. "A letter? Is it important?" Alan plays it cool, claiming it's just a letter of reassurance, since she's been through a lot. With his orders, Evan mounts his horse and rides off to the orphanage. Alan watches him from the window, his calm demeanor hiding the massive gamble he's just made. Because the real purpose of the letter wasn't just reassurance, it was to include a specific quote he'd heard dozens of times during the Archbishop's attempt to calm the fully awakened Sin of Wrath in the game. The Archbishop would chant a spell. "Sin of Wrath, calm myself." The incantation was always the same, agony of the dark, impassivity of the bright. Belonging with the fall in the game. This scene would play out under a blood-red moon, as Wrath unleashed her full, horrifying power. By then, it was always too late. The spell would fail, and the player would be thrown into a brutal boss battle. But now it might not be too late. The girl is still a child. Before her descent into madness, Alan stretches, feeling a small sense of accomplishment. One future calamity down, 4 to go. He knows it sounds crazy, trying to befriend a future monster with a single quote from a game, but since these non-humans are like fanatics who worship some otherworldly god, he figures it's a gamble worth taking. Meanwhile, Evan arrives and delivers the letter to a small white-haired girl, Yusha. Evan can feel the unbelievable amount of mana rolling off her. She's a strange child, almost completely devoid of emotion. He delivers the letter and she stands before him, an unnerving doll-like figure. But when Athia confirms that Mr. Alan sent the letter, her emotionless facade cracks. An absolutely terrifying aura explodes from her small frame. "Why didn't he want me by his side?" she asks, her voice dripping with rage. Evan breaks out in a cold sweat. Her mana is physically manifesting as blood-red tendrils. That kind of power is only possible for someone who has reached the Master Realm. Her eyes, now burning crimson, lock onto him with pure killing intent. Suddenly, Alan's strange words, "It's not yet time, make perfect," terrifying sense. This was a warning. Just as Evan prepares for the worst, Yusha's eyes fall upon the contents of the letter. She reads the strange passage aloud. As the words leave her lips, the murderous aura around her vanishes in an instant. A faint blush appears on her cheeks. This is a promise that only Master would know. She whispers to herself, "I get it." Evan can only stare in disbelief as the suffocating pressure recedes. He finally understands what Alan meant by timing. The word was a message, a code only Yusha would understand. The harbinger of wrath, the future Bloody Queen, now happily hugs the letter to her chest. Her devotion to Alan absolute. Back at the mansion, Alan sleeps peacefully, completely unaware of the life or death drama that just unfolded. As Alan sifts through a mountain of books, his frustration grows. He mutters to himself, "Mantisk, is it not here after all? Finding clues about the third boss is giving me a headache." Just then, as loyal knight, Evan enters the library. "Young master, we have rescued the second child you've mentioned." Startled, Alan scrambles to his feet. Did you make sure to treat the child very kindly?" Evan flashes back to his mission, of course, after saving the child from the illegal slave market. But his report is cut short by an unwelcome voice. Dang if it isn't Alan. A hulking figure with a condescending sneer strides into the room. It's Tonio Palacio, Alan's second brother and the resident king of drugs. He slings an arm around Alan, his voice dripping with mockery. "Why is an illiterate guy like you holding a book?" "All right, I heard you've been studying recently." He squeezes Alan's head. "Hey, answer this brother of yours." Alan freezes internally. He's cursing his luck. He's always such a bother. How did the original Alan take this? I'd like to strike back, but he knows he's powerless against his gangster brother. Feinting politeness, Alan boasts, "It seems you want to use the library, so I'll take my leave." But Tonio isn't having it. With a smug grin, Tonio kicks Alan to the ground and plants his boot firmly on his head. "You know your place, eh?" But before he can do more, A dagger whistles through the air and embeds itself in the wall just inches from his face. Tonio's cocky expression vanishes. He whips his head around his face. Pale with shock, standing in the doorway, is a man who exudes an even more dangerous aura. It's the eldest son, Leo Palacio. The prostitution king. He glares at Tonio and warns brother. I told you to drop your shallow attitude when entering the library. You reek of drugs, get lost while you can. The two brothers face off, daggers drawn, a murderous tension filling the room. While they're distracted, Alan sees his chance and crawls away like his life depends on it. Because it does. Alan remembers the game's first subquest. Investigate the Palacio County, a den of vice that sells drugs and runs the prostitution ring Avon. This family was meant to be the player's first taste of the world's corruption, but their power is greater than I thought. He thinks the whole family dynamic is a ticking time bomb. At the heart of it all is a brutal succession war between the two scummy brothers, Leo, the huge figure of the underworld, the prostitution king, Antonio, the manager of a large-scale drug cartel, the drug king. They're constantly at each other's throats. Alan shudders. I can't mess with these two for the sake of my sweet life. He has no intention of getting caught in their crossfire. The force of their confrontation sends a shockwave through the library. Alan's only thought is escape. Evan quickly helps his young master to his feet, shielding him from the fallout. He collapses onto a nearby couch. URRRK. Evan looks on as his master completely deflates. Though the second child didn't seem ordinary either. Evan reports, trying to change the subject. Alan doesn't respond, just letting out a soft groan. Evan stands there, a silent statue of confusion. Evan can't help but wonder, looking at Alan, how did someone like young master find out about the illegal slave market and secret bio-experiments happening in a different region? Just how? Watching Alan's soul practically leak out of his body from exhaustion, Evan concludes it seems he has a hard time keeping himself together. Later, Alan has recovered slightly. Lounging on the couch, Evan continues his report. Young master, you're quite strange. You sent the child to the orphanage. Alan simply hums in agreement. Evan's words echo in his mind. Did he say that the child didn't seem ordinary? Of course he isn't. Alan knows exactly who they saved. He's not just unordinary, he's of a cataclysmic scale. Because within the United Kingdom, the central nation is the Kalian Kingdom, and the child they rescued from the slave market was none other than the second boss of Psychobilia, Deus Macallion. In the game, Deus was a tragic figure sold into slavery and brutally abused as he was passed from one cruel master to another. The endless torment caused his latent powers to awaken, transforming him into one of the 5 great sins. The sin of sloth. His awakening was a prelude to pure horror. In a fit of rage and despair, he unleashed his powers, annihilating entire kingdoms in the most gruesome ways imaginable. It was a part of the story so cruel it made many players quit. Alan shudders at the graphic memories. Contrary to his epithet, sin of sloth, he was noted as a very hard-working individual who repaid both debts and disservices several times over. Hence why I emphasized to Evan to treat Deus very kindly. He takes a sip of tea, his expression calm despite the horrifying knowledge he carries. Evan asks, so is the letter you sent to Yusha is about the second child? Well, yeah. Alan says, looking surprisingly innocent. I just told her to take care of this slightly sick child. I sent her away with some small talk too. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, the other children play cheerfully, but one boy, Deus, stands alone, isolated by his trauma. That night under the moonlight, he's still alone, a broken figure in a tattered gown. Suddenly a pair of elegant shoes steps into view. Yusha approaches him. You're broken. Her crimson eyes scan him, seeing things no normal person could. Those are traces of that. His hand twitches. Scarred and thin from years of abuse, Yusha recognizes the signs immediately. It was the black goat, wasn't it? A faint knowing smile plays on her lips. Yet the great moon still has chosen you. Congratulations. Her own power begins to swirl around them. So feel the power you're bestowed with, and let your potential be unleashed, if you stay loyal and follow his order. She offers her voice, a tempting whisper under the night sky. You shall have your revenge. In response, a torrent of purple energy erupts from Deus's small body. His dome power finally being released. Unrestrained Yusha, now in control, holds Alan's letter. She thinks to herself, now then, I should send my first reply. Then she reads the Alan's letter. The letter is simple and friendly. Yusha, how are you doing? I'm doing fine. My second brother used me as a chair today. Aha, funny, right? And so on. A year passes. Evan bursts into the library looking frantic. Big trouble. The scum, no. I mean the second young master. Alan looks up from his books, a single word hanging in the air. What? Evan delivers the shocking news that scum is dead. The news hits Alan like a physical blow. Tonio dead already. In the game, his death was a major event that happened much later. We see the funeral. A cold, sterile affair, with Tonio lying in an open casket. At the wake, Alan watches his father, the Count, flanked by two women, looking utterly bored, bringing drugs and women to his son's funeral. I knew this family was messed up, but man, a dark fantasy genre indeed. Alan looks back at Tonio in his coffin anyway. For Tonio to die of an accidental fall. This is different from what I remember. Back in the game, Leo had desperately killed Tonio himself after years of fighting, screaming, "I finally killed that vermin after so many years, now I'm the rightful heir." But now Leo stands at the funeral, with a smug look on his face as if he's just had a lucky break. Alan knows better, at least try to hide your emotion. The culprit must be either Leo or his followers. Alan stands before his brother's coffin, his mind racing. The original timeline is already changing anyway. I just have to resolve the 5 deadly sins. Another year passes with the succession problem solved by Tonio's convenient death. Leo absorbed the drug business, and an eerie peace fell over the Count. Alan and Evan are enjoying a peaceful afternoon tea. Alan has become pen pals with Yusha, a connection he believes will be helpful in the future. He reads her latest letter, a sweet report on the other children. Yuna is good at hide and seek, Hedon is good at warplay, and Dias is growing without trouble. He likes to do puppeteering. Alan smiles, they're good kids. If you look at them like this. He scans the bottom of the letter. Below here is the sponsor list of this month. The list increased again. It's interesting that more sponsors are appearing for that small orphanage. Evan, munching on a pastry, remarks, while unusual, it's a good thing nonetheless. Oh right, Evan adds, changing the subject, about that thing you've been searching for. I received the call from the Information Guild that they found the clue. Alan's eyes light up. Really? That's a relief. He carefully places a piece of cake in his mouth, his mind already worrying. He knows exactly what the clue is for. It must be an ancient book about the third boss. Finally, I get to find that guy as well. Everything's going smoothly. What a peaceful evening, or so he thinks. But Alan's peace is built on a foundation of blissful ignorance. At that very moment, his good kids are causing absolute chaos. At a drug distribution site called Margot, one of Leo's underlings boasts the eldest of the Palacio family is quite generous. He's always giving out huge rewards. His partner agrees. Yes. Our organization now has a few hundred members, but their celebration is cut short in a flash. The entire site is turned into a slaughterhouse. Bodies litter the ground, silenced by an unseen force. One of the survivors watches in horror as his own hand moves against his will, raising a sword. No, my hand is moving on its own. Forced by an invisible puppeteer, the leader's partner also plunges the sword into his own throat. The other men were also thrusted, the sword daggers into their own throats, their bodies ripped apart, and from the shadows emerges the architect of this massacre. It's Dias's eyes glowing with purple light. As he manipulates his victims with ethereal strength, conducting a symphony of death, he is not alone. That stands by his side, watching the carnage with cold satisfaction. I enjoyed the puppet show of the day. Dias asks, is there any point in doing this? Butsai looks at the bodies of the drug dealers. Why do you pity them? Though Dias replies, his voice flat, because they grind people to create drugs. I just don't know if this has anything to do with my revenge. Of course it helps, Yusha explains, her own power flaring. This is the basis to create space for him to return. How can we let the place be shabby when he arrives? Dias understands their power surges resonating with each other. They are preparing the world for their master. The two calamities, Wrath and Sloth, stand together under the moonlight. Their mission clear. A massive wave of energy erupts from the site, wiping the drug den off the map completely, leaving nothing but a smoldering crater. They vanish into the night. Everything will proceed according to his will. We, the Pleiades Blue Moon, shall be his sword. 2 years have passed since Alan established his connection with Yusha, the sin of wrath turning her into his eyes and ears at the orphanage. During that time, as loyal knight, Evan has been run ragged hunting down the remaining future calamities. He finally stumbles back from his latest mission. Completely exhausted, he collapses in front of a nonchalant Alan, who's been practicing magic in the backyard. Evan gasps, ha ha. I'm back. You were in the backyard. With the last of his strength, Evan gives a tired thumbs up. The fifth has been successfully sent to the orphanage as well. Alan lets out a quiet gasp of relief. In just 2 years, using his game knowledge and even skills, he's managed to gather and save all 3 remaining sins before their tragic fates could twist them into monsters. He recalls the trouble he had finding Greed, the third sin. But it all worked out in the end. To reward his loyal knight, he offers him a well-deserved treat here. Eat up. Evan, however, is not amused. Dad damn you. Just kidding. Alan unleashes a literal tower of macarons, and Evan dives in like a man starved, stuffing his face with a sugary reward. Alan stands over him, a hint of a smile on his face. Good work on everything. You can rest now. Evan asks if that's all for the orphanage-related duties, and Alan confirms it. Evan lets out a huge sigh of relief, but then he notices his master's strangely subdued expression. "Aren't you happy, young master?" Lying on the grass, Alan says, "I am." But Evan says, "You don't look like it." Alan forces the tiniest, most unconvincing smile he can muster. "I'm smiling right now." Evan is not buying it for a second. "Let's just say that you were." With his mission to collect the future sins now complete, Alan allows himself a moment of peace. Collapsing onto the grass and basking in the sun, he stretches out, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect things to go so well." His main quest is to prevent the rise of Psychedelia's 5 final bosses. The 5, since each of them was a product of a horrifying past. Twisted by unspeakable torture and abuse that awakened their world-ending powers, they were broken children who, in the original timeline, would grow into unstoppable calamities fueled by hatred and despair. Alan knew the chances of saving them all before those traumatic events was slim to none, but somehow he'd pulled it off, intercepting them before they were completely broken. He was worried he'd be too late, but now they're all safe under one roof at the orphanage he sponsors. Alan asks how the orphanage doing. Evan reports as usual, things are going well, while handing the latest letter from Yusha. They once looked like broken dolls, but now they've lightened up quite a bit. Alan nods as he opens the letter. "Yeah, I guess we won't need to hire a separate caretaker for them." He's genuinely and perhaps naively impressed. "I didn't think Yusha would do such a good job." He muses to himself, is it because of her character background that she feels sentimental toward the orphanage? "I guess she'd hate it if I interfered more." Scratching his head, he smiles softly. Othia is quite a nice girl in some ways." Evan leans in, curious. "What does it say? Anything important?" Alan reads from the letter, a picture of wholesome innocence painting itself in his mind. "Everyone's okay. A few, in particular, are growing well. You don't need to worry about the O's at all. On that note, don't worry too much about the other kids either." Alan closes his eyes, content. "No. I'm just glad that they all seem to be growing up well. Seeing how well they're growing now, I can say that the environment is really the most important aspect." Evan then asks the million-dollar question. "When do you plan on meeting the kids? You always say that the time will come." Alan's pleasant expression vanishes, replaced by a dead serious one. "Oh, about that, I don't plan on ever meeting them." He explains that while it'd be nice to stay close, their in-game personalities aren't exactly ones he'd like to be around. He's haunted by the memories of how brutal they became after turning into sins. Just the memory of their in-game atrocities is enough to make him shudder. He admits it won't be as bad now that I rescued them before they experienced those events, but I'm still scared. After a moment of thought, he compromises. "Maybe in 5 years. Evan simply replies, "I see." Either way, Alan knows he can't be complacent. He gets back to his training, thinking, "I need the skills to protect myself in this damn dark fantasy world." Alan inwardly thinks, "Fortunately, you need talent for magic, and his body is perfect." Just then, out of blue, Evan asks, "Have you heard of the Blue Moon?" Evan is completely lost. "Blue what?" "Never heard of them," Alan explains. "They're a new organization that's gained fame for hunting down criminal rings." Alan comments, "They're cleaning up the trash." Which sounds good. However, he scoffs, "I've never heard of them, so I'm sure they'll be done soon." But Evan drops a bombshell. "I heard they even kill nobles though." A chill runs down Alan's spine. His peaceful life could be in danger. He declares, "Evan, sleep next to my room from now on." But Alan is completely oblivious to the truth. That very night at the orphanage he so generously sponsors, a meeting of the so-called Blue Moon is taking place. Alan's sweet pen pal Yusha addresses her followers, "All right, let's hear the Blue Moon's report this week." She looks to one of the children and asks, "What about the North?" A cheerful, fox-eared girl pipes up, rubbing her eye. "I took all of the slave traders' heads. This is Surang, the sin of pride." She brags, "They couldn't even figure out who I am." "Your clothes are gray." I said I'd let them leave if they could tell me what color my eyes are, but they couldn't answer." Another girl, Rana, the sin of greed, reports grimly. "The corpses were melted." She then turns the floor over to the boy sitting on the stairs. He says coolly, "I finished up the South too." He reports, "I took care of the illegal human testing grounds, and turned the Avalon bastards who were causing trouble into mince meat." This is Rodin, the sin of misophobia, and his idea of cleaning is brutally thorough. Yusha smiles pleased. Her eyes glow with fervor. "Good. All things will go according to his will." She addresses her flock of young, powerful assassins. "We exist for the sake of the Great Moon, yes." Alan's cute little orphanage is actually a death cult dedicated to him. But Rena speaks up, however. "We appear to have a problem." Yusha is confused. What could possibly be a problem when all is perfect under his will? Radon explains, "Isn't the head of Avalon the eldest son of the Count family, where he resides? I found a dangerous written order while cleaning the South up. He delivers the shocking news. The eldest son of the Count appears to be targeting his greatness. Yusha's expression darkens. Instantly what? The air grows heavy as Raiden confirms the threat against their beloved master, the one they call his greatness. Yusha's fury is palpable, a dangerous red aura exploding around her as Raiden reveals the contents of a letter. The order is simple and chilling. After the Count dies slowly, poison him to kill him, someone is plotting to kill the master. Her rage reaches its peak as she whispers, "I see." The other children can only watch in terror. As her killing intent fills the room, the consequences of that discovery are swift. 2 years later, Alan finds himself standing at yet another funeral. This time it's his father, Count Palacio, lying in the casket. His death was officially ruled a heart failure, but Alan knows the truth. It's clear that happened because he overdosed. While he's lost in thought, the funeral guests are gossiping about something else. What the blue moon struck again. Yes, I heard they attacked last night. Has everyone been wiped out again? Their hushed whispers reveal that the criminal underworld has become more wary of the mysterious vigilante group, with the Count's death unmourned by anyone. The funeral ends in silence. Alan and Evan prepared to leave the soulless affair. But as they walk away, Alan's scummy brother Leo watches them go with a predatory gaze. No doubt already plotting his next move. Later, back at the now chillingly quiet Palacio estate, Evan is stressing out. He frets. At this rate, that ass, I mean the first young master, will become the... But he's cut short when he sees Alan packing his bags. Oh, what are all these bags for? Alan doesn't even look up. Get your stuff ready, we're gonna run. Evan is stunned. Sorry. You really plan on leaving? Not completely, Alan clarifies. We're going down. Evan slowly puts the pieces together. By down, do you mean Rodmill? Exactly, Alan's been planning this for a while, with both his father Antonio gone and a psycho Leo next in line. This house is a death trap. Their only option is to flee to the small southern town of Rodmill. And just as Alan suspected, Leo watches from the balcony as their carriage rolls away. 3 days later, in their new home in Rodmill, Alan is making breakfast, a simple pleasure he couldn't enjoy back at the estate. He expertly flips some French toast, enjoying his peaceful new life, free from his murderous family. Evan brings the juice, and for a moment, everything seems perfect, but this piece is shattered. After 3 days, whoosh, Alan jerks awake, clutching his head in a panic. I return now, it's my brother's funeral. The peaceful breakfast was just a dream. He's back in the cold, sterile hall of a funeral. I can't believe I'm back here, but something is horribly wrong. Alan looks closer and sees the cause of death. So he was stabbed in the heart. Just who could have killed him? The timeline has been completely shattered. As he ponders the new mystery, he accidentally locks eyes with a nearby guard, his gaze so intense it makes the poor man freeze in terror. The guard yelps, I apologize for looking at you. As his buddy frantically drags him away, Alan is just confused by their bizarre reaction. What's wrong with him? The gossiping continues in the background. As Evan quietly approaches his master through the crowd, young master, Evan says, getting his attention. Oh, Evan. You find anything out? Alan asks, hoping for a clue about his brother's killer. Evan leans in close, his face grim, and whispers the last thing Alan ever expected to hear. Yes. Well, young master, are you the one who made Avalon vanish overnight? The accusation hangs in the air, leaving Alan utterly speechless. A secret organization which he thought was just a bunch of cute kids has apparently been making some serious waves. Then scene shifts to a flashback to the day Alan made his grand escape to Rodmill, a day that would unknowingly set a catastrophic chain of events into motion. Inside their speeding carriage, the ever-practical Evan questions his master's choice of destination. Young master, wouldn't it be better to go to a city instead? But Alan, with a stone look on his face, shuts him down immediately. Nope. No, never. Rodmill is the final destination that I have planned. His master plan was simple: save the five sons from their tragic fates, stop the world from collapsing into ruin, and then retire to a peaceful, idyllic life far away from all the drama and death flags of the original story. Rodmill was perfect. It was a sleepy town that had nothing to do with the main plot, and even better, the Palacio family owned a private villa there. It was the ultimate retirement plan for a reincarnator just trying to survive. It's the perfect place for a noble to live. He thinks, let's take it easy while doing nothing. Everything has a reason, he mutters. Evan, however, looks less than convinced, knowing his master's lazy excuses all too well. You can't fool me anymore. You always say those things when you're not bothered. Alan just waves him off. Good things are great, Evan can only sigh. That was quick, but as they ride off into the sunset, a sinister figure watches from the balcony of the Palacio estate. It's none other than his scummy older brother Leo, who is already plotting Alan's demise. He muses to himself, should I kill him or not? It doesn't matter if he's alive or not. I was planning to kill him with poison after father's death either way. One of his men reports that Alan is heading for the border, seemingly to live a quiet life. Hearing this, Leo decides to let him go. He said he was gonna quietly head off to the border, so I've lost all reason to kill him now. He lets out a thoughtful hum as he taps his fingers on the railing, seemingly content, but something about his little brother's sudden departure still gnaws at him. Is it because matters with Avalon aren't going well? He just bothers me. He turns to summon one of his most trusted men. Alman, a shadowy figure, emerges from the doorway and orders him to follow the carriage. But the man introduced as Alman, who works for Leo, asks a chilling question. Does that mean you want me to kill him? Leo is taken aback. What? He says, turning around in surprise. His mind reels. Alman has never talked back to me, no matter what orders I gave him, so why is he asking me a question all of a sudden? The assassin stands impassively, sword in hand, an unnerving silence hanging between them. Leo's shock quickly turns to fury. Ha! It's your job to do what I tell you to. But before he can finish his sentence, Alman strikes. A spray of red blood burst from Leo's chest. Leo gasps in agony, clutching the fatal wound. Kook! Ow, how dare you betray me? The assassin's face is a mask of cold indifference. I like playing war, he says simply. As blood drips from his blade, he continues, it was fun up until now. But wait a minute, a new profile card pops up. This isn't Alman, this is Hayden, a member of the Blue Moon. Hayden's voice echoes with a chilling conviction. We have the creed that was taught to us by the Red Moon. As the Blue Moon is that man's sword, it's only natural I move according to his wishes. But if anyone tries to harm the Great Moon, his eyes glow with a terrifying light. I can act on my own accord. And slashes his chest. Edun stands over the gurgling body of his former master. That's why I was waiting for you to say that, he says, his voice dripping with contempt. Leo warns him, my subordinates won't let you go. His eyes narrow as he looks down on the dying man. How unfortunate, the Great Moon gave you a chance. With his mission complete, Hayden leaps from the balcony into the night, leaving the chaos behind. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to his brother's grisly end, Alan is living it up in his dream destination. He wakes up to a beautiful morning, stretching with a yawn. Ha! Good morning, Rydmill is heaven. His new life is everything he dreamed of. No assassins, no family drama, just peace and quiet. He gets to wake up whenever he wants and eat whatever he wants. Sharing a delicious breakfast with Evan, he happily munches on his toast, thinking, wow, should I open up a toast? And this is the life of a true noble. But his peaceful breakfast is shattered when Evan rushes in with a letter. Young master, you have a letter. Alan's leisurely chewing comes to an abrupt halt. The piece of toast on his fork drops to the floor with a sad little splat. His eyes go wide with horror as he reads the contents. It's a summons back to the estate for Leo's funeral. His 4-day free trial of heaven has officially expired. And just like that, he's yanked from his peaceful dream and thrown back into the cold, sterile funeral hall of the Palacio estate. As he stands before his brother's casket, he notices the terrified reactions of the guests. They're all shaking and whispering, avoiding his gaze like the plague. What's with their reactions? Just then Evan pops up beside him, causing Alan's very soul to jump out of his body. Young master, he whispers, when did you become the shadow leader? Utterly baffled, Alan and Evan find a quiet place to sit down and talk. Alan, looking like his world is about to end, practically pleads with his knight. Hey, can you please explain to me why I'm the villain? Evan, looking far too pleased with himself, lays out the facts. You're the only one who benefits from this situation. Lightning seems to strike Alan as Evan continues. After we left the estate, Leo was murdered, and you have the perfect alibi to become the Count's heir. Evan crosses his arms, looking at Alan, who is literally frozen solid from the shock. Avalon's gone now, so with Leo's death, nothing will bother you then. With a flourish and a literal tada, Evan presents his grand theory. That must mean you're the shadow leader of the county, who led the assassination of a sword master. Alan clutches his head, a massive migraine forming. Are you having fun? What's with those clothes? Where the hell do I start with this? Trying to find a logical explanation, Alan grasps at straws. No organization is capable of killing a key figure of the underworld in an instant. Oh, but there's that organization that hunts other organizations, right? Evan asks, are you talking about the Blue Moon? Then Evan immediately shoots down his theory. The Information Guild said the Blue Moon wasn't behind this. He explains their mo. The Blue Moon leaves behind a mark instead of a corpse, he says, gesturing to an image of their signature crescent moon symbol. However, it's said that members of Avalon were stabbed with a sword. The scene of the massacre was a bloodbath, a clear sign that this was a different kind of killer. The road to hell has been opened. The penny finally drops for Alan. So that's why I'm the shadow leader who killed a sword master. In his mind, though, he scoffs. The Blue Moon from the gang were weaklings who disappeared in the prologue. There's no way they could pull this off, right? Little does he know, back at the orphanage, the Blue Moon is holding a post-mission meeting. Usually their leader asks her subordinates any traces, Reen of the Son of Greek, reports with a calm, almost ethereal demeanor. Nothing was left behind. Xiao Rang. The sin of pride playfully twirls her dagger, a golden aura crackling around her. Same here, same here. She grins, her fox ears twitching with excitement. Hey, they were only corpses. These kids are anything but weak. Just then a figure emerges from the shadows. I'm back, it's Radon. The sin of mysophobia. He stands cloaked in a powerful purple aura. His report short and chilling. 486 soldiers of Avalon remain. A shadowy image of another sin appears behind him as he speaks. Like you said, boss. A sadistic grin spreads across his face. I cut them all in half. Yusha's eyes glow a demonic red. A pleased and terrifying smile gracing her lips. Good, perfect. And that was how Avalon, a massive criminal organization that dominated the entire Asteria kingdom, was wiped off the map in just 5 days. But the mission isn't over. Radon approaches Yusha. I don't think the cleanup was perfect though. He presents a folder. I found this, along with the nobles who are connected to Avalon. A list of powerful families flashes across the screen, but one in particular stands out, shrouded in a cold, snowy aura. The alt-abducted Yusha looks at the file. Her expression unreadable, but her intent clear. Her eyes flare with crimson light as she gives her silent command. You already know what I'm gonna say. The sins ready themselves. Their aura is exploding with power. The Blue Moon's hunt is far from over. Just then the last sin member replies, leave it to me, I'll take care of this quietly. Yusha lets out a soft sigh, her eyes closed with a sharp look. She turns to Rin. One last thing. The Information Guild's side is clean, right? She needs to be absolutely certain no one can trace this back to them. Or to him. Rina confirms yes. This matter is being handled separately from the Blue Moon. Meanwhile, Xiao Rang excitedly waves around a document, eager for the next phase. Radon chimes in, his voice laced with disdain. For the other guilds, all guilds act the same. Ignoring him, Rina asks, should I continue keeping tabs on movement? Yusha gives a simple, decisive yes. But then she adds a chilling warning. This matter must not reach the ears of that person. She clutches the folder to her chest. A flicker of fear crosses her face. A strange sigh. I'm the leader of the Blue Moon, Radon explains, but since that person's family targeted them first, this wasn't an order. Yusha explains. Their creed, we are swords. A sword must not think for itself. Yusha's expression is a whirlwind of emotions. Blue Moon must only move on orders. Remember this, she tells her sins. Her voice a low, intense whisper. That person knows everything. Never disappoint him. The weight of her words settles heavily on the young assassin. Radon, however, is perplexed. A single bead of sweat rolls down his face as he mutters, I don't understand. He continues his thought. For someone with abilities as overwhelming as Utis, to feel anxiety and restlessness simply because she's scared to be found out. He clenches the folder in his hand, his resolve hardening. Whatever her reasons, his path is clear, understood. His loyalty is absolute, everything for the Great Moon. For them, the Blue Moon's hideout, a quaint mansion under the stars, hides the deadliest secrets of the kingdom. Meanwhile, Alan's dream of a peaceful retirement has turned into a bureaucratic nightmare. I'm no more of this. He groans, face planted on a mountain of paperwork. A whole month has passed since the funeral, a month of endless mind-numbing duties. He's completely swamped. I want to loaf around and eat. Isn't that what nobles do? He whimpers, his lazy life goals slipping further and further away. His grand plan is in shambles. Leo's death was supposed to be 6 years from now, but because the timeline got royally screwed up, all the responsibilities of the heir have been dumped squarely on his shoulders just when he thinks he can't take anymore. A knock at the door announces more suffering. Why, young master? A group of retainers enters, arms laden with even more documents. Alan groans in despair. Ugh. Why is everyone working so hard? He internally screams when the count was here. You all used to slack off and skip work. His dark, exhausted expression fills the room, terrifying the staff. They see his glare and think, is he angry we have to work harder? I don't want to die. Poor Alan is completely oblivious. Are the staff also working so strictly because of rumors that I'm the secret mastermind? He sighs. Heaven, why won't you come when I call? Turns out the former slave just wants to do his job in peace. Tired of being buried alive in paper, Alan wishes they'd just handle things themselves. He needs a break. He finds Evan by the fireplace, tending to some chicken skewers. Young master, Evan says. Looking up, he sizes up Alan's haggard appearance honestly. It's astonishing, but he's not talking about the workload. Evan's gaze is fixed on something else entirely. When did you grow this much? He asks as a crackle of magical energy fills the room. It's quite shocking that you managed to reach the 2nd tier. After only 2 years of self-study in poison craft, you've got great talent. Alan has been secretly leveling up. Evan explains that it normally takes 4 years of dedicated instruction to reach this level. Magic, like anything else, requires a hefty dose of innate talent. Alan just shrugs it off him. I agree that my talent's pretty decent, but his casual demeanor hides a deep-seated anxiety. I practiced hard for self-defense because I was feeling so uneasy. He admits a bead of sweat on his brow. The constant threat of death flags has at least been a good motivator. To control poison magic, which is essentially manipulating mana to create toxins, you need incredibly fine control. It's no easy feat, but Alan knows the truth. But what good is it if it's only half-baked? I've used every kind of magic in this fantasy world now. He thinks a small, unstable orb of mana hovering over his hand. When he first reincarnated, it was all so exciting. He remembers his early days of training. The thrill of wielding fantastical power. He thought if his plans worked out, he wouldn't need to fight, he could just learn at his own pace. But now with his life on the line, he's realized a devastating truth. My mana haul is insanely tiny. All his practice, all his talent, can't change this one fundamental fact. Alan explains, innate mana capacity is like an athlete's natural weight class. You can train all you want, but a flyweight can never truly beat a heavyweight. And unfortunately for Alan, my mana haul is very, very small. No amount of training can make up for his pathetically small mana pool. It's a hard-coded DNA buff he can't get rid of. But as Alan wallows in his magical inadequacy, Evan pulls out a letter. Your invitation to the ball finally arrived, he announces with a flourish. Alan looks up, utterly confused. A ball, and just like that, Alan finds himself dressed to the nines and thrown into the glittering viper's nest of high society. This is the regular aristocratic ball for the southern region, a prime opportunity for nobles to network. He looks sharp in his formal attire, Evan by his side, but he's already exhausted just from showing up. Phew, I'm already tired. Still, he has a goal. I'm about to become a count soon, so maybe I should use this chance to network. It's time to go into serious mode. As Evan looks on, questioning his master's sudden change in demeanor while munching on a plate of cakes, Alan's psyche is himself up. Forming connections with nobles is crucial for a peaceful future. But there's a problem. The moment he takes a step, the crowd parts like the Red Sea. They see him coming and practically trample each other to get away. Alan stammers as one guy literally shrieks in terror. Yep, the whole shadow leader who assassinated his swordmaster brother. Rumor isn't exactly making him Mr. Popular. Evan, trying to be helpful, whispers, don't be too PFD upset. PFD, while trying to stifle his laughter. Alan is not amused, upset. Not at all. This was expected, he says, brushing off his knight's shoulder. Evan, see you later. He's got this. He strikes a pose, determined to salvage the situation. I know they look down on me for being low class and lacking refinement. Unlike my esteemed great-grandfather's era, the current Palacio family is full of troublemakers from the east. But I didn't come here thoughtlessly. He has a plan. He smoothly picks up a glass of wine from a passing tray. Time to unleash the social skills he secretly practiced. He approaches a noble lady, ready to charm her. He takes a sip, putting on his most sophisticated air. The wine's aroma is unique, especially the scent. It's distinctive. I'd like to have a few bottles at home, he says, attempting what he thinks is a gentle, charming smile. The result, a terrifying psychopathic grin that could curdle milk. The poor lady freezes her face, a mask of pure horror. I'll tell father to prepare at once, she squeaks before running away. Alan can only watch, bewildered. No, this isn't what I was expecting, the other nobles whisper amongst themselves. Did he just blackmail them into giving him limited edition regional wine? He's a bigger troublemaker than his other siblings. Evan can't hold it in any longer, erupting in a fit of giggles. Alan just stands there processing his spectacular failure. I guess she must just be a particularly shy young lady, he thinks, deep in denial. The grand ballroom with its glittering chandeliers suddenly feels incredibly lonely. Evan happily returns with a mountain of loot from the terrified nobles. While your loot pile has grown again, he lists off luxury teas, crafted metalwork, and of course the specialty wine. Alan just sighs, leaning against the wall in defeat. Palacio turned out far more notorious than I thought. He muses, the rumors about me taking out my monstrous brothers have made me a social pariah. He watches the nobles huddle together, deliberately keeping their distance. My social life is ruined. Deciding he needs a moment, he tells Evan he's getting some fresh air. Evan just gives a cheerful okay. Tilda, as Alan leaves, his exit is watched by a striking woman with fiery red hair in an elegant gown. Her crimson eyes follow him with a curious intensity. Out on the balcony, Alan leans against the railing, sighing under the moonlight. Where did it all go wrong? He wonders his grand plans for a peaceful life now a distant memory. He just wanted a quiet retirement. Was that so much to ask? Suddenly, a soft voice cuts through the silence. Excuse me, hello there. May I have a moment? Alan turns. Completely surprised someone spoke to me. Who could it be? Sees a door creaking open behind him. His eyes widen. A young woman steps out onto the balcony. Her expression gentle and unassuming, she introduces herself with a graceful curtsy. I am Loria, the third daughter of Duke Alti. Alan's brain short-circuits. Alti. Ed explains. He forces a polite reply. Yes, hello. The Altia family is one of the three major shadow players of psychedelia, known as the Northern Troublemakers. So there's no way she's a normal person, he thinks, but he doesn't seem to remember this girl from the game. I don't think she appears anywhere in the game. Just then, out of the blue, she speaks. I'll be blunt. Please lend me your strength. Alan's face turns dark with just the thought of trouble coming his way. Luria drops another bombshell. Please lend me your strength. I'm going to be assassinated soon. Alan, however, is completely unfazed by her desperate plea. She quickly explains her situation. As the illegitimate daughter of Duke Alti, her life was safe while her father was healthy, but now with his condition worsening, she's become a target. With a look of sheer terror, she tells him, my older sisters will soon kill me. Alan's mind instantly pieces it together. It's a classic messy succession war. So it's a mutual downfall situation, huh? Then it clicks. The reason he doesn't remember Loria Altia from the game is simple. She must have already been dead and didn't appear in the game. Loria continues to plead, her voice trembling. With the power you have, Lord Alan, you could, but our protagonist has zero interest in becoming a knight in shining armor. I'll have to decline. Loria flinches, completely shocked by his ice-cold rejection. Refusing to give up, she makes a desperate final offer. I'm not asking for help empty-handed. If you save me, I'll give you half of the Altia family's fortune, but not even a king's ransom can tempt Alan away from his peaceful life plan. He turns his back on her. I'll be taking my leave. He walks away without a second glance, leaving the desperate Duchess to her fate. He feels a pang of sympathy, but he knows his limits. I can barely take care of myself right now. He thinks better not give her any false hope. As Alan's footsteps fade, Loria is left alone on the balcony, her last hope crumbling to dust. Alan lets out a sigh of relief, loosening his collar. That was way too close to getting involved in something troublesome. He offers a parting thought as he steps back inside. Still, I wish you luck. I hope you find a reliable ally. But their conversation didn't go unnoticed. High in the rafters, two cloaked figures have been observing the entire exchange. One of them speaks, her voice low. It seems Altia has approached the great moon. The other chimes in. Then I should pass along his kind wishes to the Red Moon as well. Purple-haired boy dismisses the idea. No, it's fine. According to her intel, she's the only Altia not tied to Avon. So she's the only Altia who's not one of Verdun's targets. Green-haired girl concludes. The boy nods. That simplifies things. We'll proceed according to the Red Moon's command. She adds, we'll focus on blocking information so that the Avalon case doesn't reach him. Meanwhile, Alan is back to being a social pariah. Why is it so empty around me? He wonders, do I have some kind of barrier warding people off? Just as he's about to give up on networking for good, a sultry voice says hello. Alan's chibi form is so touched he could cry. Wow. Was that for me? Maybe I can actually socialize for once. He turns, a hopeful expression on his face. Yes, hello. And his hopes are immediately crushed. It's the fiery-haired woman from before. Wait, another shadow player. Alan already knows where this is going. Of course, someone would approach me if they were trouble. He schools his features into a polite mask. Greetings, Lady Zenoni. She raises an elegant eyebrow, intrigued. Oh my. You know of me, of course. Alan replies smoothly, you're quite famous in many ways. In the world of psychedelia, there are three great shadow players who pull the strings from behind the scenes. There is Altia of the North, Palacio of the East, Alan's own chaotic family, and Zenoni, the troublemaker of the West. She smiles, a snake hidden in the roses. Am I really that famous? She pursed, introducing herself as Calliet, the eldest daughter of Count Zenoni. Alan breaks out in a cold sweat. This woman runs a full-blown criminal syndicate. He's internally panicking. I need connections for a peaceful life. I must never get involved with her. But on the outside, he's the picture of charm. You're so beautiful, my lady. Kaylee accepts the compliment with a graceful nod. Oh my, thank you. She leans in, her crimson eyes glinting. I'd like to talk more with you. How about it? Alan masterfully dodges. I'd love to, but there are too many eyes on us right now. Inside, he's begging, please just let me go. Quietly, she lets out a small, amused laugh, seeing right through him. You're just as the rumors say. She murmurs, her words hanging in the air. I look forward to seeing you again. With a final enigmatic smile, she glides away, leaving Alan completely bewildered. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? He mutters, more confused than ever. Up above, the Blue Moon agents have a new update. The Avalon case information is being well contained, but there's a new concern. That one is still keeping watch on that person. They glances down and spots a shadowy figure clinging to the window frame. He's being tailed from the darkness. A new order is given: keep watching. Then eliminate them. The assassins move with silent, deadly purpose, melting into the shadows. Sometime later, Alan and Evan find themselves in a remote, sun-dappled canyon. Young master, are you sure this is the right place? Evan asks. He looks around the desolate area. Is this really the canyon you were looking for? Alan ignores him, his eyes scanning the terrain. It's midday, but strangely dark inside. His gaze locks onto a specific spot. Finally found it, my real objective. He walks with renewed purpose. Evan mutters, if this is empty again, I might cry, but Alan denies his suspicion, saying no. This time it's real. He reveals the true purpose of their trip south. It wasn't for the ball, it was to find his place. A hidden labyrinth from the game. This is the Labyrinth of Whispers, a famous dungeon in psychedelia. The reward for clearing its 8 puzzle rooms is a ridiculously powerful artifact, and thanks to his countless hours of grinding, Alan knows this place like the back of his hand. I've memorized all the routes and puzzles. Time to speedrun this, but standing at the entrance in real life is a different feeling entirely. While even though I've run this dungeon countless times, this is new. Evan is completely baffled. This place feels artificial. How do you even know about it? Alan, who's lost in his own thoughts, lets out, I've come here often. Evan stares at his master. You've been here often? Alan snaps out of his thoughts and flashes a grin that's more terrifying than reassuring. Just kidding, I have my ways. Let's go. And Evan whimpers. Please don't joke with that expression. The moment they step inside, the walls come alive and demonic gargoyles descend upon them. With glowing red eyes, the monsters lunge, their claws ready to rip and tear. Evan calmly explains the dungeon's gimmick. If you get the riddles wrong, those things slam down on you mercilessly. While Evan panics, Alan simply steps up to a pedestal and solves the puzzle. Evan can only stare. How can he stay so calm? We've worked together for 4 years and I still don't get him. Evan thinks, completely bewildered. His master's missions are a bizarre mix of vigilantism and random errands, from taking down crime syndicates to saving orphans. As the dungeon's mechanism activates and crushes the monsters, Evan is floored. He's barely left the estate, yet he knows everything. Alan just points. Oh, got it right. The door only opens once the mechanism finishes. The massive stone door to the final chamber slowly grinds open. Evan is still reeling from the puzzle's gruesome aftermath. What exactly are you planning this time? Alan, on the other hand, is looking a little green. Finally the door is open. I feel like I'm gonna puke. I knew it would be cruel, but seeing it firsthand, it's way worse. Alan lets out a sigh of relief. Seems like it's finally over. Before them is the treasure room, overflowing with gold, gems, and priceless artifacts. But Alan isn't interested in any of it. Yeah, let's just take that black ring and go. The artifact he came for is a plain black ring, lying inconspicuously amongst the glittering hoard. Evan is dumbfounded. That thing, it looks the most useless of all, but Alan knows its true value. Taking anything else would only bring trouble. Leave him. He holds up his prize, a triumphant gleam in his eye. I finally obtained the oath of restraint. On the way out, Alan reassures a nervous Evan. Don't worry, the way back is safe. Evan is not convinced. Thanks to Alan's gained knowledge, their exit is indeed easy at first, but their path is suddenly blocked by towering stone figures. The labyrinth's final guardians have awoken. Evan draws his sword, his face pale. A new unknown enemy. This is the worst case scenario. This time I'll handle it, Alan says calmly, stepping in front of his retainer. Evan can only stammer what. Evan screams a warning. No matter what you're planning, we need an escape route first. But the golems are already attacking, their colossal weapons blotting out the light. Evan shouts, second-tier magic isn't enough against this colossals. Alan steps forward, raising his hands, and mutters the words, I invoke the oath of restraint. The ring flares with power, and the world dissolves into a cosmic void as an ancient voice echoes in Alan's mind. O fragment, inheriting the great will of Neacula. The voice booms, speak. 2 restrictions I can enact. This is at the pop-up choice window from the game. Now a reality. The voice, it almost makes this world feel real. The Oath of Restraint is an absorption-type artifact, granting immense power in exchange for self-imposed limitations. Alan begins first. The entity responds, speak. I will always perform this hand signs of Babylonia when using magic. A skill icon from the game materializes, confirming his choice. What is it you desire through this restriction? The voice asks. Alan replies, the power to twist the laws of the world a little further. Granted. A torrent of power surges through Alan's very being. Then he says this for second. The voice commands, speak. Alan makes his second vow. When using magic, I will strictly chant the words of Babylonia. What is it you desire through this restriction? Alan's goal is clear greater power to defy the world's laws. The second skill icon appears. By combining these two restrictions, he can achieve the highest possible magic attack power. The oath of restriction becomes speechless at the demand. Alan then thinks, thanks to my countless playthroughs, I've memorized all the best combinations. This has to work. Granted. The power flowing into him intensifies tenfold. The entity speaks again. O human who remembers the gestures and mysteries of a forgotten god, I express my gratitude to you who inherit the will. Alan is momentarily stunned. Inherit the will, what does that mean? Before he can process it, the ring on his hand dissolves. Becoming one with him, the restriction was applied successfully. As his consciousness returns to his body, the voice leaves him with a final, chilling message: I shall forever be watching you. Time snaps back to normal. Evan is still shouting, young master. Second tier magic isn't enough, but Alan is more than ready. He knows his power is limited, but he also knows the rules of the game. With a cold, determined glint in his eye, he decides it's time to use the trump card he came all this way for. Alan pours every last drop of his tiny mana pool into a spell. A sphere of lightning forms in his hand, but it's pitiful. It should be a brilliant, blinding orb of destruction. But instead it's a sad flickering spark. He thinks to himself, no matter how hard I train, this is my limit. His innate talent is high, but his mana capacity is fatally low, which is why he thinks it's time to test this restriction. With his mana reserves on empty, Alan begins to weave his spell. But this is no ordinary casting. He chants the words of a forgotten god. First refraction. The pitiful spark of lightning begins to bend and contort, its very properties shifting at his command. The energy twists violently, crackling with a power that far exceeds the mana put into it. Then repulsion. The spell pulses, pushing against the very laws of physics. It erupts into a violet torrent of raw, untamed lightning. A blinding flash fills the cavern, and Evan can only shield his eyes from the overwhelming power. Third blue light. The energy converges, condensing into a massive, swirling orb of pure destruction that dwarfs both Alan and Evan. And for the final incantation line of diffraction, he performs the ancient hand signs of Babylonia, a condition of his oath of restraint, forcing the magic to its absolute peak. With a final decisive gesture, Alan unleashes the spell he meticulously crafted. Over 5 turns, the enhanced chain lightning rockets forward, a blazing spear of judgment aimed directly at the Golem Guardians. Evan is completely gobsmacked. He's never seen such power from what should be a simple second tier spell. The lightning tears through the stone titans. At first it looked like no damage was done. Then the next moment, Guardian's stone body starts crumbling. The cave is filled with the deafening roar of continuous thunderclaps. As the spell continues its rampage, when the light finally fades, the once imposing golems are gone, leaving only the lingering scent of ozone and glowing runes on the cavern floor. Evan stares at the devastation, his mind struggling to process what he just witnessed. What the hell? He turns to his master, a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple. Have you been hiding your strength? Alan, looking completely unbothered, gives a simple reply, not at all. Evan can't believe it. Huh? I've never seen anything like that. Throughout 15 years of being a mercenary, are you sure that was just second circle magic? Yes, Alan confirms. His expression is calm as ever, but internally even Alan is shocked. He thinks to himself, I didn't know either. It wasn't like that back in a game. He flashes back to the game's turn-based system. In psychedelia, magic could be enhanced each turn through hand signs or incantations. For a small boost this time, I enhanced the chain lightning magic with 4 incantations and hand signs for a total of 5 turns. In other words, I simply used a magic setting for a large-scale lightning spell. But in addition to that, due to my restraints, I must use hand signs and incantations for all of my magic. The entity's words echo in his mind. O human who remembers the gestures and mysteries of a forgotten god, I express my gratitude to you who inherit the will. He realizes it must have been enhanced time and time again. Even so, he admits to think that second circle magic was overkill. The result far surpassed my expectations. It also surprised me. As they walk out of the dungeon, Alan lets out a sigh of relief. Sigh, we finally made it out. Evan collapses onto a nearby rock, completely drained. Ugh. This is more exhausting than the battle. He looks back at the ominous canyon. Just who in the world created this unpleasant place? Alan's eyes narrow in awe. Now that I think about it, the Maze of Whisper had a different name. The map outlay and strategy guide were posted on the community website. It was known by another name, the Maze of Palion. He nonchalantly answers Evan's question. A guy named Palion John created it. Evan's eyes shoots open. Pardon me, What did you just say? Alan helps his dizzy retainer to his feet. I said let's go back to the east. Good work for the past 3 weeks yet, since there's something I'd like to do once we return. Evan is taken aback. Huh? Young master, you're more diligent than you look. As they walk, Alan continues to mull over the differences between the game and this reality. If I choose a hand sign that matches the spell's attribute, its power increases, and if I choose the right incantation, its properties get enhanced. That's how the game mechanics were supposed to work, but unlike in the game, where visuals stayed the same and only the number went up, this time I actually noticed the spell change shape with each incantation. He wonders, even though my mana pool may be pitiful, maybe I can see those transformations because I'm especially good at controlling mana. I'll have to test it once my mana recovers. In any case, it's a relief that things turned out fine. Meanwhile, under the light of the moon, a mysterious cloaked figure watches from the shadows. It's the green-haired, cloaked girl from the ball party who is keeping eye on Alan. She leaps from her hiding spot with silent grace, her destination clear. She walks into the very same labyrinth Alan just cleared. Before her lies a massive stone tablet covered in glowing ancient text. To the era of the forgotten outer gods, the glyphs of the Alan F Empire. Her eyes scan the strange writing, her expression unreadable. She reads a specific line aloud, one left behind by the maze's creator. For my friend who shall be left alone, from coward Pally, and a small knowing smirk plays on her lips. Hot. She reaches out and touches the ancient inscription. Her mind fills with images of a legendary hero, the one who stopped the invasion of the Black Things, while standing victorious against the Anicap, who ate the hearts of the citizens, the brilliant Emperor Palian the Great. She recalls her own origins. I obtained all of this knowledge because I was born with the ancient library. After being assigned the Great Mission, she thinks back to Alan, the man known as the Great Moon, and the demonic entity that follows him. The Bloody Queen. I knew he was special since the Bloody Queen followed him. I didn't expect the Great Moon to be a friend of Palian. Moreover, the phrase he whispered doesn't even exist anywhere in the ancient library. Just what is he? A smile graces her lips. The Red Moon was right, unembarrassed to be blindly following orders. Then she notices the presence of his comrade approaching. She asks, did you get the information? The blue-haired boy bows no. The Dark One is dead, his head twisted all of a sudden in midair. The agent reports, describing a gruesome, inexplicable death. The superior is unfazed. We'll have to report this for processing. The two then melt back into the shadows. The scene shifts to Zenonia County, where Kalia Zenonia sits alone, pondering her strange encounter with Alan Palacio. She sips her tea, a storm brewing behind her crimson eyes. It wasn't just a rumor. She recalls his unnervingly calm demeanor. Chillingly emotionless, his eyes were those of the abyss. She approaches her father, the Count, who is busy with paperwork. Yes, Count Zenonia is strong and famous. Her eyes gleam with a dangerous light. However, he called me famous, even though I do not participate in any social activity. Isn't that fascinating, father? As she speaks, a dark energy flows from her hand, her eyes glowing with malevolent power. The Count freezes, his pen clattering to the desk. He slumps forward, his will no longer his own. Kalia smirks, her secret safe. No one would know that I've made my father a puppet so I can work as the real head of the household. But one question remains, how did he figure it out? She remembers Alan's parting words. There are too many eyes on us right now. She sees the silhouette of one of her tails in the rafters. It seems he also noticed the tails I've put on him. Just then a panicked attendant bursts into the room. Miss Kalia, what's the matter? She asks, annoyed by the interruption. The attendant stammers, you should go see your room. In her room she finds a horrifying sight. The corpse of the very tail Alan had noticed, his neck snapped clean. The attendant is aghast. Judging from how his seal didn't activate, he didn't reveal the secret. He caught a major weakness of mine the moment we met. She thinks. A predatory smile spreading across her face. The story shifts to the sprawling Altea Ducal estate, where a lone carriage pulls up under the cloak of night. Inside, a storm is brewing, not in the sky, but in the mind of the youngest daughter, Loria Altea. Thinking back on her recent encounter with Alan, a wicked smile plays on her lips. As expected, she muses, clenching her fist. He's not someone to underestimate. She recalls the chilling abyss in his eyes, a coldness that rivaled even her own father's. The distinguished one of the underworld. He possesses cold eyes like my father, the kind of person I must never make an enemy of. When she met him at the ball, he was her last desperate lifeline. He was my last lifeline, but she thought. Remembering his aloof demeanor, she knew a man like that wouldn't make a losing bet. He wouldn't accept a deal that would result in significant losses. Loria was a princess trapped in a gilded cage, surrounded by vultures. Her 4 older siblings, the eldest son Tamalian, eldest daughter Mary, and second daughter Piran. and second son Keej, were snakes who had systematically stripped her of everything, because I had my assets and power all taken away by my sly siblings. I have nothing. She had managed to survive on the dregs of her father's love and mercy, but with her back against the wall, she was completely lost. But her life of quiet desperation was shattered in a single night. A maid bursts through the door, eyes wide with panic. Well, Lady Loria, our youngest lady, is back before Loria can even process their return. Another servant stumbles in, barely able to speak. Lady Pyron and Keeg have taken their own lives. Loria's world freezes, the words hanging in the air like a death sentence. What? Her mind reels. Pyron and Keegan, the two who would sooner gut their own family than give up an inch of power. Those people would rather stab their own family, yet they took their own lives. That doesn't make any sense. Cold dread washes over her as she asks the question she already knows the answer to. Then what about Temalian and Marion? The servants can only tremble in fear, their faces pale as ghosts, unable to form the words. Another butler confirms the nightmare hell. Lord Temalian is Lady Marianne. In the main hall a gruesome tableau is revealed. The two eldest siblings impaled on their own ambition, their bodies left as a macabre work of art. Loria stares at the carnage, her mind refusing to comprehend the scene. What in the world? Meanwhile, on the moonlit rooftops of the estate, a silver-haired assassin lands silently, his work complete. With a cold, satisfied smirk he confirms his success. Successfully eliminated, and just as quickly as he appeared, he melts back into the shadows, leaving behind a trail of death and a duped Tom in chaos. Walking through the now silent hall, Loria recalls Alan's cryptic words from the ball. Her eyes widen in a shocking realization. He had simply said just good things will happen. And now she understood he wasn't just some underworld figure. The true mastermind of the Count's household, who hid his claws and waited for the right moment to seize power. The terrifying truth crashes down on her. This is what he meant. He had orchestrated everything. Just like that she trembles. Not from cold, but from a profound, own deep fear. And just like that, I became the only successor in the ducal family. Overnight she lets out a shaky laugh, a mix of horror and awe. What kind of monstrous devil have I made a pact with? But the fear is quickly replaced by a cold resolve. She's in too deep to turn back now. But I can't go back now. What happens to those who betray him? There are already far too many presidents. Alone in the vast empty mansion, the new Duchess of Altia makes her choice. I must walk the path I chose. 2 months fly by, and the seasons begin to change. At the Palatial estate, a butler from the Altia dukedom arrives with a formal greeting and a gift. I am here under Duke Altia's order. Evan looks at Alan intrigued. While Alan remains impassive, Duke Altia, he asks, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Evan opens the ornate box, his eyes widening in surprise. Wow. It's a bottle of Cernan's wine. I heard it cost a few thousand gold per bottle. I never thought I'd see it. Alan picks up the card, his expression unreadable. It's from Loria. Why would she send me this? He wonders, a pang of guilt hitting him. It stings my conscience, because I wasn't able to help her. Unknown of the matter, Alan asks the messenger, are you sure this is for me? The man bows deeply. Yes. The Duke herself prepared it and ordered me to deliver it to you. The confirmation sends a jolt through Alan. The Duke herself, his mind connects the dots with lightning speed. Wait, that means the youngest Loria has become the Duke. Indeed she is. We see the new Duchess Altia. No longer a timid girl, but a woman of power, diligently handling the affairs of her estate. She stretches after a long day of work, a sigh escaping her lips. Phew. 2 months have passed so quickly. After my father's funeral, who passed away due to illness, I became the Duke. After the succession ceremony, I couldn't even enter this office before. The memory of that bloody night is still fresh. The death of my siblings happened so suddenly, but I was not suspected at all. Her alibi was perfect, a piece of luck. So perfect it could only have been orchestrated because I had an alibi. Attending the ball at the time, I had my secret organization eliminated by my siblings. When I returned to the mansion, I was quite literally powerless. She shivers, recalling her desperation and Alan's chillingly precise solution. I realized it later and was quite surprised to think that he'd even used that situation to his advantage. He declined it without much care on the outside, but perfectly did all the cleanup work behind the scenes. Her admiration is tinged with fear. Just how far into the future did he calculate? I didn't even tell him about father's funeral because I didn't want to bother him. She knows this was no act of charity. He must have helped me because he needs Altia in some part of his plan. Although I was able to merge all the subordinate organizations of Altia, it won't be enough to match the power he is hiding. That can only mean one thing. He wants something from me. Palacio, a significant figure of the underworld, who raised his power purely through his business. If there's something that I have that he doesn't, It's being able to manipulate the political stage from the shadows. She finally understands her value in his grand chess game. She isn't just a pawn, she's a queen. A powerful piece he needs to secure his victory. He needs the Altian name. She solidifies her resolve. For now I'll have to focus on what I must do, because the distinguished one will contact me soon. A genuine warm smile finally graces her face. Her first act as Duchess is not one of vengeance, but of gratitude. I hope he liked my gift of gratitude. Back with Alan, the messenger takes his leave. Evan watches Alan completely baffled by the turn of events while Alan processes the new reality. Laureate, the girl who was about to be killed, is now a Duchess. Something's not right. He thinks, sensing the currents of fate shifting once again. Time flows onward. A few months later, we find ourselves 5 years before the start of the original game story. The Palacio estate is blanketed in a thin layer of snow. Evan runs up to his master full of energy. Oh, no master, he quickly corrects himself. I mean, I should call you the Count now, right? Alan lets out a small sigh. The succession ceremony hasn't occurred yet, but I guess you can call me that since the year has passed now. This wasn't the life he planned. I didn't plan on becoming the Count though. His ideal future was simple: avoid the family drama, settle down and go on a food tour, but he's adapted well since I'm used to it. Now I can maximize the advantage of being a noble. To his surprise, the work-life balance of a Count wasn't half bad. Evan hands over a sealed letter. Here's the letter from Yusha. As they walk, Evan asks, by the way, did you get any information on the assassins who killed Leo? Alan replies, nothing's been revealed yet. But the Information Guild is investigating, so let's give them some time. They sit down in a study, and Evan probes further. So what's your goal now? I'm guessing it's not revenge. Alan's gaze is distant. The world is no longer the game he knew. All the things that slightly differ from the original game were probably butterfly effects caused by me, so I'm just going to be prepared for unexpected events. Evan can't help but be impressed. Oh, you sounded like a real Count just now. Alan just gives a non-committal sure. He breaks the seal on the letter, his expression softening as he reads. I wonder what she wrote this time. Tilda. The letter is a heartwarming update from the orphanage. Yusha writes about the children's simple joys. Dias has become a master puppeteer. Salrang is having fun playing with her friends, and Rina and Radan have found peace in reading and gardening. A fond smile spreads across Alan's face. This routine has grown familiar, and it warms my heart. I've never seen their faces, but seeing them grow well, I can't help but smile. Suddenly a practical thought strikes him. He looks up from a letter. Now that I think about it, how old are the children? Evan blinked. That was sudden. They're ready to go out into society now. Some of them left the orphanage earlier. He then adds a crucial detail. The ones you ordered to save are about that age now. The image of them bowing, a mixture of respect and tragedy, flashes in his mind. He feels a bit strange. But right, that's it. He makes a decision. It's time to let them go. Evan is taken aback. Really? Didn't you put them all in one place because they had wounds? He replies, there's no reason to do that now. Alan explains, his tone firm. Now that they're all grown up, it's time to let them go for their future. He believes he's done enough to divert them from their tragic destinies. I cared for them enough not to awaken his deadly sins, so they should be fine, right? Evan nods slowly and understanding. Now that they're all in good health, I see. Alan recalls their innate potential from the game's lore. Yushin, blessed with the talent of faith to choose, the peerless swordsman with the talent of the sword Renat, the brilliant mind possessing the talent of studying Xiao Rang, the ferocious beastkin born with the talent of a fighter and Raiden, the divine warrior carrying the talent of an apostle. With their inherent gifts, he's confident in their success. If they were to use their talents in the right fields, they should be more than fine satisfied. He declares, what a perfect plan. A blush creeps onto his face as he thinks, and while on it, I should prepare a gift for each of them. I plan on giving them gifts anyway. As dusk settles over the snowy landscape, Alan's plans are set in motion. He finishes the last of his paperwork with a triumphant cheer. All done, Evan. Meanwhile, is completely conked out on the sofa. Suddenly Evan jolts awake, salutes with a grin, and dashes out of the room to deliver the letter. All right then, I'll be back. Alan watches him go, a smirk on his face. I wonder if I can get something back from them once they become huge. With his work done, he looks out at the sunset, a sense of paternal pride swelling in his chest. Children, read my letters and go out into the world. In a dimly lit warehouse far away, Yusha holds up her letter. The time has come. The orders have arrived. She gathers the others, but this time, the news is different this time. She says, her voice steady. He delivered them to us individually. The reactions are a mixed bag. The cheerful Selrain erupts with a happy a while Dias, the future swordsman, looks on with a calm, curious expression. Reina quietly clutches her letter with a smile, while Radan remains as stoic and unreadable as ever. But it's Yuta's reaction that's the most unsettling. Her crimson eyes hold an unnerving intensity, a silent storm brewing behind that placid face. What could her letter possibly say? But before anything else, Yusha says calmly, "We should read the previous letters too." Raiden scratches his head, confused, while Xiao Ron asks, "Can we really read them?" "Only you would read before Yusha." Yusha explains, seeing how he's given each of us orders. It means he's decided it's time for everyone to see. Xiao Rong reads the casual lines. "How have you been? If you need anything, let me know." This is an order. Rin points out what they're all thinking. "Looks like just some daily small talk, right?" Yuta says with a wry smile. He disguised the orders as ordinary conversations from the very beginning. "Okay, look." She holds up their very first correspondence. This is the first order after the greeting letter. It reads like a simple pen pal message, but Yusha deciphers the hidden command. He designates the elimination target, gives the mission, and tells us to report the situation afterward. "This was when he entrusted the Blue Moon to me," she reveals, showing another letter that seems to just be asking for monthly updates on the orphanage. "As you can see, he personally chose you all," she tells them, cementing their purpose. Davis finally understands. "I see, it's to prevent information leaks." Yusha nods like this. "You must clearly understand the orders and carry out the mission." Raiden, ever the practical one, chimes in. "Then wouldn't it be better for us to visit him in person? Or use a magic communicator?" But Yusha's response is swift and chillingly absolute. "I hope you haven't forgotten that all we have to do is follow the order." Her unwavering devotion silences any further questions. As one of them notes, it's a chillingly steadfast trust. See all rank. Ever the ray of sunshine breaks the heavy atmosphere. "I haven't forgotten. Then let's read the order." And so the five of them finally open their new individual orders, ready to step into the wider world. Dias reads his first. "He told me to head to Caliburn. The nation of knights." Sail Ring, however, isn't as thrilled with her destination colony. "But I don't like deserts for me. It's Raxus, the entertainment city." Radon says, looking forward to the city of gambling and riches. Renayadsi told me to head to Larthania, the Maze City, and for Yush, her path leads to a place of faith, the Holy Kingdom, Rosario. Her crimson eyes gleam with an unreadable emotion. She reminds them what you all must do was written in the letter correct. Deus is still puzzled. "I don't know the reason, but he told me to become a knight." Xiaoring adds a comforting detail. "He also said not to worry because the patronage will continue." Renai confirms he also told us the location of the gifts. As they prepare to depart, Yusha delivers one final crucial order. "Good. But remember, unless he says it first, do not mention the name of the Blue Moon." With their paths now set, the five orphans who were once destined for tragedy step out into the world, their futures irrevocably changed by the man they've never met. Each one sets off towards a different corner of the continent, a living, breathing testament to Alan's interference. 3 months pass back at the Palacio estate. Alan is drowning in paperwork. He sighs, frustrated as expected. "There's nothing about the change in magic and phrases. I'll have to experiment with it myself." He turns to Evan. "Now that I think about it, how's collecting information on who killed Leo going?" Evan reports that the Information Guild has found nothing. Alan grows anxious, realizing the consequences of his actions. "It seems the butterfly effect has gotten out of my hands, which resulted from me saving the 5 deadly sins." Even Loria, who should have died in the story, also became Duke Altia, expanding her power and influence at a terrifying speed. In the underworld, he comes to a startling conclusion. Let's stop investigating the assassin." Evan is shocked. "How, really?" Alan knows that some things are better left unknown. This is clearly a situation where ignorance is bliss. In a setting there's almost nothing that can escape the network of the Information Guild. If even they can't find anything, it means he's poking a beast he can't handle. "Even if I try to dig into what I shouldn't, what may come back as a result is just death." He wisely concludes that secret organizations won't harm him, as long as he doesn't meddle in their affairs. Alan agrees. "All right, I'll tell them to stop the investigation." Evan then perks up. "Oh, and there's another piece of news. Apparently Deus had been appointed as a knight in Caliburn recently." Alan's face lights up. "Really? Good for him." The news of his child's success is a welcome change. Time continues to fly. 3 more months go by in a flash. Evan rushes to Alan holding a handful of skewers. "Count." Apparently Diaz made an entire night order. Alan nearly chokes on his food. What then? He must be at least expert level or higher. In this world, swordsmanship has clear ranks. Sword user, sword expert, and the legendary sword master. He can't believe it. It hasn't even been that long since he was first appointed. No, Evan confirms the unbelievable news. People have been talking about it, saying that the world will see the 5th Master Knight in less than 10 years. Alan swells with fatherly pride. He sure is talented. Oh, I'm quite proud of him, and the clock keeps ticking. 6 more months disappear. A full year has passed since the 5 left the orphanage. Ellen is just getting used to the rhythm of being a count. But Evan bursts in with another bombshell. As Alan signs a document, Evan delivers the update count. I've just heard some very recent news. Apparently Daves became a sort of Caliburn, making him the 5th Master Knight. Alan freezes, his quill snapping in his hand. His mind reels, unable to process the information. But only sword masters can become the Master Knight. No, he's right. A sword master of Psychobelia is a superhuman who has gone beyond the aura blade and unlocked a unique powerful ability called derivation. Alan is completely baffled, and they're saying that Daves is a sword master now. Evan corrects him to be more precise. He's about to become one. He hasn't created his derivation yet. But the nation gave him the title of a Master Knight anyway. Not only has he already won in a duel against the 4th sword, but Caliburn had also lost a Master Knight to the Northern Barbarians. Alan puts the pieces together right. They've been at war for more than a decade. Evan lays out just how insane this achievement is. Realizing mana and moving it around takes 15 years. Derivation takes at least a few decades. The first sword Reinhardt was 32 when he became the youngest Master Knight ever to exist. Alan remembers Reinhardt from the game. He was an absolute beast. A temporary companion in the 3rd main episode right. Reinhardt was unbelievably strong. Even with his talent, it took over 20 years. And a child with no knowledge of swords has become a Master Knight. A thought sparks in Alan's mind. Wait. If he's just waiting for his derivation, does that mean he'll surpass Reinhardt as a sword master soon? Maybe I can leech off of him sooner than I expected. He quickly dismisses the idea. Or not, maybe I can't. Still, a part of him feels a little let down. I mean, I only get letters from Utia. Even after going to the Holy Kingdom, her letters, which she continued to send regularly, contain news of the deadly sin she grew up with. It seems they keep in touch. He sighs, even though they've never seen my face before. They could at least thank me for the gift. I kind of feel bad then. He gives himself a mental slap. Going back to the basics, I'm already more than thankful that they haven't destroyed the kingdom. After awakening into the 5 deadly sins, he gazes out the window, a genuine sense of relief washing over him. As long as they're doing well, I'm happy. Meanwhile, in the capital of Caliburn, Purim, within the grand mansion of the illustrious Solar Eclipse Knights, the air is filled with the sounds of training. In the glint of polished steel, a lone figure in ornate armor stands by a magnificent window. Lost in thought, this is Diaz McLean, the captain of the Solar Eclipse Knights, the youngest Master Knight. His gaze falls upon a young woman approaching in the courtyard below. She looks up, a bright smile on her face, and calls out, "Our brother." A complex mix of emotions flickers across Diaz's face. He looks away, flustered. It's been a whole year, but thinking back still makes me feel embarrassed. His mind drifts back to a horrifying memory, when I lost everything to those black things. He remembers watching helplessly as his sister was taken away from him by shadowy tendrils. The memory is a whirlwind of uncontrollable rage and hatred, leaving him with nothing but a shard of hope. He was consumed by darkness, his spirit broken, left to rot in a dark cell. He clutched the only thing he had left when a light appeared. In his despair, the fact that the great moon saved my life wasn't a good enough reason to swear my allegiance to him, but because she promised that I could take revenge with my own hands. I followed orders under the blue moon. For years he worked as part of their secret organization, undertaking dangerous missions and brutal training. He never cared for his own well-being, focusing only on building the foundation for his revenge. And then he received his first personal order. The letter was simple: a small hotel located in southern Caliburn. I left it gift and to take a look. He wasn't excited. He went to the location, wondering what could possibly be there. And in that sudden letter, he found the one thing he thought he'd lost forever. He sprinted towards a ghost, a memory he thought was lost to the darkness forever. He ran towards the girl sweeping the floor, the other half of his shattered soul. This was the true gift from the great moon. Not a sword, not gold, but a connection he thought was severed for eternity. He crashes into her, dropping his cloak as he pulls her into a desperate, all-consuming embrace. His sister, stunned and speechless, stares up at him. Tears well in her wide eyes as the impossible truth dawns on her, and for the first time in years, the stoic Dea sweeps all the pain, the loneliness, and the rage melt away into a torrent of tears. His inner monologue is a storm of disbelief and joy. My little sister, whom I thought was dead, is alive. He can barely speak, choking out her name through his tears. Silly, pulling back. He looks into her eyes, needing to understand what happened. After I lost you, Silly. His long-lost sister manages a watery smile as he tenderly wipes a tear from her cheek. Later, sitting together in a warm, quiet room, Silly begins to tell him everything. Her voice is soft, but heavy with the weight of the past. After those things took me away from you, We're thrown into a horrifying flashback of a dark-tiered prison. In the darkness, I had to wait for my turn for a very long time. She remembers the day she was brought before a sacrificial altar, her turn to be killed finally arriving. But just as despair consumed her, a brilliant light pierced the darkness, and a mysterious hand pulled her to safety. She was able to escape and survive. Her trials weren't over. Years later, she was nearly captured by slave merchants, but this time, a mercenary named Evan appeared like a flash of lightning, cutting down her would-be captors and saving her life. Back in the present, Silly explains, after that, I received the precious medicine from the sponsor. She holds up a letter, the very first one she received from Alan. It promises continued support and safety under the Palacio name, even mentioning her sibling. Looking at Dias with tears in her eyes, she says, I'm very grateful for what he has done for me. Dias is floored. The Great Moon. Alan Palacio knew he protected you under his name. His mind spins. How could Alan possibly know? How did the Great Moon even know about this? He clutches his arm, the implications washing over him. I've never told anyone about my family, and Yusha only noticed that the Black Lamb got me, so how suddenly it all clicks. The Great Moon isn't just powerful. He knows everything, like pieces of a puzzle snapping into place. All of his lingering questions and doubts about their mysterious benefactors suddenly vanished. He finally understands Yusha's unshakable, almost fanatical devotion. It wasn't anxiety, it was knowledge. He remembers her words, full of self-doubt that he couldn't comprehend at the time. A sword can't think for itself, can it? Deus realizes the truth with a gut punch of clarity. However, the foolish one was none other than myself. He flashes back to the day the Great Moon gave him his new mission. He remembers his benefactor's words, which at the time seemed like a simple encouragement, the promise that good things will happen. A single tear of overwhelming gratitude escapes his eye. He already knew everything, and he had been giving a hint to the child who would be left to survive alone. Sirely looks at him, concerned by his sudden silence. Brother Deus places a reassuring hand on her head. He had doubted, acted on his own, like a disobedient sword. But the Great Moon had shown him nothing but generosity and mercy. Deus finally understands the sheer scale of the man's plans. Alan isn't just a sponsor, he's a godlike figure playing chess with their fates, ensuring their happiness for years. Dias had been chewing on nothing but hatred and revenge, but now the survival of my family was a gift beyond measure. Seeing his sister's happy, carefree smile again was a treasure he never thought he'd have. He now understands Yusha completely. He thinks you will also soon realize why I follow that man. Yuta's faith wasn't blind, it was earned. And now so is his. I have to repay him. His personal mission of revenge is over. A new grander mission takes his place. To become the Master Knight, the absolute pinnacle of power in Caliburn, and to forge a personal might order, the solar eclipse filled with the continent's greatest swordsmen. Back in the present, Dias stands as captain of that very order. A subordinate approaches captain. It is time with his right-hand man. Dias walks past the rows of his loyal knights. This expedition will serve as the first stepping stone for the Forbes solar eclipse. The Knights of the Solar Eclipse stand at attention, their loyalty and strength a testament to Deus's incredible journey. His resolve is absolute. I do not care what hardship may come. He grips the hilt of the legendary blade gifted to him. As I wait the day, I can offer my gratitude, along with the recompense that will satisfy him. With his sword held high, bathed in purple aura, Deus is no longer just a vessel for revenge. He is a true knight ready to fulfill his purpose. And so, the Solar Eclipse Knights begin their march into the frozen north to battle the barbarian hordes. Their first true test, meanwhile, worlds away from the frozen battlefield. Alan is enjoying a rare moment of peace for adult. So peacefully stretches out, relaxing against a stone wall, surrounded by his books, perhaps because all my kids are grown up now. Tilda. But his moment of tranquility is shattered by a sudden gust of wind, scattering his precious research notes. No, they're all flying away. He yelps, flailing about, trying to catch the flying paper. After gathering his notes, he grumbles to himself, looking at his messy handwriting. HMPH, why did I have to use cursive? I'm going to write better from now on. Settling back down, he begins meticulously organizing his findings. After I returned from the labyrinth, I focused on researching the phrase RMC. Looks quite cute in his serious research mode, doesn't he? His notes detail his analysis of the ancient magic system. He's found that each phrase changes differently. His first case study, refraction. The phrase refraction can act as a reinforcement of imperfection in magic, strengthening a flawed spell and causing its range to spread dramatically. But that's not all. Refraction can also be used to crush the form and alter the projectile, changing a spell's fundamental properties. Mid-flight, he visualizes the concept. a spell twisting and changing its very state. As it travels, another phrase he's researched is blue light, a simple but effective modifier that reinforces parallel magic. Like electricity, he remembers back to the canyon where he, unknown to the power of it, casted a massive sphere of lightning. Then there's the line of diffraction, which adds penetration and critical effects, turning a standard spell into an armor-piercing, critical-hitting monster. He recalls the effect as a blast that doesn't just impact, but pierces straight through its target. He's even jotted down the core rules: no mismatched phrases, no repeats, and a maximum of 4 can be used in a single spell. Any more and it fails, he sighs. With my manhole I can only use 1 magic per day, so it took a long time to figure out this much. He recalls the difficulty of his research in the world setting. The hand signs and phrases of Babylonia had already been long forgotten, so there was no information on it. In the end I had to do the research myself. He thinks I found myself having some fun, even though I learned magic only to protect myself. Now it's time for a practical test. Let's see the result of 2 months of experimenting, he says, electricity crackling in his hand. He begins making the precise, intricate hand signs required to cast the spell. A sphere of mana gathers above his hand, and he chants the first phrase. By eliminating the focal point of a mana sphere, he causes an imbalance that sparks raw lightning. The first phrase is fixation, which stabilizes the chaotic energy into a usable form. The lightning coalesces into a glowing orb, hovering in the air before him. Next he chants compression. The orb begins to shrink, its energy density skyrocketing. The lightning is packed tighter and tighter, contained within an ever smaller space. The third phrase is breakdown. The compressed energy violently shatters, becoming dangerously unstable and ready to be unleashed. Finally he chants fleeting gloom, giving the explosive energy its final form and purpose. He reaches out to command the volatile energy. A massive sphere of power moves to the sky and crackled down as lightning. The spell erupts not as an explosion, but as a magnificent tree-like structure of pure, crackling turquoise energy. Alan makes a mental note. Oh, so the order also matters, because when I used breakdown first, it failed, but his thought is cut short by a shocked gasp from the distance. I am impossible. Alan whips his head around, his heart sinking. He wasn't alone. Standing in a nearby archway are 2 figures who definitely shouldn't be here. It's the fiery-haired Kaylee, and with her an old man who looks like his soul just left his body. Clutching his chest in disbelief, Alan starts to panic, a single thought racing through his mind as he recognizes the uninvited guest. What? Why is Kaylee here? The old man stammers, his monocle merely falling off his face in pure shock. Using origin magic means he's at the caliber of a 7th circle mage. Alan is completely lost. Origin. He thinks, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The 2 onlookers stare at the display of raw power, then at the young man responsible, who can only stammer in confusion. Origin magic, me. The scene cuts to Count Palacio's reception room, where Kalia and an old mage named Bianco are sitting in a tense silence. They've just witnessed something that has shaken them to their core. Kalia tries to compose herself, a bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple. She thinks back on why she came here in the first place. I had 2 clear reasons to come here. Her first reason was to figure out Count Palacio's intentions. She saw him as a mysterious wild card, someone with the power to deal a devastating blow to her family. Her second goal was even more ambitious, to gauge the strength of the secret organization backing him. The very power that allowed a no-name count to seize control of the powerful Palacio family. But now all her plans have been thrown into chaos. She glances at her companion, the ankle, and thinks, I never thought I'd see this arrogant mage quiver in fear, and he has every reason to be arrogant. This is Winkle, a 5th circle mage so ruthless. He was banished from the magic tower for his inhumane experiments, a man who can single-handedly wipe out an entire division of soldiers. Yet here he is trembling like a leaf, even though he's always so smug with me. His own sponsor Kalia thinks, I can sense his fear. I've never seen him like this before. Her mind races, trying to make sense of the overwhelming power they just witnessed. So she wonders, was that really origin magic just now? Just then the door opens, and the man himself, Alan Palacio, walks in, his expression completely unreadable as he asks, what brings you to the county? Kalia starts to stammer out an excuse for her sudden visit, but Alan cuts her off, his voice calm and even. He sits down, his gaze unwavering. I won't fault you, daughter of Senonia. Kalia is taken aback, unsure how to react to his placid demeanor. Alan leans forward slightly, his eyes sharp. However, let me make one thing clear. He looks them both dead in the eye and drops a bombshell. What I had just used was not origin magic. With a straight face, he delivers a statement so unbelievable it's almost comical. If you really want to categorize my magic abilities, I'm only at the second circle. He gestures towards the ankle. The mage beside you must have noticed that magic has no effect at all. He inwardly thinks, unfortunately, that magic couldn't be used in both defense and offense. A wave of pressure fills the room, an unspoken threat hanging in the air. The message is crystal clear. Stay quiet about what you just saw. The ankle, still pale and sweating, immediately gets the message and forces a shaky agreement. Why? You're correct, It seems I saw wrong. Alan lets out a quiet internal sigh of relief. Phew, that's a relief. His little bluff worked. With the air cleared, Alan gets straight to business. Good. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, get to the point. Kalia, trying to salvage the situation, offers a weak excuse. I figured I would visit you after finishing my business around here. Alan isn't buying it for a second. You don't really have a special reason, he presses, to which you can only reply no. Deciding he's had enough of this, Alan stands to end the meeting. Unfortunately, I have some work to do, so I can't sit here for too long. Kalia and Bianca quickly get up to leave. I understand, she says. Thank you for your time, we will be leaving now. But as they're about to go, Alan offers a strange piece of advice. If you need anyone to talk to, I advise you to visit Duchess Alti. I think you two would get along. Kalia flinches, surprised by the suggestion. Duchess Altia is another major player in the underworld. Still, she can't exactly refuse. With a polite curtsy, she agrees. If you say so, I'll pay her a visit. As their carriage pulls away, Alan and his right-hand man Evan watch them go. Evan is suspicious. Why, as a Zenoni, a ruined family from the west, come here? Alan shrugs. I don't know, I can't even fathom why. But inside he's starting to feel the pressure. This is going to be troublesome. He thinks, he imagines the worst-case scenario. If a false rumor of me using origin magic spreads, every powerful psycho in this dark fantasy world will be lining up to challenge me. Walking back inside, he can only hope his warning was enough. I hope they understood what I meant. He sighs, already dreading the potential fallout. There's no way Zanonia would actually visit Alti. They're rivals, please. Just don't come back to me. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Kaylee is grilling Vianco. Was what Count Palacio used really origin magic? Vianco, looking like he's aged 20 years, shakes his head vehemently. No, it wasn't. Kaylee is utterly confused. Then what was with your reaction back then? Vianco struggles to explain the sheer cosmic horror he witnessed. Origin magic draws new laws onto the unchanging canvas of reality. It's a power reserved for the absolute pinnacle of mages. He describes what he saw with his magical observing eye, but what the Count used was different. I watched his magic, he wasn't drawing on the canvas. Vianco says, his voice trembling. He was tearing the canvas itself. He relives the moment in his mind. He was twisting the absolute, unchanging principles of magic. He took raw lightning, fixated it, twisted it, and completely collapsed the law that governed it. And even after all that destruction, the spell still materialized. His voice cracks as he reaches the terrifying conclusion. He manifested an impossible miracle. But that wasn't even the worst part. But what came after is what's really. The uncle's mind flashes back to the vision that seared itself into his soul. A vision of Alan standing before a malevolent, cosmic entity. An eyeball of pure dread that was clearly the great forgotten gods. The memory is too much. He clutches his head. A scream tearing from his throat. I have to stop thinking any more of this will be dangerous, he pants, trying to regain control. In my youth I delved deep into forbidden lore, into the magic of the forgotten era. I know what I saw, looking at Kalia with eyes full of terror and awe. He gives her one final deadly serious warning. Let me be clear, do not oppose Count Palacio. Kalia simply lets out a quiet, knowing ha. It seems she's beginning to understand the scale of the game she stumbled into. She finally grasps Alan's true nature. He isn't just a player, he's the one rolling the dice, controlling the fate of empires from the shadows. His suggestion to visit her rival wasn't a whim, it was a command. A single tear of acceptance and resolve rolls down her cheek. I've already become his pawn. We jump forward 5 months. It's been nearly 2 years since the children Alan sponsored left the orphanage in his study. Alan is trying to keep tabs on his wards. Hey Evan, he calls out. Evan enters, and Alan immediately asks, did you get any new information? Even better if it's about the children. Evan delivers some unexpected news. It's not about the children, but apparently Zenonia County and Haltia Duchy have allied. Alan's jaw drops. What? The top 2 of the underworld have allied? Evan nods. It's a secret underworld convention, but my sources are certain. Alan goes into a full-blown panic. I just wanted my kids to have a peaceful life. Now I have 2 underworld masterminds forming an alliance that could ruin the entire kingdom. He remembers his meeting with Kaylee, his off-the-cuff remark about visiting Althea. Wait, Did she seriously take my words back then? He tries to brush it off now. It's probably temporary. Kalia is too cold and arrogant for a real alliance. Still, he can't shake the feeling that he needs to do some damage control, but I should at least make some preparations. He awkwardly pens an apology letter to Kalia, trying to explain his bluntness. To Kalia, I apologize if I came off as too blunt. I'm not really good with words. He cringes at his own writing. I hope this doesn't look like I'm making an excuse. He gives the letter to Evan. I'll leave it to you, Evan. Alan gives him instructions. Send this to the daughter of Zenomia through the mercenary guild, and keep an eye out for the children too. After Evan leaves, Alan reads a letter from Yusha. He sighs worried. I wonder how Radon and Seo Rang are doing. I haven't heard much since they arrived. He pictures Yusha one of the most volatile of their sins, and can't help but fret. I hope she's not dead on the streets. He recalls the special gift he included in her letter, a key to unlocking her true potential. If she found the gift I wrote about, she should become the pinnacle of all fighters, the Baba Yaga. The gift was the legendary essence of the Golden Mane Tribe, an item that would not only boost her power, but also purify her, preventing her from falling to corruption, and instead becoming a great wolfkin. He had also given her the location of his emergency funds. She's talented, she'll be fine making money on her own right. He tries to reassure himself. Far away in the nation of Desert Colony, a land ruled by strength, we see the harsh but beautiful landscape where Seo Rang's new journey has taken her under the vast desert sky. Seo Rang stands alone, letting out a breath of relief. She stretches the golden gauntlet on her arm, gleaming MMMH. Finally the trial's over. With a massive grin she thanks her benefactor. Oh, Great Moon, thank you for the gift. She looks at the powerful artifact, a slight glint in her eyes. I thought the essence of the Golden Mane Tribe was just a legend. Her past and present collide. Turns out what they used to tell me as a kid wasn't just a fairy tale. She flashes back to the elders of her tribe, explaining their heritage. Yes, we the Wolfkin are the descendants of the kings of all beast clans, the Golden Mane Tribe. Even as a child, she was told of their great legacy. The elder's voice continues, narrating over an image of their legendary ancestor. The essence is an item inherited for hundreds of years. It grants us strength and authority. Back in the present, having passed the brutal trials and claimed the legendary item, Xiao Rang knows the stories are true. A brilliant golden aura erupts around her as she accepts her new power and destiny. She is no longer just Xiao Rang, a Sinin, but she is the heir to a lost legacy. Her thoughts turn to Alan, the man who made it all possible. The Great Moon is my benefactor. She remembers the pain of the bio-experiments that nearly killed her, the one who saved me from dying. Her eyes burn with a new purpose. He has given me the power to get revenge on the black dragon that killed my parents. I have to repay him for this favor. Her aura intensifies. I'm sure he doesn't want me to be some mediocre gladiator. From here on out she clenches her golden clawed fist. Her resolve forged in fire and destined. A ferocious, determined grin spreads across her face. From here on out she declares, her voice filled with newfound power, I need to become the strongest gladiator, revive the Golden Mane Tribe by gathering our scattered members, and kill the black dragon with this. A massive shockwave of energy explodes from her fist, shaking the very desert. Looking up at the moon, she makes a vow everything is for him. And as she stands ready to begin her new quest, an ancient prophecy echoes across the land. The great kings of the Beaskins, the Golden Mane Tribe, shall be revived beneath the blue moon after 500 years. Back in his study, Alan is going over some reports when Evan enters with news. He's finally got some updates on the children. Alan asks him what he's found. Evan starts with Seori, who's been making quite a name for herself in the colony. She's earned the alias Golden Flash, and we see a cheapified version of her absolutely wrecking some gladiators. Golden Flash, Alan thinks. I feel like I've heard that from somewhere. Evan nods sagely. Right. You can be anything if you have strength, and that land in the colony. Might makes right, and Seal Rang is proving she has plenty of it. What about Radon? Alan asks. Evan informs him that while there is some information, they're still in the process of verifying. It seems like Radon is keeping a low profile. Alan suddenly changes the subject, asking Evan if he's busy. Evan is confused, asking why Alan is giving him a weird look. Alan casually drops a new task on him. You have to prepare. It takes at least a month to get to the Magic Tower. The Magic Tower, Evan shouts, completely blindsided. I've never even heard about that. Alan tilts his head. Oh, did I not mention it before? Evan just lets out a long-suffering sigh. At this point he's just used to Alan's spontaneous, life-altering plans. Still, the logistics don't add up. A month? It should only take a week to get to the Green Magic Tower. Evan points out we'll be heading to the Blue Magic Tower. Alan clarifies. Evan immediately understands. The Blue Magic Tower is near Labyrinth City, making it a much longer journey. With a nod, Evan heads off to begin the preparations for their month-long trip. Once alone, Alan collapses onto the sofa. The mere thought of spending a month in a carriage is exhausting, but he has no choice. The one item that can support his small and precious manhole is located there as thoughts drift to Labyrinth City. The name brings back a wave of nostalgia from his past life as a gamer. He spent a lot of time grinding levels there. Labyrinth City was the signature grinding spot in his old game, Psychedelia, massive, multi-level dungeon where players could find better loot the deeper they ventured. It was an endless dungeon that no player had ever fully conquered. One old forum post shows a player who cheated to reach the 150th floor, only to find there were still more levels below. The dads, it seems, just wanted to watch them suffer, but the rewards were worth it. The labyrinth is a treasure trove of powerful relics and artifacts. Because of this, the job of official magic appraiser became a ticket to a wealthy life. This reminds Alan of Rin, who's about to take her appraiser exam. He's confident her talent will see her through. Still, he worries. Compared to the legendary items he gave the other children, Renee's gift, a simple appraisal tool, seems lacking. He makes a mental note to send her some extra support just in case, and now we shift scenes to that very city, Larthania. The city of labyrinths, a neutral territory ruled by no one. A hub for explorers and mercenaries. Tucked away in a corner of the southern district, past countless other shops, lies a secret high-end appraisal shop that has quietly built a legendary reputation. Its clientele consists mostly of nobles and rank explorers, including its most recent customer, the Lord of Larthania himself. The appraiser, a masked woman, presents a man-ignited lantern. The appraisal is over. The Lord is astounded. It's a relic that can be imprinted. He eagerly asks what its new ability is. The appraiser explains that now, a tiny bit of mana will keep the flame burning for at least an hour. The Lord is ecstatic. Its efficiency has skyrocketed. He thanks her profusely and leaves, a very satisfied customer. With a jingle of the bell, another successful transaction is complete. The appraiser lets out a sigh of relief. She pulls off her mask, and it's none other than Renat. She looks down at the mask in her hands, and over at another item on her desk. She says, picking up a spyglass-like tool. This item can also be imprinted. The reason her shop is so famous is because she, the owner, can bestow unique abilities onto items. She heads to a back room, her steps echoing with purpose. She thinks back to her benefactor, the Great Moon, and the gift he gave her. A glowing artifact hovers over a pedestal, the counter on it reading 247 out of 500. Rin remembers when Alan first told her to become an appraiser. At the time, she couldn't understand his reasoning. She knew his true identity, a friend of Palin from the forgotten era of the Outer Gods, and she knew their ultimate goal was to eliminate the Black Things, but his instructions were specific. Head to Labyrinth City, Larthania, and become a magic appraiser. The order seemed completely unrelated to their grand mission of saving the world. She walks through the bustling streets of Larthania, a briefcase in hand, her mind filled with confusion. What does becoming an appraiser have to do with killing the Black Things? But as she puts it, the moment I saw his gift, I realized that in a dark room, a single object rests on a pedestal. Waiting for her, the gift was the Eye of the Stalker, an artifact designed to rapidly identify items below a certain mana threshold, a perfect tool for an appraiser. But what she found was something different, a powerful ancient artifact bound in glowing red chains. She reached out, and her touch shattered the seals, unlocking the item's true potential. The red chains crumble away, revealing the intricate golden eye within. The Eye of the Stalker is no mere appraisal tool. It's a growth-type relic hungry for power. And Renee finally understood her purpose, to obtain strength to fight against the Black Things. I must awaken this item. It's a weapon, and to power it up she must offer it sacrifices. She offers up the spyglass from earlier, and a beam of light shoots from it into the eye. This is both an ability and a means of offering sacrifices. The counter ticks up to 248. Her face is set with grim determination as she holds the artifact. She still has 252 more sacrifices to make until it fully awakens. She smiles. This is no simple task. The eye only reacts to high-tier relics. In return for raising the relic stats, it absorbs a part of it, essentially changing the eye itself. And if she feeds it the wrong item, all the progress she's made will be lost. It's an incredibly high-stakes process, but this is a task only she can perform accurately. Appraising high-tier relics and selecting the perfect sacrifices is possible, because she was born with the Library of Eternity. Everything she does is for the sake of killing the Black Wolf, all according to the will of the Great Moon. 3 weeks later, Alan and Evan's carriage pulls up to the magnificent Blue Magic Tower. They're met by a woman with long blue hair buried under a mountain of scrolls. This is Fania, crazy in the 6th circle. Vice Tower Master. She doesn't look happy to be disturbed. The Tower Master is currently absent. She says curtly, just state your business and leave. Alan and Evan step forward, and Fenya finally looks up, her expression unchangeably cold. Alan immediately recognizes her. This is a major character from the game's main storyline. though she's just the vice master now. In the original story, she was a once-in-a-lifetime genius who reached the 8th circle at the tender age of 20, becoming the tower master. He knows the magic tower is an immense power, not just magically, but politically. They monopolize essential goods, giving them status equal to that of nobles. Still, Phineas' attitude seems a bit much, even for someone with authority that transcends human limits. Alan introduces himself and states his purpose. As I relate earlier, I came to speak about the matter with the time gate. Phineas is a whirlwind of activity, sorting through endless paperwork. So what is it, she asks? Clearly annoyed, Alan leans in and drops the bombshell. I can eliminate the time gate. A time gate, as the narration explains, is a crack to a mysterious subspecies that appears where magic is frequently used. It's a dangerous anomaly that causes significant damage. It often spits out hordes of monsters like these dragons, wreaking havoc on the surrounding area. Phineas gives him a look of utter disdain, her magical eyes scanning his power level. With such a lowly talent, what are you even going to whatever? Just leave. Alan is flustered. This is not how he expected this to go. He tries to protest, but Phineas cuts him off. Her patience has run out. You're going to eliminate the time gate and claim the treasure? Yes, of course you will, she says with biting sarcasm. Yeah, right. She slams her hand on the desk, her voice rising. Do you have any idea how many people visit in a day? For that matter, Hop. Alan tries to reason with her, looking like a kicked puppy. I speak the truth. Guide me to the time gate and I'll show you. He can't believe how stubborn she is. But Phineas isn't just stubborn, she's well informed. Hey, she says, her voice dripping with condescension. I get that you need something huge to flip the public's opinion, because people are finding out the only reason you became the count was by luck when your siblings died. A crushing wave of mana pressure slams into Alan and Evan. However, she warns, that doesn't mean you can bring your business here to cause a ruckus. Alan stumbles back, shocked that such a rumor is spreading. Even Evan is sweating, whispering that her mana is no joke. If they mess with her, they'll get folded in half. Her eyes glow with power, pinning them in place. This woman is terrifying. Alan and Evan are pale, realizing just how out of their depth they are. She's not just a workaholic, she's a monster. But Alan is desperate. He steels himself and makes a wild offer. If I can't eliminate the time gate, I'll surrender my entire property to the magic tower. He stares her down, his voice unwavering. If you wish, I'll make an oath. It's not a terrible offer for a little bit of your time, don't you think? Phineas looks at him, her icy expression finally cracking with a hint of consideration. Later they stand before a massive, ornate door. The time gate is in here, Phineas says, arms crossed. As promised, all of your wealth is mine the moment you fail. Alan simply replies, that won't happen. Phineas watches him, her mind racing. She was trying to figure out if he was a true mastermind or just an incompetent man who got lucky. After his display, she's convinced it's the latter. She smirks, her magical eye can see it plain as day. He has a pathetically small manhole and barely average energy sensing ability. He's a second circle at best. What joke? Alan walks toward the gate, completely unaware of her internal monologue. Phineas knows something he doesn't. Most time gates don't need to be closed. They naturally disappear after 3 months once they spit out a relic. No mage has ever successfully closed one. However, the time gate in the blue magic tower is an anomaly. It's been causing a ruckus for over 2 years. Far longer than it should have. If you can't do anything, you can simply exit the room, Phineas says condescendingly, but then Alan cracks his finger. She's shocked. You're going to use your hand as a medium instead of your staff? Using hand is an ancient legend, primal method of casting something out of a fairy tale. For goodness sake, stop imitating it and leave all Her words catch in her throat as an unimaginable power fills the room. Everything stops. The air itself feels frozen solid. Phineas finds she can't even move a muscle. Her eyes widen in absolute terror. No, it's not just her animas. Everything has stopped moving. Through her own magic-enhanced vision, she sees that the world bleeds into a terrifying crimson, and a massive slitted eye opens in the fabric of reality itself. Ellen stands before the cosmic entity, a silhouette against its apocalyptic power. The air crackles, reality itself warping around him. The eye wide opens. Phineas is frozen, but by pure unadulterated fear. The cosmic eye that Alan summoned peers into the very soul of the Vice Tower Master. It sees through the essence of the unknown, plumbing depths of reality that mortals were never meant to comprehend. A wave of mental agony washes over Phineas as her thoughts starts running wild. The great eye stares, its crimson pupil boring into her very being, showing her the futility of everything. An ethereal hand glowing with apocalyptic power manifests from the void. It descends upon Phineas, who can only look up in pure, unadulterated terror, completely helpless. In that moment, the voice commands absolute silence. The experience shatters her. With a gulp, she forces out the words, I understand your demand, as her will breaks. The terrifying eye finally closes, The crimson world recedes, and the calming blue light of the time-gate chamber returns. As if nothing ever happened, Alan stands there, his back to her, looking completely unfazed by the reality-breaking event he just caused, and with a soft hum, he declares the time gate is now closed. Phineas is still reeling, but Alan turns around casually. Easy peasy for me, I can just use a special item and method. He holds up the small black relic he's just acquired. As promised, I will take the relic from this time gate. Terrified, she stammers, why yes. I won't tell anyone. Alan is completely baffled by her reaction. She agreed. He thinks he was about to say something else, but Phineas cuts him off. She starts bowing frantically. Yes. Of course I'll stay silent. I won't tell a soul. I'm good at keeping secrets. I swear, please believe me. Our boy is just standing there, utterly confused by the sudden 180. Why is she acting like this all of a sudden? He just decides to leave Evan. Let's go home. But Phineas isn't done. Please wait a moment, she yells, scrambling after them. Alan stops. Single bead of sweat betraying his calm facade. What now? She rushes forward and presents a case of vials. These are mana potions I made. Please take these with you as a gift. Alan blinks. He knows her reputation. The Vice Tower Master's homemade mana potion. These things are legendary. Phineas asks nervously, do you like them? Alan is just calculating the price in his head. 2 of these are worth a mansion. The stress is real. He can only assume this is her way of thanking him. Is she really that grateful? But Phineas is still spiraling, thinking about the demand. She hallucinated about what you demanded. I'll definitely stay silent. Yes. Then her eyes go wide with a brilliant, terrible idea, right? An oath of mana. Should we make an oath of mana? Alan and Evan just stare completely dumbfounded. Alan tries to stop her. Is there really a need for all that? Why? But he's too late. She's already started the binding ritual. He can only think she's completely misunderstood something. Glowing blue chains erupt from a magic circle on the floor, binding both of them to the oath. Phineas raises her hands, looking like she's performing the most sacred ritual of her life, while Alan just looks like he wants to go home. With the spell complete, she gives him a proud, slightly manic grin. See, I'm good at keeping promises. Alan just looks so done with this whole situation. He sighs in defeat. Okay. There's no way I can clear this misunderstanding up. And just like that, Alan leaves the blue magic tower with the relic he wanted. 5 priceless potions, and a magical secrecy oath he never even asked for. Back in the comfort of their carriage, Evan inspects the relic. Is that the treasure from the gate? It looks pretty crude for all the trouble we went through. Does it even work well? Alan replies nonchalantly, not sure. Regardless, I need it. As he started at the item on his wrist, a small smile appears on his face. Thank goodness I earned the mark of the corrupted. This item can absorb and store mana from the air. Using the embedded gems, he explains. It works perfectly. As the bracelet glows to life on his wrist, he notes the amount it can store isn't much, but it's still more than my tiny mana hole. The thought immediately brings on a wave of existential exhaustion. I can't believe my own body has less mana than a simple support item. But he quickly shakes it off, justifying the new bling. No. It's for magical investigation and self-preservation. It's not a combat item. He crosses his arms, nodding to himself. This is good enough yet. He leans back, still pondering the bizarre encounter. Anyway, I wonder what exactly Phineas misunderstood. She suddenly became so polite. He flashes back to their departure, as he tried to clarify his power level, saying, just so we're clear, I'm only a 2nd circle mage. Phineas had just given him a frantic thumbs up. Sweating bullets, I know. And you look like one too. Leaving him to wonder if she was mocking him. He thinks her reaction was similar to Kalia's last time. He remembers the terrified faces of Kalia and her mage. This is getting a little uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Phineas watches them leave, that same strange terrified smile plastered on her face. Well, I'll never have to see them again, so I guess it doesn't matter. Alan stares up the window, his plans moving forward, completely unaware of the trail of traumatized geniuses he's leaving in his wake. The scene shifts to the opulent Altia ducal house, where Duchess Loria greets her guest. It's been a while. I hope your stay here will be comfortable. Lady Kalia. Kalia smiles. Of course, Altian. I'm delighted to see you again. Loria continues. I always feel so comfortable around you. There's no need to measure rank or power between us. Once again, Kalia adds, a knowing look in her eyes. Count Palacio's foresight astonishes me. She remembers Alan's words. I advise you to visit Duchess Alti. Kalia recalls, once I followed his order. I quickly understood what he meant. A flashback shows their first clandestine meeting in a moonlit garden. It was there they realized they were both being maneuvered by the same man, Count Palacio. The shock of the revelation is still fresh in their minds. They weren't rivals, but pieces on the same chessboard. They understood that in an alliance forged by the Count's will, Any power struggle between them was pointless. There was an absolute number one, and it was him, and through that shared understanding, the genuine friendship was born. Two of the most powerful women in the West, united by their shared puppet master. Back in the present, Loria gets to the point. Our next meeting is a month away. Why the sudden visit? Kalia smirks. The Count sent me a letter. He used my visit as a pretext. Loria takes the letter, her expression serious. As she begins to read, the letter is deceptively simple. An apology for some nobles complaining about Kalia's visit, and a line about how Alan doesn't have many noble friends. Kalia watches her read. It may look like a simple apology letter, she says, but we both know it's an order. Loria's eyes narrow in agreement. Yes, that's why I figured I should bring it to you immediately. Sweat rolling down her cheeks. Loria continues, I don't really have that many noble friends. He said. The line is dripping with sarcasm, and yet she continues, we know he spoke with Baron King of the aristocrats, and Marquis Malentino of the royalist, Viscount Velan de Duke Paul Dion. He's met with key figures from both factions. A single drop of sweat traces a path down Loria's face. As the implication sinks in, Kalia's eyes are cold with understanding. She's connected the dots. So, in conclusion, Kalia states flatly, he doesn't like either the aristocratic or the royalist factions. The terrible question hangs in the air between them, unspoken but clear. Is he telling us to kill them all? Loria takes a shaky breath. I believe we have to use common sense here. Kalia agrees, her voice low. Then she begins the final piece of the puzzle clicking into place. The conclusion is both terrifying and thrilling. He wants to push out the existing nobles and establish a new regime. That must be it, Kalia says with grim certainty. I agree, Loria whispers, her world tilting on its axis. A wave of clarity washes over the Duchess. So this is why he made me the Duchess. He needs the prestige and power of the House of Alti. Kalia's smile returns, this time full of ambition. I believe that's the case. She leans forward, her eyes gleaming. Now then, let's talk about the plan, shall we? Meanwhile, back at a very messy office in the Blue Magic Tower, the real Tower Master has finally returned. He's a stern-looking man with white hair, and he's taken aback. Count Palacio. He closed the time gate. He glares down at Phineas, who is completely passed out on her desk from the mental and emotional trauma. Explain in greater detail. The Tower Master asks, and where's the man who traumatized the Sixth Circle genius? Ugh, he's over here, getting absolutely bodied by a piece of roasted sweet potato. Having escaped the stuffy magic tower, Alan and Evan are relaxing by a campfire, but our protagonist almost meets his end by a starchy vegetable. Evan rushes to his side asking if he's okay. Alan clutching his throat, and only think I almost choked on the sweet potato. After composing himself, he admits that it's actually pretty good though. Evan hands him a water skin, which he gratefully accepts. As the sun sets, the exhaustion of the past month finally hits him. Alan lets out a heavy sigh. I just want to go home. But his work is far from over. His thoughts drift to one of the children. It's about time you should receive my letter. Far away, under a starry sky, the bells of a grand cathedral pull. A lone figure in white walks through a garden of lily, her steps silent and purposeful. As she gets closer, we see a glimpse of her face, and there she is, Yush, decked out in a nun's habit that leaves very little to the imagination, with flowing silver hair, blood-red eyes, and a smile that could charm angels and devils alike. Meanwhile, back at the Blue Magic Tower, the man in charge has finally returned. Oh, Pina Tilda, my disciple, I'm back. But as the Tower Master steps into his domain, he notices something is off. He looks around, a slight frown on his face. He can't feel the ever-present chaotic energy of the time gate anymore. Did something happen, he wonders. Introducing himself as Selim Micardo, the 8th Circle Tower Master of the Blue Magic Tower, his question is answered when he enters his office and finds his prized disciple, the genius Vice Tower Master Fenian, looking like she just went 12 rounds with a reality-bending horror. And whilst he calls out her name and she groggily lifts her head. You're back, Tower Master, she mumbles, her voice devoid of its usual fire. I finished the work you entrusted to me. The Tower Master is completely taken aback. He points at her, exclaiming, what's the matter? Did something serious happen? She's not getting mad at me like usual. Before he can ask any more questions, Phineas' system crashes and she faceplants back onto her desk. Buckhartle is utterly bewildered. This isn't the disciple he knows, and well, the disciple he knows. This calls for a flashback. See, Phineas became the Vice Tower Master at a super young age, thanks to her prodigious talent. But with great power came an ego the size of the Magic Tower itself. Her arrogance and flippancy were legendary. She was so abrasive, in fact, that Micardo recalls her making a rookie cry. This was the 77th time. This woman's attitude was a weapon of mass destruction, but Mikado never bothered to correct her personality. He figured that once she finally reached the 7th circle, she'd experience the vastness of true magic and naturally learn some humility on her own. He was playing the long game, which is why her current traumatized state is so bizarre. He scratches his head, laughing nervously. I mean, my business trip to the north was pretty long. Did you have too many things on hand during my absence? Thenia just looks up at him, a single bead of sweat rolling down her cheek, the sheer exhaustion and terror in her eyes. Tells him this wasn't just overwork. After getting a brief and very vague explanation, Mikado tries to piece it together. So the Count closed the time gate. He muses, looking at a rack of Phineas' famous potions. He crosses his arms, looking down at his strangely subdued disciple. But you can't say exactly how, because you made an oath. Phineas can only give a tiny, hesitant nod with a weary sigh. She looks away. There's really not much to say in detail anyway. That's all I can say. The life has been completely drained from her. Ricardo's eyes widen in realization. Oh, holy thing! A sly grin spreading across his face. What made Penny immodest was an incomprehensible magic, or should I say the origin magic. He pats her on the head, testing his theory, and the final confirmation. She's so scared that she won't even swap my hand away. Phineas just closes her eyes and takes the head pat. Completely broken. This is a monumental event. Ricardo leans back, his mind racing. The man who managed to do what he couldn't, the man who humbled the proudest genius in the tower, Count Palacio of the Asteria Kingdom Hub. His smile is sharp and full of interest. Interesting. Very interesting. 1 month passes since Alan's reality-shattering, yet completely misunderstood visit to the Magic Tower. Back at his own estate, Alan is finally getting down to business. He exhales. After obtaining the Mark of the Corrupted, he's finally able to seriously research his unique phrase magic. Since he can use it more often now, he's been meticulously taking notes. He's also learned that similar phrases can create new, overlapping effects. He taps his pen against his notebook, still trying to wrap his head around it all. Seems like a certain phrase needs to be properly set up in advance. I think, he mutters, scratching his head. It might have a relation to how and where I set them, but I'm not sure. Just then, Evan approaches, looking at the results of Alan's practice with an impressed expression. Your magic gets stronger every time I witness it. Count Alan just plays it cool. Is that so? But Evan isn't letting it go. It never seemed like second circle magic before. He insists, but it seems to be on a different level, compared to what it was a few months ago. He points to the massive crater in the training grounds. I guess using an average gravity spell can't create a crater like this. The evidence is pretty damning. Alan knows that gravity is just a second circle spell, which shouldn't be capable of this kind of destruction, but seeing the proof with his own eyes, a thought crosses his mind. I thought I was getting stronger. Maybe it's not an illusion. Evan's face says it all. Your magic sure is interesting. Count Alan quickly dismisses the idea of simple proficiency. An increase in magical proficiency means an increase in precision and realization. After all, that's about control, not raw destructive power. And he knows his phrases are more like trigger words that alter a spell's attributes, not just a straight power-up. It's like changing a lamp, shining knowledge to or blinding light. It modifies the effect, but shouldn't cause this kind of exponential power jump. He spent months researching his gravity spell, and his own charts show that fine-tuning the phrase array only results in gradual, steady increases. A sudden spike like this doesn't fit his data. He shakes his head, trying to rationalize it. Now, it has to be an illusion, or else it wouldn't make sense. Just as he's about to spiral, Evan steps in on. I'm here to hand you Yusha's letter. It just arrived. Alan takes the letter. Oh, thanks, Evan. I'll go back to my room and read it at leisure. As they walk back, Alan mentions he's done for the day. Yep. I've already used up all 3 times of magic I can use in a day. His tiny mana hole is a harsh mistress, but Evan's words have planted a seed of doubt in his mind. A reason for my magic suddenly getting stronger. He racks his brain for a plausible explanation. Maybe it's a curse. It is an oriental ritual, in which the caster sacrifices themselves to place a curse on another, or just themselves. The target suffers a loss but gains a reward. But he quickly dismisses it. There's no one around me from the east, so it can't be that. His next thought is even more outlandish. Maybe it's receiving faith. He trails off, the idea hanging in the air. Then he remembers who he is, count of a small kingdom that the underworld has ignored. The notion of anyone having faith in him is so absurd, it's almost funny. That doesn't make sense at all. He finally gives up, deciding it's a mystery for another day. Well, sometimes I just have to forget about it and live on. He shrugs, completely oblivious. Nothing bad will happen because of it, right? The scene shifts far, far away to the magnificent Holy Kingdom Rosario and its capital, Rional. This is the pure white city Shireen. where people worship the goddess of moon and peace, and within its east prayer house, a familiar figure makes her appearance. It's Yusha Paladin. Sir Loki approaches and greets her with a deep bow greeting. Sister Yusha returns the greeting with a gentle smile. And to you, Sir Loki. Have you been well? Loki is a full-fledged paladin, while Yusha is just a low-ranking nun, not even wearing the sash of holy grace. However, Loki knows he must show her respect. He begins his report. Yes. This time we were able to save 8 children and 25 lives from a small village located in the east and west directions. He looks at her, his eyes filled with genuine gratitude. It's all thanks to you. Yusha humbly shakes her head. Not at all, you're the one who executed the good deeds. But Loki's insistent, and you are the one who taught me. An ignorant one, he says, his gaze fixed on the statue of the goddess. I'll always be grateful for that. His mind flashes back to his past. For 20 years I spent my life in despair, he recalls, because I couldn't even feel divine power. I was so close to giving up. His sword, once a symbol of his dream, became a heavy, useless piece of steel. He remembers sitting alone in the dark, his spirit completely crushed, having lost all hope of becoming a paladin. It was in that moment of absolute despair that she appeared. If there's something you desire so much, Yusha's voice cut through his darkness. Her silhouette stood against the night sky, a crescent moon hanging above her like a crown. Try having faith in the moon. Loki was baffled. The moon? He asked, sweat beading on his brow. Yusha's red eyes glinted as she gave him a cryptic smile. You'll figure it out once you actually do it. He was at rock bottom. I'm so desperate that I'm willing to do anything, he thought, steeling his resolve. And so he prayed not to the goddess, but to the moon, just as she had instructed. And then a miracle happened. Golden light, the divine power he had craved for 2 decades, surged through him and his blade. He was ecstatic, but his joy was short-lived. A new fear gripped him. I fell for a moment's temptation and put my faith in the moon, not goddess Shirney. He worried that he had stepped onto the path of heresy. However, he soon realized that all power borrowed from the gods was the same. His divine abilities worked flawlessly. Even the holy artifacts blessed in the name of the goddess Shirney shone brilliantly in his hands, proving that the divine power he wielded was true. And just back in the present, he finally asks the question that has plagued him ever since that fateful night. Why did you tell me to believe in the moon? Yusha turns to him, her expression serene as she imparts her wisdom. Because faith comes from an invisible belief, but takes a long time to manifest. She continues, a small smile playing on her lips. It's always easier to obtain what you need from what actually exists. She gestures toward the window where the moon hangs in the sky. The moon will always be with you. The realization dawns on Loki, his eyes widening. I see. He pieces it together, because the goddess is also the moon herself. This is a way for the doubtful humans to believe with certainty. It was a simple yet profound truth he had never considered. Tears of gratitude well up in his eyes as he bows deeply before her sister. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Yusha simply stands there, a pillar of calm and grace in the moonlit hall. She turns to him, her smile warm and inviting. If you'd like to express your gratitude, shall we pray together? Loki's face lights up with devotion. I can do that over and over again, he says, placing a hand over his heart. A glimmer of something cunning and powerful flashes in Yusha's crimson eyes. She leads him to the doors of the main chapel. You came just in time for the prayer, she informs him. So many have already gathered here. The doors swing open to reveal a hall full of worshippers. Yusha walks down the aisle, her presence commanding the attention of everyone in the room. Her followers are all deep in prayer. She gracefully ascends the pulpit, bathed in the ethereal glow of the stained glass windows. Ready to lead her flock, she places a delicate hand on the podium. Now then, with a voice that rings with authority and a gesture that captures every eye, she begins the sermon. Let us pray. Her prayer, however, is not directed to the goddess Shirney. Instead, she looks towards the heavens and declares to the great moon. A sly, satisfied smile graces her lips as she holds her rosary, basking in the pure, unadulterated faith of her followers. This is Yusha, Blutius, sister of the Holy Kingdom Rosario, and unbeknownst to Alan, the faith of her rapidly growing moon cult is the very reason his magic has been gaining a mysterious power boost. Back in his office, Alan is finally catching up on his mail. A letter from Yusha. He lets out a sigh. Nothing special about today's letter either, mostly about everyday life stuff. He rests his head on his desk. On one hand, mundane news means everyone is living a good life, which is a good thing, yes, but he groans, a dark cloud forming over his head. It makes me sad that no one else is sending me letters except Yusha. Even though they're all doing well, he tries to reason with himself. It's understandable if I think of it from their perspective. I'm just some mister they've never seen before, so I'm probably just some nice guy to them. He taps the letter, trying to focus on the silver lining. I've already achieved my goal of guiding them onto the right path so they won't destroy the world, so there's no reason to be sad. He tries to force himself into a state of zen. No reason at all. Fuck inner peace, but the frustration bubbles back up him. Yusha must be busy yet she's still regularly writing letters. He gets it, the poor guy is having a parental crisis. I raised 5 kids, but only the eldest acknowledges my hard work. I'm fine. Suddenly a voice cuts through his moping count. Are you busy? Startled, Alan nearly jumps out of his skin. Whoa, you gave me a scare. He quickly collects himself, trying to play a cool hum. You're still here? It's Evan, holding a small card. Ah yes. I've received some intel about the kids from the Information Guild, and I wanted to report to you right away. Oh really? Alan says, his interest peaked. Evan begins. About Radon, the one you asked about last time. Evan walks forward, dropping the bombshell with a deadpan expression. He's a pirate now. Alan's brain completely short-circuits. Question marks pop up as he stammers up. And you elaborate more? His mind conjures a bizarre image of a smiling, straw hat wearing Radon saying, Mister, have you been well? I've become a pirate. What is happening? Evan sits down to give a proper report. First off, the ones with the most rumors are Seorang and Deus. We see Seorang crackling with energy, standing victoriously over a defeated foe. Seorang has achieved a 32-win streak out of 100, which is required for her to become the Baba Yaga, so she's basically becoming a legendary booby woman of the fighting world. Nice. Alan is stunned. A 32-win streak? Wait, the fighter with the longest streak is the Lanqing, with a 41-win streak. A flashback to the game shows the Lanqing, an absolute beast of a character who temporarily joined the player's party. The colony relies on many powerful individuals to project its military strength. Alan strokes his chin, looking genuinely worried. And she's about to surpass the top of the colony. His little cat girl is growing up to be a monster fighter. Evan moves on. As for Dias, he says, gesturing to his next report. We see Dias clad in dark armor, standing proudly with his order's banner on a snow-covered battlefield. His order has executed one of the 8 barbarian chiefs. Pert of the snowfield. Evan continues. The leader of the ones who metamorphosize into monsters through rituals. You know them, right? A shot of a hulking, axe-wielding barbarian chief confirms they are not to be messed with. Alan's expression is grim. I know them very well. Back in the game, I had to battle against the barbarians and eliminate their god, Ultorius. He lets out a sigh of relief. Good thing I don't have to see them, because Ultorius only appears after the 5 deadly sins come together. So hard to clear. Alan puts 2 and 2 together. I guess that means I won't have to worry about Dias anymore. With this, he is now considered on the same level as Reinhardt, the first sword. Evan gives a subtle thumbs up. Alan leans back in his chair with a slight pout. Pissed. Maybe I really should have gone to meet him. It would have been sweet. He's having some serious regrets. Evan continues his report, bringing up an image of a quaint shop. As for Rena, who had become an appraiser, she now imprints black engravings that enhance an artifact's ability. Alan seems impressed. Oh tilde. Something like that exists, huh? Interesting. She's doing fine on her own. But Alan's mind snaps back to the most shocking piece of news, so he leans forward, his face a mask of stress and disbelief. Did Radon really become a pirate? That's the main point. Evan sweats a little. How about that? He explains. In the 7 archipelagos where the great pirates reside, he has become the captain of the first archipelago, which is the biggest one, and we get a shot of Radon, looking every bit the part of a dashing pirate captain. Alan's soul literally leaves his body. That's impossible. He buries his face in his hand. A pirate? No. I didn't send him to Raxus for that reason. The plan has gone horribly off the rails. Evan tries to explain the logic. Radon is a rare sea godkin, making him a natural in the water, and he's good at finding enemies. Plus the oceans of Raxus are filled with precious relics. So I recommended him to become a treasure hunter. Evan says, a career path Alan himself endorsed. Evan continues, but a captain of a great pirate practically means he's the lord of the island. He's become a very important figure. Now he's trying to frame pirate lord as a good career move. And Alan is not buying it. Alan leans in, a bead of sweat on his brow. Well, I guess. But how did Radon eliminate the captain of the first archipelago? Evan reminds him, all captains are superhumans, and they'd never lose naval battles to anyone. These are not your average swashbucklers. Suddenly a light bulb goes off in Alan's head. Oh, maybe he salvaged only the real gems among the relics of the old era. He flashes back to his gamer days, grinding for hours on his phone. I also wanted to get a good relic, so I had to spend a lot of hours on the treasure hunter mini-game. So he geared himself to obtain the captain's position. It's the only explanation that makes sense. He slumps in his chair, completely drained. I know the world doesn't always work in my favor, but this one's pretty bitter. The feeling of having a pirate for a son is just too much. Seeing his count's soul trying to escape his body for a second time, Evan rushes over. Count, are you alright? The scene shifts far away to the gigantic maritime city of Araxis. A beautiful tropical paradise, at least on the surface, because beyond its coast lay the 7 paradises of pirates, and the biggest of them all is the first archipelago. Here we see the shattered sword of the former captain. The great pirate outcried the Red Slayer, a man who received the Heavenly King's protection through wealth, but his reign is over. A powerful blow was struck, and a new ruler has taken his place. Radon, the boy Alan sent to be a treasure hunter, is now the new captain, but the new captain seems troubled. He sits alone, overlooking the city, deep in thought. I just don't know. His mind drifts to a strained, unanswered question. What is the Great Moon? He'd heard so much from Yush, but I was never interested, so I never really thought deeply about it at first. He was just the guy the first was grateful to. He's talking about Alan, of course. Mad Alan's past flashes before his eyes. I was destined to die as a vivisection slave, but thanks to him I met Yusha and awakened my ability. Honestly, it felt more like I was following Yusha's order while I worked as the Blue Moon, so when I received a direct order from the Great Moon, under the light of that same moon, he reads the order again. I don't understand this order. Lying on a rooftop, he questions his new path. What's the point of becoming a treasure hunter? The very thought fills him with disgust. It even stirred a sense of revulsion, because his past is a nightmare he can never escape. He remembers the black things that massacred his clan. He remembers his people, a peaceful tribe of Sea Godkin living on a hidden island, suddenly ambushed and destroyed. The few who escaped to the mainland, like his parents, were hunted down and mercilessly killed. His mother was cut down right before his eyes, and he was captured, chained, and sold into slavery. The trauma is still fresh. Looking out over the sea, he steels his resolve. I didn't think that becoming a treasure hunter and the Korean gift had anything to do with my promised revenge. He stands a cloaked figure against the sunset. I guess I'll just have to make it look like I'm following the order. At least he has his own plans. His brooding is interrupted by the sound of fireworks. Why is it so noisy over there? A flurry of wanted posters blows past him. He catches one and his eyes go wide with shock and fury. On a ship deck below, the pirates are having a festival. A man in a mask, one of the so-called Heavenly Kings, is showing off. He pours wine with a flourish. Boasting about his power, he lights a cigar with a snap of his fingers. The chosen captains of the 7 archipelagos forever. He roars as the pirates cheer. But from the shadows, Radon watches, his eyes glowing with a cold blue light. He knows their secret then. I found the bastards who killed my parents. He knows the so-called Heavenly King is spreading lies. Their power doesn't come from wealth, it comes from a sacred ritual. A ritual that uses parts of a sea godkin's body. Their power is the stolen life force of his people, branded by the sea god Clade. And every single one of the 7 captains wielded that stolen power. The wanted posters aren't for criminals. They're for his people. The fireworks aren't a celebration. They're a monument to a massacre. The pirates laugh and cheer, completely oblivious to the avenger in their midst. Radon's face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated hatred. Those damned hunters split my parents' bodies into 7. As the pirates' festival rages on, Radon stands alone, a stone brewing within him. But a single question echoes in his mind. How did the Great Moon know? How did Alan know about his quest for revenge? Radon murmurs to himself, I've never talked about myself before. He never told anyone about the massacre of his clan. So how could Alan have possibly known the truth? He looks at the celebration below, a monument to his people's slaughter, and it all starts to click. It's almost as if the Great Moon had arranged an opportunity for revenge in order to fulfill a promise. With a newfound terrifying clarity, he turns away from the edge. His path is no longer clouded by doubt, but he clenches his fist, raining in the burning hatred. However, I can't execute my revenge right away. He knows the celebrating pirates below aren't just a simple crew of swashbucklers, because they're superhumans who wield the power of the sea god. He ponders Alan's grand design. If everything had been intended, and the gift Alan sent him must have a purpose too. He pulls out the shining pendant, the light glinting in the dark. Holding it up, the necklace frames the festival of his enemies perfectly. A wave of understanding crashes over him. The Great Moon must have assigned everything accordingly to orchestrate the foundation and frame of the revenge. He clutches the gift, a spiritual echo of himself appearing as he accepts this new reality. Alan's plan was at random. It was a carefully crafted masterpiece of vengeance. A new fire burns in his eyes. He now has a direction, a purpose, given to him by the man he once simply saw as a benefactor. And so Radon begins. He returns to the wild, to the home of his people, the sea. He steps onto the lush earth of a remote island, and with a powerful leap, he dives headed first from a towering cliff into the deep blue below. As a sea godkin, the ocean welcomes him. He sinks into its depths, becoming one with the water. Underwater, the necklace begins to glow. Reacting to its new environment, the Fago gift activates and its true nature is revealed. As he drifts in the silent abyss, A pair of ethereal spectacles form over his eyes. The gift from the Great Moon was the spectacles of Amrita. Their power is immense. It allowed me to identify and locate relics deep inside the sea, easily guiding him towards hidden power. And with this newfound ability, he gathers the lost treasures of the old era. The specific relics I found were able to make up for the lack of force. He was no longer just a boy. He was arming himself for war. As the sun sets, Radon emerges from the waves reborn. He is no longer a chained slave, but a master of the seas holding a chest of priceless relics. He looks to the sky. It was foolish of me to just be grateful. The Great Moon fulfilled his promise. He now sees the festival not as a party, but as a target presented on a silver platter. Not only did he push the target of my revenge right before me, the relics he found swirl around him. Imbued with ancient power, he also bestowed me the power to carry it out. Surrounded by the ocean's might, Radon has transformed into a force of nature. An avenger ready to claim his birthright. A genuine tearful smile graces his lips. I now fully understand what you meant by your order, written on the letter. Your true intention is to have me carry out my revenge and take control of the 7 archipelagos. He remembers Yusha's words, which once felt like a strange mantra. See, I told you so, never forget that. Everything is for the Great Moon. Back then as she comforted him, her words were just words. Is for the Great Moon, was it? He thought, full of doubt. But now her gentle touch and her unwavering faith feel different. A sentence that once stirred nothing in me gradually became etched into my heart. What was once a strange loyalty has now become his own absolute conviction. As a light of trust standing on the shore, he looks at the moon. His resolve is solid as the earth beneath him. Everything he does from this day forward is for the Great Moon. 3 months later the scene shifts. As autumn leaves fall, a fancy carriage makes its way through a forest. It's the season for the biennial grand social gathering of Asteria. And inside our Count Alan looks less than thrilled. I was also forced to participate. He grumbles, mandatory participation every 4 years. God, I hate this. Along the road their carriage meets with another equally lavish one. Evan informs him as scheduled. The carriages of the Krilda and Edorn families have joined up. Alan lets out a sigh, joining forces to not get into any bandit trouble. Such an annoying and strange culture. Later that evening the party stops at an inn for the night. Alan is trying to enjoy a quiet drink, but his peace is about to be shattered. 2 pompous old nobles approach him, dripping with condescension. Count Palacio, how could you only have 1 escort with you? Tilda one sneers. It seems your finances are in shambles because you got the position. Coincidentally they cackle like hyenas. Realizing his thought was spot on, that evening he learned something new. That the nobles pose a bigger problem than the bandits. But he understands their perspective well. It does make sense that they think this way. After all, the previous Count Palacio was an infamous underworld kingpin who built his fortune on shady dealings and intimidation. But Alan is a different man. He let go of all the underworld businesses, content to live a peaceful, legitimate life. The dangerous stuff, that's a big note for him. And so with the top dog gone, the underworld has become a feeding frenzy for lesser predators. This power vacuum has led to rumors that the new Count Palacio Alan is just a lucky lightweight who stumbled into his position, and with that his reputation has plummeted. From mastermind of the county to lucky manchild, the 2 nobles continue their assault, offering fake pity. So sad to see you out of money, Tilda. Just let me know if you need any help, haha. Alan can't believe their audacity. I didn't think they would insult me so openly. He thinks his patience wearing thin. Aren't you too old for this? But these guys are starting to cross the line. Then a light bulb goes off in his head. Oh. He realizes with a jolt they're victims of Palacio. Aren't they back in the day? The houses of Krailed and Edorn were nothing more than errand boys for the all-powerful Palacio family. So now they're taking this chance to vent all their pent-up frustration and humiliation on him, the new face of the family that once lorded over them. Alan sighs. It's not like he was the one who bullied them to him. This feels like dealing with petty internet haters. Just as his patience is about to snap, Evan returns holding a bowl of freshly roasted corn eggs. They're still at it, Evan says, completely unfazed. It's best to just ignore them. Alan looks up distracted from the annoying nobles. Evan, where have you been? His trusty aide simply replies, oh, I just got this from the kitchen. Evan presents his prize, some roasted corns, and they do look incredibly delicious. Alan's mood instantly lifts. Wow. They look so good. The 2 sit down and start munching away. The perfect picture of tranquility. Staple crops are always a blessing, Tilda. Alan thinks, especially during chilly evenings like this one. The nobles, infuriated at being ignored, escalate their insults into a full-blown disrap. All those underworld soldiers are gone because of your incompetence. Your carriage looks not taken care of like yo. But Alan and Heaven are in their own world. Focused on the corn, they're starting to sound like they're rapping. Alan notes with amusement, a disrap while the nobles continue their pathetic performance. Alan and his crew are having a feast so good. They all think it would have been better with butter. And so the night passes peacefully for our count. Despite the best efforts of the local buffoons, the scene then shifts dramatically, taking us far away to the bitter, desolate north. This is an endless land of ice and snow. A territory swallowed by fierce barbarian tribes. It's a place where life struggles to exist. Here a mighty warrior lies defeated. Ugh, he groans. Those Caliburn bastards know nothing of honor. His face is a mask of fury and betrayal. He was supposed to die in an honorable warrior's death, but was tricked. It's the great Klecken, one of the 8 barbarian chiefs. For the barbarian's death in glorious combat is the highest honor. It's the end every warrior dreams of. But Klecken and his tribe were deceived. A knight of the Caliburn order proposed an honorable duel, only to ambush them with a dishonorable attack. The mighty chief was struck down, not in a fair fight, but through treachery. Now on the brink of death, he struggles to his knees. He sees his brother Kurt of the snowfield, lying dead nearby, and calls out his name. We see the aftermath of the battle that claimed Kurt's life, a swirl of dark energy and broken weapons. In his final moments, Klecken thinks about Kurgan and mutters, I have met a shameful fate, so shameful that I can't even close my eyes at the face of death. His dishonorable coming fuels Klecken's rage. Surrounded by the phantoms of his fallen warriors, Klecken prepares to make his final stand. With his last breath, a voice calls out, brother. Call my great name. The name you worship, might. He pushes himself up. He summons the god of his people. I we dare call your honorable name. As a divine presence descends upon the battlefield, he finishes the incantation. The great god Ultorus. A massive, shadowy figure with a horrifying grin manifests from the ether, its voice booming across the frozen waste. Yes. Then I shall grant your desire. The uncomfortable journey towards the grand social gathering continues, with Alan's caravan now joined by those of the Krell and Edorn families. But the extra company doesn't stop the mockery. The 2 old nobles who were disrespecting him last night are back at it again, laughing obnoxiously and trying to get a rise out of him. Alan's response, he just ignores them completely. Stone cold silence. He thinks to himself, like a pro gamer, not falling for baits is a fundamental quality of gamers. These old geezers are nothing but low-level trolls. Past the time, he even does a little fishing by the river. Who would have bait catch? Anything to avoid the drama later. As night falls, the party sets up camp. Their leader announces, let's rest here for tonight. And in the battle of wits, the results are in winner. The one who ignores versus the ones who mock. Alan takes the W without lifting a finger, leaving the 2 nobles fuming. But as Alan enjoys his meal, the 2 nobles have a little chat in the shadows. So how are the additional escort troops? One asks, the other confirms, with an artifact. It seems that foolish brat only brought the thug knight with him, and yet he dares to sit at the same table as us nobles. Toss. Meanwhile, Alan and Evan are just vibing, grilling the fish from earlier. Aw hop, Alan exclaims as Evan offers to debone it for him. Unaware they're being watched, the 2 plotters finalize their plan. It seems the rumor was true. We can go ahead and put the plan to move into the underworld into action. Right away, they cackle, imagining the fortune they'll seize. Looks like the days of being pushed around while watching Palacio's mood are finally over. Finally, we can get a taste of the astronomical amounts of money and power of the underworld. They even plan a little gift for Alan. Once we take control of the underworld, we should give him a little something. He'll be thanking us for teaching him how the world works. Haha, you have such a great personality. But their scheming is cut short by a sudden scream. A guard stumbles back in terror. One of the nobles points a trembling finger into the darkness. Monsters. A horde of glowing red eyes emerges from the trees. Chaos erupts. The guards scramble into formation. Mages secure vision first. A mage raises his staff, casting a brilliant light spell that cuts through the night. But what they see is far from reassuring. Hulking monstrous creatures, with vicious snarls and jagged crystals protruding from their bodies, charge forward. One of the guards squints, trying to identify the threat. Goblins. Another sighs in relief. It's just goblins, the narrator tells us. While goblins are usually weak, but what if there are too many of them? The soldiers are shocked by the sheer ferocity of the attack. They're being torn apart in seconds. The ground is littered with the bodies of the fallen guards. One of the survivors cries out in sheer panic. Holy crap, everyone who was keeping watch outside is dead. What in the world is happening? These aren't your typical starter zone mobs. Their bodies are massive, covered in glowing amethysts and radiating a sinister purple aura. I've never seen goblins that look like those before. They're beta too. Are they a new variant? Another shouts. The mage adds grimly, they also have mana. That means one thing, their physical abilities are completely different from what we know. These goblins are on a whole other level. The enhanced monsters leap through the air, their claws and crude weapons tearing through armor like paper. They crash into the line of soldiers, a tidal wave of pure unadulterated violence. Just as they're about to be completely overrun, a massive wall of solid rock erupts from the ground, blocking the goblins' charge. The goblins slam into the barrier, momentarily stopped in their tracks. The group's mage looks around, bewildered. The third circle spell rock wall, and the second circle spell shield. Is there another mage in our ranks? Who did this? His eyes land on Count Alan, whose body is glowing with magical power. The lazy corn-eating noble is the one who cast the spell, using enhancement magic. Even the soldiers look surprised as Alan gets serious. With a focused expression, Alan extends his hand and mutters a single word: compression. A powerful gravitational force suddenly emanates from his hand, pulling the ground off their feet. They're sucked into the air. Goblins helplessly loses their balance, and the rocks moves towards a single point above the battlefield. The compression spell intensifies, crushing them together into a chaotic, writhing mass. A swirling ball of earth now hangs in the sky, a testament to Alan's incredible power. The remaining soldiers can only stare in awe and disbelief. Alan stands alone facing the condensed mass he just created. He clenches his fist, and the bracelet on his wrist glows ominously. Vacuum. The space around the Terrap sphere begins to collapse in on itself. Pure destructive energy surges from Alan's hand as he mutters another incantation. Return to the origins. One of the glowing gems on his bracelet loses its light. The compressed sphere implodes, launching rock shard toward the horde of goblin, tearing them apart. Continuous slanting sounds erupts as what's left of the goblins hits the ground. The two cowardly nobles who had been hiding this whole time peek out and witness the aftermath, their faces masks of pure terror. With the immediate threat gone, Alan rallies the remaining troops. Don't just stand there, get ready. The fight isn't over yet. Alan, looking cool and composed, prepares for the next wave. He unleashes another devastating attack, wiping out more of the stragglers. The guards, filled with a new sense of hope, charge forward to support him. The battlefield becomes a whirlwind of steel and magic as they methodically cut down the remaining goblins. Alan doesn't let up, casting spell after spell with deadly precision. This power tears through the goblin ranks, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Even Evan gets in on the action, his swordsmanship a beautiful dance of death. With a final brutal slash, Evan cleaves through a goblin's skull, his blade flashing in the magical light, and just like that, the battle is over. The last goblin falls, and an eerie silence descends upon the blood-soaked ground. The battlefield is a wasteland, littered with the corpses of the crystal-infused goblins and the brave soldiers who fell. One of the nobles stumbles out from behind a tree, panting with relief. It's over. The surviving guards catch their breath, exhausted but alive thanks to their mysterious count. They all turn to look at the cloaked figure who saved them all. Just who is that man? Alan stands near the pile of corpses of goblin. He lets out a shaky breath, the adrenaline finally wearing off. Phew. I almost died there, good thing we won. His heart pounds in his chest. He reflects on his own weakness. I can use more magic per day now, but that's still only 3 or 4 times. He clenches his fist, looking at his drained bracelet. From the middle of the battle onward, I became an ordinary person, with my pitiful manhole empty. Evan approaches, concerned. Are you hurt anywhere, Count? Alan replies, no. I'm fine, but he's clearly shaken. Even with Evan around, losing the ability to protect myself is a very scary experience. He wipes the sweat from his brow. Phew. Yes, I really am fine. He admits to himself, I was debating if I should have gone alone. Good thing I decided to move in a group with other nobles. His gaze returns to the strange crystal anyway. This amethyst is the biggest problem. Why did divine descent just occur? Divine descent, it's a bizarre phenomenon that happens when an outer god is about to descend upon the world. It causes monsters to become more ferocious and enhances their physical abilities, just like the goblins they fought. Alan and Evan stand over the remains, a grim understanding passing between them. Is this even possible? It shouldn't be. This is a world-ending omen. The outer gods are only supposed to appear after the 5 deadly sins descend, and the laws of the world collapse. But that hasn't happened. The world isn't ready. A premature arrival would mean total annihilation. Alan runs a hand through his hair, a cold sweat on his brow. The children didn't awaken into the 5 deadly sins, so why is this happening? What exactly is the problem? He knows one thing for sure. Something has gone terribly wrong with the world's timeline. The gravity of the situation hits him like a ton of bricks. This isn't just a random monster attack. It's a sign of the apocalypse. At this rate, I'll die in the near future. The 2 plotting nobles are completely forgotten now, just a pair of terrified old men who have had their worldview shattered. The next day, what's left of the caravan finally arrives at their destination, the magnificent ducal house of Rogre. Alan, however, is not looking so magnificent. He's pale and covering his mouth, clearly suffering from a bad case of motion sickness. UNPH. Evan sighs as they pull up to the gate. We're here at last after so many hardships. The grand social gathering, the entire reason for this hellish trip, has finally begun. But as soon as the carriage stops, Alan stumbles out, barely able to stand. Evan has to catch him before he face plants on the pristine ducal courtyard. Alan groans. All he wants to do is go home and sleep, but he knows that's impossible. After surviving an apocalyptic goblin attack and a nasty bout of motion sickness, Alan finally steps into the grand hall. The sheer opulence is blinding. He surveys the scene impressed. Perfect place for a grand social gathering. Everything's made of gold, he notes internally. Evan comments the purpose is to show off their wealth. They might not notice if we took a piece, but it's tacky for some reason. The air is filled with the fake laughter of high society. Wow, Duke Rothagri is sure competent. Tilda, one noble remarks. Alan just looks on with disdain. He overhears a group of nobles gossiping. My little baby birds won't let me be. Tilda, one says. Oh my Tilda, you'll have to be extra mindful of your health. Tilda, another replies. Alan decides it's best to keep his distance. I shouldn't try to interact with the other nobles, right? I don't really feel like it either. I should keep my distance. He tries to slip away, but is immediately stopped. Excuse me, he turns around with a look of pure annoyance. What now? And look who it is. The two cowardly nobles who were disrespecting him just yesterday are now bowing and scraping with sickeningly sweet smiles. Ho ho ho, Tilda, Count Palacio. Tilda, can you spare some time for us? Tilda, one asks, practically begging. The other chimes in. This is the highest quality meat from our territory. Would you like some? Tilda, not only that, they're offering a chest overflowing with gold coins. I'd like to send some support to your territory. How does that sound? Tilda. Alan is completely baffled by this 180-degree turn. What's wrong with them all of a sudden? His confusion quickly turns into a dark, menacing aura. The two nobles feel the sudden killing intent and start sweating bullets. Eek. The Count's expression emerges. They're absolutely losing their minds. We shouldn't have messed with him. But what could have possibly terrified these arrogant old men so much? Let's take a quick trip back in time to one day ago. Right after the battle against the goblins, Alan and Evan stood tall amidst the carnage, while the two nobles cowered in the background. Having just witnessed a one-man apocalypse, they were still reeling from the shock, their minds unable to process what they just saw. Did you see that? One stammers, clutching his head. The other can barely speak. And magic. In a panic, they decided they needed an expert opinion. Baron Alman will be borrowing your mage for a bit. They shout, grabbing the poor woman and dragging her away. The narrator explains this was a third circle mage that Baron Alman had hired, just to show off his wealth. The two nobles corner her, desperate for answers. You know that magic. Just now one of them presses his hands, shaking. She recalls the Allen spell. That has to be some second circle magic, right? He asks, hoping for a simple explanation, but the mage just stares, completely dumbfounded. Pardon? Second circle? Only a second circle? No way, that magic's caliber easily surpassed me, she exclaims, her professional pride kicking in. Then it has to be at least over third circle. The nobles begin to hyperventilate as the reality of Alan's power sinks in. Their minds flash with the horrifying truth. Alan became the Count Palacio. By luck, my ass. They see Alan standing over the corpses, a silent, cloaked god of death. He was hiding the strength that requires no escorts, and the cold and cruel true nature of Palacio. Realizing they messed with someone way out of their league, they came up with a new plan. Save their lives through bribery. Which brings us back to the present. It can't be helped. Now that we're here, we have to beg. They bow so low their heads almost touch the floor. Forgive us for being arrogant and mistreating you, Count Palacio. It's because of some lousy dream. I mean, we were out of our minds. Please, we beg for your mercy. Meanwhile, Alan and Evan watch the bizarre scene unfold. What is it? Are they at it again? Alan is just as confused. I can't even imagine where they got the wrong idea. His right-hand man suggests, should I just take them out? Alan shakes his head. It gets more tiring if you make a fuss. He clears his throat. Oh, him. But even though I'm usually merciful, they've crossed the line this time. I'll handle this myself, he thinks. Blah. I don't even have the power to do anything. But whatever, be as scared as you want. The two nobles practically collapse to the floor, shaking uncontrollably. Tears and snot stream down their faces as they realize just how royally they've screwed up. We're screwed, we're dead meat. Having dealt with the trash, Alan decides to get back to his main mission, food and information. Now that I've sent Evan to the Information Guild, time to scout for some noble news. He casually scans the room, blending in with the other guests while keeping his ears open. He grabs a tasty-looking egg tarto. His eyes land on a familiar pair of nobles, having a hushed conversation in the corner. It seems that those two are having a secret conversation. Time for a little magical eavesdropping. By enchanting my hearing ability with Manhwa, he zeroes in on their discussion. That's true, but Baron, did you hear about this too? About Duke Altia and Count Sinonia? Of course I have. They're trying to create a faction. Even the other replies, huh? I couldn't believe that they formed an alliance at first. Alan processes this new intel. It's a significant political move, but has nothing to do with him. Oh, it's nothing important. I don't even need to worry about that. The two mastermind families, Altia and Zenonia, are known for not getting along. So their alliance is bound to be shaky and short-lived. He takes a bite of the egg tart, putting the political drama out of his mind for a moment. Gasp, this is delicious. The egg tart here is great tilde. But the conversation takes a surprising turn. There's something even more surprising. Make sure you don't tell this to anyone. The head of the faction isn't one of those two. The other noble leans the man who. The first noble whispers the shocking truth. The head of the faction is Count Palacio. The news hits Alan like a bolt of lightning, causing him to choke on his delicious tart. He stands there utterly dumbfounded. Question mark, WH, what kind of nonsense is that? He sputters internally, completely flabbergasted. He recalls his past encounter. I've met Duke Altia once when she was younger, and the daughter of Zenonia twice. The current Count Zenonia has never met me once. He clutches his head. A migraine forming. How did a rumor like that spread? I should have expected it as much. It's all just gossip and baseless rumors. Just then a voice calls out to him, Count Palacio. Alan looks up annoyed. Why are there so many people talking to me today? Makes me feel uneasy. A foppish man with ludicrously styled purple hair approaches him with a flourish. HMPH, I'm Carmine, the third son of Duke Camelon of the Ashidellan Kingdom. Nice to meet you. Alan is not impressed. He remembers that nobles from other countries would be attending. This guy is one of them. He gives a curt reply, yes. Nice to meet you. I'm Count Palacio. Carmine's smile turns into a smug, malicious grin. I heard you became the Count by luck. I'm so jealous of you that I just had to see what you look like. But your secret? Alan just stares, thinking, wow. These days even twisted donuts can talk. His internal comeback game is always on point. One nobleman asks, what did you just say? Three imposing figures step in, their presence silencing the immediate area. One of them, Marquise Mardanio, glares down at Carmine. Are you mocking a noble of our Asteria kingdom? Alan tries to backpedal and no. That's not what I meant, but Carmine is already panicking, trying to defuse the situation. This is Carmine Camelon, the gorgeous and romantic guy. As he calls himself, he's come from a faraway country with one goal in mind, to take the youngest daughter of Rogray as his wife. In his mind he's a perfect specimen that no woman could ever refuse. Unfortunately for him, his approach needs some work. After finding his fiancée, he immediately starts criticizing the other ladies. Gasp, she has to lose some weight. Tilda and the one next to her has too big of a nose. He then tries to charm his betrothed with a backhanded compliment at him. Tilda, of course. It's a blessing that you have a beautiful appearance like your mother. The lady is not having it. She slaps his hand away. Let's think our marriage over, she says coldly, leaving him utterly stunned. What? She runs off, leaving Carmine on his knees. So with his marriage plans in shambles, he's in a foul mood. This is so annoying. I've come this far for no reason. He fumes, stomping his feet like a child. He scans the room for someone to take his anger out on, and his eyes land on the quiet black-haired noble in the corner. Black hair and a cold-looking face. Is he Count Palacio? I heard he's immature with no connections at all. Perfect target for me to vent on a truly terrible idea. Which brings us back to the present confrontation. The powerful nobles of Asteria have Carmine cornered. Have you lost your respect? A shoot-along kingdom has been a long ally of ours. Alan watches the scene, picturing Carmine as a small bird being pecked at by bigger, meaner birds. What's this interesting situation now? No matter how indifferent he was to politics, he knew who those three were. First up is Duke Rodiger, an important figure in the noble faction. Next is Marquis Mardonio, a key player in the royalist faction. And finally the man at the center of the moderate faction, Count Palin. These three are the central axis of the Asteria kingdom. He looks down at the flustered foreign noble. Duke Rogray adds, so does this mean that Duke Camelon, the pillar of Ashidellan, looks down on us, the Asteria kingdom? Carmine is absolutely terrified. That's not true at all, he stammers. The Count Palin presses on. Then, is there reason for you to call a noble's name so disrespectfully like that? Carmine can only apologize. I've made a mistake. The Marquis isn't finished with him. The main point here is that you've taken a condescending attitude towards him. Carmine hangs his head in shame, at a complete loss for words. That's. Alan watches the whole exchange with a smug grin. Wow. How unlikable does he have to be for those three who barely know me, to protect me like this? He suddenly realizes why this feels so familiar. It's just like a scene from his past life in the military. He imagines Carmine just like a new recruit getting chewed out. The drill sergeant would yell back, "Hey, don't you have anything else to say other than sorry?" I said. Anything else to say other than sorry? The memory makes Alan wince. This is bringing back some traumatic memories. Carmine, meanwhile, is practically sobbing sob. "I please forgive my discourtesy." Tilda with that. He makes a hasty, tearful retreat. Running for his life, the three powerful nobles turn to Alan. Their expressions a mixture of concern and curiosity. "Count Palazzo, are you all right?" Alan is bewildered by all the attention. "I am. What's wrong with everyone today? I'm kind of getting scared." He knows this is all because of that faction rumor. Seeing those important figures acting, the rumor must have been true. He thinks he picks up another information. Once Altia and Zenonia start jumping into politics, the power of Palacio the head would be overwhelming. The weight of these new, false expectations is already giving him a headache. Is it because of that rumor? Things will get bothersome at this rate. Maybe I should let them know it's all baseless. Marquise Mardonio makes the first move. "Now that I think about it, we haven't had a proper conversation." "Count, I understand. You must be very busy." Before Alan can even respond, Marquise Mardonio chimes in with a shrewd look. "I've heard you've been researching magic lately, and as it happens, I've obtained a pretty good artifact recently." The hook has baited Mardonio presents his offer. An irresistible lure for any magic enthusiast. "I'd like to gift you an artifact that can contain mana. What do you think?" Duke Retegri also offers up a gift. Not to be outdone, Count Palan jumps in with an almost comical eagerness. "Did you accept mine as well?" Alan is caught in a whirlwind of temptation. His brain is screaming at him to clarify that the rumors are false, but the allure of free powerful artifacts is just too much. He can't bring himself to refuse. The scene shifts as dawn breaks. We're taken to a private annex of the Duckrot Grey estate, far from the prying eyes of the party. Inside, a clandestine meeting is underway. Marquise Mardano sits opposite a mysterious woman shrouded in black, the puppet master behind the evening's events. She gets straight to the point. "How did it go?" Mardonio can't hide his satisfaction as he delivers the good news. Thankfully, he accepted the gift. The first part of their plan is a resounding success. In the world of noble politics, this is no simple exchange. While small gifts are meaningless pleasantries, offering a valuable artifact to the head of a faction is a binding contract. It is a pledge of absolute loyalty. The woman revealed to be Duchess Alti. Lets a pleased smile grace her lips, though it's hidden behind her veil. "It's great to hear that you've been accepted." She purrs. The candlelight flickers, casting long shadows across the room. Mardonio, now a part of her inner circle, gives credit where it's due. "Haha, it's all thanks to you, Duchess Alti." The Duchess formally acknowledges her new ally. Her voice smooth and confident. "Welcome, Marquise Mardonio. We can now officially share the same purpose." With a cunning smile, Duchess Altia secures another piece on her grand chessboard. Alan, blissfully unaware, has just been declared the head of a powerful new faction. Whether he likes it or not, Duchess Altia, the mastermind behind the rumors, adds confirmation from her new ally. She's glad they share the same goal. "What did the others say?" she asks, her voice smooth as silk. Marquise Mardano reports back, "The others all willingly accepted. It's an honor for me too." The truth is, the reclusive Duchess made a discreet visit to a select few nobles, and the rumors about Alan being the head of a new faction spread like wildfire. By selecting the right pawns and using a few well-placed bribes, she tipped the scales of power in her favor, all without showing her face, and like drifting clouds the whispers turned into accepted fact. This was the current of politics at work, and Marquise Mardonio knew an opportunity when he saw one. He thinks to himself, "I have to catch this opportunity." He's all in on this new faction, even if its supposed leader has no idea it exists. Finally, with another powerful piece secured on her grand chessboard, Duchess Alta smiles. The game has begun. "Looks like we can start making our move in earnest." She purrs, her eyes gleaming with ambition. We cut to day 4 of the seemingly endless banquet. Thanks to the rumors, the nobles have been showering him with gifts, trying to get on the good side of the powerful new faction leader. He thinks they must be treating me well, because of the rumor that I'm somehow related to Altia and Zenonia. But hey, free stuff is free stuff. Alan grins mischievously. "Good for me then. They're not gonna take them back, right?" "I'm ready to run with the gifts." Just as he's celebrating his windfall, he's startled by a sudden shout. "Count, it's Evan." He's back from his information gathering mission. "Why are you so surprised I'm back?" he says calmly while Alan is still reeling. I was just thinking." The two retreat to a private room to discuss Evan's findings, and the news is not good. Evan gets straight to it. An outer god appeared in the northern region. The words hang in the air. and Alan's carefree mood vanishes instantly. Evan continues confirming Alan's worst fears. Yes, Caliburn is in an absolute state of chaos. They're speculating that the amethyst is also related to the outer god. According to ancient literature, Alan presses on trying to keep his composure. In the information I additionally requested, Evan delivers the person you're looking for is in a certain village, located in northern Eshudelon. With all the necessary information gathered, Alan makes a decision. Alright, we can visit the place on the way. We're heading to Caliburn. Evan is surprised by the sudden change in plans. So suddenly what? He asks, are you planning on heading to the northern region? Alan avoids the question, his mind already racing ahead. We can talk in detail on our way there. Pack up and get ready to leave. Evan simply replies, understood. Left alone with his thoughts, the full weight of the situation crashes down on Alan. I really wished it wouldn't happen. He knows exactly what this means. The appearance of catastrophic beings, much like the 5 deadly sins. The outer gods according to the game's lore. The arrival of an outer god, a process called divine descent, is unpredictable. No one knows which god will appear or when. But Alan knows the consequences all too well. Having played through hundreds of scenarios, he can see the grim future laid out before him. The allied kingdoms will fall apart, tearing each other to pieces in foolish wars over land polluted by otherworldly energy. In a net chaos, his own life would be over in a second. His plan for a peaceful, lazy existence is going up in smoke, but he's not going down without a fight. I did think of a plan, but he recalls a crucial piece of game knowledge. After descending, the outer god enters a vulnerable state for several months, like a chrysalis, before awakening as an incarnate deity. During that time they can't use their full power. Waiting for that moment and striking when they're weakest is the only viable strategy. I have to do it anyway, even if it's not guaranteed. Stealing his resolve, Alan picks up a quill and begins to write. This is the only way he seals the letter. His mindset, he wonders what that child would like. A thoughtful expression on his face as he prepares his next move. A week later, Knight rushes to deliver a message. Captain. The captain takes the report, his expression serious as he delivers it to his superior. The man reads the report, his face unreadable. It's die as he turns to his vice captain. Yes, sir. The man responds, awaiting orders. The commander gives the new directive. Tell them that our next schedule in the north will be delayed by 2 weeks. The scene shifts to the Pattern village in the northern Ashadlan kingdom. Alan and Evan have arrived. Alan sighs in relief, a bit of sweat on his brow. I didn't think I would find him this quickly. Suddenly a bright, cheerful voice rings out, hello. The young boy with vibrant blue hair and a blindingly sunny aura greets them with open arms. Alan is momentarily stunned. He sure does stand out, and then it hits him. This is Elevan, the protagonist of the turn-based roguelike RPG Psychedelia. The very hero of the game he used to play. So a protagonist is still a protagonist, I guess, he thinks. Looking at the boy, he looks exactly like the illustration. But he's taking it back, he's a boy, right? Too pretty for a boy. The kid strikes a pose, completely oblivious to Alan's internal crisis. Do you know who I am? Alan asks. The boy cheekily replies, I just wanted to welcome a stranger. Unelvan. Alan looks at the boy, a strange feeling washing over him. No matter how different this world is from the game, the main character is still the main character. In the end, he will become stronger and more famous. Alan knows this kid is destined for greatness. Well, I love your positivity. He admits it feels strange to face the very character I used to play. He wastes no time here. Take this, he offers the unsuspecting protagonist a hefty bag of gold. Elevan is completely bewildered. Pardon? What isn't this gold? Before he can even process the gold, Alan calls out Evan on cue. Evan appears with an ornate case filled with potions and starter items, but that's just the beginning. Evan starts unloading a mountain of gift-wrapped boxes, dropping them at Elevan's feet. These are all yours, Alan declares as Evan opens all the gifts in a swift motion. It truly looks spectacular. Like a show, the sheer volume of loot is overwhelming. It's an entire early game's worth of high-tier equipment, rare items and resources, all delivered in one go. Eleven's jaw drops, his eyes are wide with utter disbelief. All of those, he stammers. But why are you giving them to me? Alan gives him a simple yet heavy answer. It's an investment, he inwardly comments. I've brought everything that would help the main character grow in the early game. Alan leans in, his expression dead serious, and places a hand on Elevan's shoulder and tells him, because you will be huge in the future. His true intention flashes in his mind. So grow up quickly and defeat the outer god in my place. With that, he and Evan turn to leave, leaving a stunned Elevan amidst his newfound riches. Hope he likes me now, Alan thinks. Then he adds, almost as an afterthought, right? He turns back one last time. Sorry for the late introduction. I'm Count Palacio, it's the name of the sponsor, whom you should thank when you become successful, he says with a little chibi wave. 11, clutching the bat of gold, calls out after the mom. Thank you, Count. He climbers onto their carriage as they're about to leave, his face beaming with gratitude and determination. I'll remember this as the carriage pulls away. 11 waves could buy his future now or irrevocably changed by this bizarre, yet incredibly generous encounter. Alan watches him go Was he always so bright? I don't remember him being like that since the game was a dark fantasy. Back in the carriage, Evan looks thoughtful. Count, I can kind of tell what you did there. But is it really fine to just leave without having a proper conversation? Alan brushes it off. He's a smart boy, so he should know what I meant. I'm in a hurry, so I don't have time to build a relationship with him. So just in case, I left the protagonist running on auto grind mode. It's a pay-to-win strategy. Plain and simple, Evan comments anyway. That child seemed very talented. Like the other ones, he adds. Dense mana was surging around him, and although his attire was plain, it looked like he was wearing artifacts as well. Alan listens, a frown forming on his face. The original story was that he was an average boy before he went on the adventure, so he's starting to realize the potential consequences of his actions. This might become another butterfly effect, which will make this world differ from the game, especially because he's the main character. But he quickly shakes off the doubt. But Tilde, whatever, as long as I preserve my sweet life planet, that's all that matters. The stronger he is, the better for me. The investment will be worth it. He continues, there's not really much to worry about, since Elvin is one of the few characters with a kind personality in this desperate dark fantasy world. Then he stops, a sudden realization dawning on him. Wait. Kind personality. The mood in the carriage shifts. Alan turns to Evan with a hesitant, almost nervous expression. Evan. About Dias. He asks Evan, do you think he would even want to meet me? He's paralyzed by his past cowardice, admitting I was so scared that I never even visited the orphanage. I never thought it would come to this. Evan, completely unaware of the mental anguish his master is going through, says I guess so, maybe. The awkward silence hangs heavy in the air as their carriage rolls away, leaving the northern village and its newly sponsored hero behind. Palazzo is left to stew in his anxieties, both about the protagonist he just met and the days he's terrified to face. This wasn't a recent development either. A flashback reveals Palacio has been planning this for a while. As Evan questions why he's bought so many miscellaneous items, Palacio explains his grand strategy. These are the bribes I'll give to my future lifeline. 10 days later, Alan and Evan finally arrive at their destination, Perdam, the majestic capital of Caliburn. They join the long line of carriages waiting to enter through the city's northern gate. Inside, Evan is looking worse for wear and lets out a huge yawn. Groaning Godel. That was very exhausting, Alan agrees. A long journey is bound to be tiring, but Evan clarifies if it weren't for that weird labyrinth at the end, I would have felt much better. Evan just replies it couldn't be helped. Alan looks at a strange, ornate amulet. Thinking back on their detours, the reason I visited various places was to prepare for the fight against the outer god, and some gifts. The carriage is literally overflowing with chests and presents. I hope Dias likes them, Alan thinks, feeling like a father wanting to give his son everything. Outside, Evan tells his master it should be our turn soon. He heads off to handle the paperwork. The capital inspection should be done with verifying our identity. I'll be back quickly. Alan gives a little Kaibi wave, saying alrighty Tilde. Leaning back amidst his pile of gifts, Alan breathes a sigh of relief. It's a relief things should go easy from now on. Evan returns with a grim look on his face. Count. He gets straight to the point. We have a problem. Alan sits up, suddenly alert, a problem outside. Evan explains they told us to stand aside. All of a sudden I asked for what, but they wouldn't say. Another lavish carriage cuts in front of theirs. Alan steps out of the carriage door and Evan further explains they've done the identity verification, but just then a group of knights walks past. Heading straight for them, a man in ornate silver armor stops before Alan. You must be Count Palacio. The knight introduces himself with a smug grin. I am Veron the Fourth Sword, a direct disciple of Fiola, the master knight. Alan's mind flashes. Fiola. That's a big name, but Veron's smirk is already getting on his nerves. He thinks, so what? This guy is really pissing me off. Alan is already feeling very sensitive right now. He asks coolly, bringing the knights along with you? What may be the problem here? Veron's smile widens. I received word that a friend of mine in the kingdom of Asura owes you a debt. Alan looks genuinely confused. I'm not aware of it. Then a horrible realization dawns on him. Could it be Carmine? Veron confirms it with a condescending laugh. It seems you managed to seriously get on my friend's bad side. He's referring to the pompous noble Alan, humiliated at the banquet. Through a magic orb, we see Carmine's face contorted with rage as he screams, He embarrassed me in front of everyone. He orders Veron, that bastard's heading to Calabar. I heard beat the shit out of him and make him a cripple. His master, a sinister-looking man, sweetens the deal. You need more abyssal entity to raise your skills. No, back in the present. Vern sizes up Alan with a carefree expression. I received some goods from that guy, so I have to make it look like I care. At least suddenly. The knights draw their swords, surrounding Alan and Evan. Alan and Evan stand back to back, ready for a fight they weren't expecting. Vern continues his monologue. Or maybe if you hand over all the expensive stuff in your carriage, I might let you go. He claims this is what I was requested to do. But his eyes tell a different story. He smirks, thinking to himself, I don't have anything to lose here. His internal monologue reveals his arrogance. This guy is from the kingdom of Asteriad, which has little influence in the alliance. Not to mention he has no connection to anyone in Calabar. I've already done my research. Alan's face darkens with contempt. They really are sticking to their own kind. Mana begins to crackle in his hand, ready to strike. But before Veron can even make a move, someone else does with blinding speed. A figure lunges past Alan and straight towards the overconfident knight. Vern barely has time to register the attack before a hand clamps around his throat, lifting him clean off the ground. His sword clatters to the ground as he slants backward, choking and gasping. The knight can't believe what's happening. A dark armored figure holds him aloft and asks, what do you think you're doing? Fire and cause. Then the figure turns its head. A low, dangerous voice growling, you dare harm my benefactor. Alan is stunned into silence. He recognizes that voice, that presence. It's Deus, clad and imposing shadowy armor, looking down at Vern with pure, unadulterated menace. Unfortunately for Vern, there was one crucial detail his research missed: the fact that Count Palacio was the benefactor of Diaz Michaelian, the same day as who, after defeating Kurgo of Snowfield in a duel, became a hero and earned the alias Swordless. Vern, sputtering, tries to assert his authority. You know you can't do this to me. Diaz's eyes glow with a chilling light. If anyone here dares to move an inch, I'll leave it up to your imagination about what will happen next. The other knights freeze in place, paralyzed by his terrifying aura. Without another word, Deus unleashes a furious beatdown. He kicks Firen square in the chest, sending him flying. The knight crashes hard into the dirt, his armor shattering on impact. Alan can only watch wide-eyed. At night, as Deus gives Vern no time to recover. Be thankful for the circumstances that I cannot kill you here, he growls, lunging forward again. He moves like a phantom, a whirlwind of purple and black. Vine was completely helpless, a training dummy for Deus's rage. Alan, watching the one-sided massacre, thinks to himself, that's a good beating. But his face betrays a mix of shock and something else: pride. A thought bubbles up completely unbidden. Did he just call me his benefactor? He's overcome with emotion. I thought he'd forgotten about me since he never replied to my letter. But he remembers. I feel like I have been rewarded for raising my son. He imagines little Diaz, all grown up, still loyal to his father. He's so lost in his paternal pride, he barely notices the continued brutality. Dios continues to stomp on Vire, and Alan's inner monologue keeps going. Such a handsome guy, aren't you? You've grown into a very handsome man. Alan speaks. So this is what it feels like to see a well-raised son. I'm very proud of you, Evan. Ever the pragmatist leans over. By the way, you do realize your son is beating the hell out of a person, right? Alan plugs his ears with a cheesy face. I didn't hear that. His proud papa thoughts continue. To think he'd stand up for his father, who had been mistreated in a foreign country. Why is my son such a sweetheart? He's very touched. The beatdown finally concludes, leaving Vera in a broken, bloody heap on the ground. Even Evan has to comment, but isn't he going a bit too far? Deus stands over the defeated knight, his dark armor practically radiating power. This scene triggers a memory for Alan. It reminds him of the fact that Deus was destined to become one of the 5 deadly sins. The beatdown over, Deus dismisses the trembling knights and walks back towards Alan, his intimidating aura completely gone. He stops before his benefactor, his expression softening slightly. Please allow me to guide you. The remaining knights look on in fear and confusion. In the icy north, a battle has just reached its bloody conclusion. Amidst the carnage and flames, the banner of the Crimson Flame Knight Order stands tall. Captain Delman, the third sword of Calabar, raises his blade in triumph, declaring one of the 8 chiefs, Kulkin the Great, and his clan, has been annihilated. As knights erupt in cheers, celebrating their great victory. They prepare to head home, with their captain ordering, let us return to the forward base for maintenance. But Delman isn't just celebrating a victory, he's fueled by a bitter rivalry. He clenches his jaw, thinking, having secured achievements of this magnitude, I won't be outdone by him who just became a master knight. He reveals his dark secret, admitting to himself, even if I used underhanded means that no one knows about. For generations, the wars between Caliborn and the barbarians were fought with honor, but Delman broke that sacred tradition. I deceived Culkin and dealt with him when he came out alone. Together with an infiltration force with the chief gone, Delman slaughtered the entire clan without mercy. His obsession to one-up Deus Maclean, who had recently defeated Kurgan of the Snowfield and was getting all the glory he needed, a big win no matter the cost, and his dishonorable methods didn't stop at a simple ambush. Culkin's corpse disappeared, but even if he was still alive, he should have died by now due to the poison. Satisfied with his dirty work, he smirks anyway. It's all done. Once I return to Caliburn and report this achievement, he turns to leave the battlefield, but suddenly freezes. His eyes widen in shock. What the forward base, which should have been their safe haven, is a scene of utter destruction and death, and standing amidst the ruins is a lone, imposing figure, a man who should be dead. It's Culkin, the barbarian chief he supposedly killed, and he is not happy. Delman, though shaken, prepares for fight. Of what aura is that? Culkin clearly should have died, but as Culkin's face twists with rage, it becomes clear this is no ordinary resurrection. Why did you defile a great and sacred duel staked on honor? The demonic voice echoes. This is a terror that devours even a superhuman. An ancient power has been awakened. Delman sweats, his bravado gone. You're not Culkin. Who are you? He stammers. The entity doesn't answer. Instead, it lunges forward with blinding speed. Delman launches a powerful fire slash with his sword. The attack is so powerful it carves a trench into the frozen earth. The possessed barbarian looks down on him, its voice dripping with contempt. You've climbed to a high caliber for a human. This is your last chance. Duel me. But Delman, a man who abandoned honor, is no match for this. He orders his knights to draw their swords, but it's a futile gesture. The barbarian scoffs at the dishonorable mortal before him. His body glows with an eerie dark energy. He unleashes a horrifying power, twisting dead knight's body in unnatural ways. Delman is completely startled with the horrifying sense that unfolded just before him. All the dead knights are caught in the spell, their bodies contorting as they scream in agony, begging for death. The barbarian moves through them like a phantom, a whirlwind of destruction. His fist connects, shattering armor and bone. The ground cracks under the sheer force of his assault. The knights are tossed around like rag dolls. A brutal kick sends another one flying. The battlefield becomes a symphony of explosions and screams. He pummels Delman relentlessly, breaking him piece by piece. Delman can only scream in agony, his pride and his life force draining away. The entity reaches for him, a predator savoring its meal. All savages of this place, it growls. The scene is a hellscape. A predator, bloody coliseum made of the dead who were denied their deaths. An outer god, all Tauros, father of duels, has descended to pass judgment. He offers one final terrifying gift. I, the god of all barbarians, personally wish to bestow an honorable death upon you. Proof that you aren't savages through a duel. Back in the present, the aftermath of Deus's beatdown is clear. The knights carry away Vern's broken body. Is Deus's intimidating aura gone? Calmly says, allow me to guide you. The remaining knights can only stare in disbelief. He's bowing his head, the swordless himself. They all know his reputation in Caliburn. Deus Macalian's aspirations are as high as the heavens. He even beat up the second prince for harassing his sister, and got away with it. He's known for being polite to no one but the king himself, so to see him bow his head to a foreign count is utterly mind-boggling. The knights are completely baffled, wondering for the swordless to bow his head. Just who is Count Palacio? Deus then gestures to a stunning brand new carriage, far more lavish than Alan's. Please get on, he says. Alan looks at the opulent riot, then at the gawking crowd. He thinks to himself, this is going to catch a lot of attention. Evan gives him a little push. Please go ahead, Count. I'll follow after with the carriage. As they arrive at their destination, Alan is once again left speechless. Before them stands a magnificent mansion, more like a cathedral than a home. So Deus lives in this huge mansion. Talk about success, Alan thinks. Feeling another surge of fatherly pride, Deus leads him inside, but the walk through the grand halls is filled with a tense, heavy silence. The atmosphere is so suffocating that Alan starts to get nervous. He wonders what he did was really touching. But maybe he's uncomfortable with me. Deciding to break the tension, he thinks sighed. Let's just get straight to the point. That's the best way to show my respect and consideration. As Deus is about to lead him into a room, Alan stops him. Deus, wait. The reason I'm here today, Alan begins, is because I have a request for you. Deus turns, his expression unreadable. A request, you said? Not an order. Deus simply asks. Yes. Is that strange? Alan gets flustered, thinking maybe he thinks I'm shameless for assuming so much. Dias ever composed. Just gestures towards the room. Please, we can continue the conversation. After taking a seat, Alan follows, still a bit awkward, but then he notices something odd. As they sit down, he realizes Dias has given him the highest seat, the one usually reserved for the host. A blush creeps onto his face. I mean, I like it because it feels like he treats me like his father. Clearing his throat, Alan gets down to business. I have to ask you for 2 requests. I'm aware this might be a burden for you, but first I have to head to the north. Could you accompany before he can even finish? Dias cuts him off with a firm of course, gladly. Alan is stunned. This quickly, Dias explains. I was just about to set out on an expedition to the north. What a stroke of luck. Alan can't help but feel relieved. I see. Dias's expression turns serious again. Then Alan knows his next request is the real challenge. This one's the difficult one. He takes a deep breath, steeling himself for the ass. Would it be possible for me to borrow the Ring of the Mad One from Caliborn's treasury back at Dias's headquarters? His vice captain Slaren is greeted by a knight returning from an escort mission. Dias, however, had already decided he would escort his guest personally, not trusting anyone else with the job. His sister Siley overhears the commotion. An escort mission. That means her brother must have a very distinguished guest. We flash back a few days where Dias is giving an order to his men. Tell them that the schedules in the north will be delayed by 2 weeks. Would ask for the reason. He smiles softly because my benefactor will be here soon. He was already clearing his schedule for Alan's arrival. Back in the present, a bewildered Slayer can't believe the expression on his captain's face. He announces, the Afam Count of Palais show of the Asteria Kingdom has arrived. Silly is completely shocked by the new offer and her brother's benefactor arrival. Meanwhile, Alan sits across from the imposing Master Knight, ready to make his second, much more difficult request. He asks to borrow the Ring of the Mad One from Caliborn's treasury. Alan knows it's an unreasonable ask that would put him in debt to the royal family, but he's determined the ring is essential for this plan. He thinks the air is thick with tension. As Dias is about to reply, the doors swing open. He's interrupted by his ever-loyal butler. My apologies for being late. Dias's intense focus is broken. Alan breathes a sigh of relief. Evan, great timing. He decides to change the mood before continuing the heavy conversation. With a sparkle in his eye, he turns to Evan. You have them right. Evan confirms, I will bring them now. And just like that, Evan returns with a mountain of gifts. Alan's plan, a gift barrage to soften Dias up. Alan proudly presents his main offering. I especially recommend the shoestring tie. Apparently it's a popular item. He thinks to himself, this is how you improve the atmosphere. I chose this after thorough consideration. I hope he likes it. The gift is an ornate and clearly expensive accessory. Dias simply says thank you. And that's it. Stillness, silence. The air is somehow even more awkward than before. Evan tries to prompt him on. Aren't you gonna open up the gifts? But Dias coolly replies that would be discourteous, so I'll open it when I'm alone. Alan's gift barrage failure is complete. Alan, completely misreading the room, gets back to business. Anyway, if you are to be disadvantaged by my request, I can compensate. Dias cuts him off, his voice firm and absolute. I will bring the Ring of the Mad One right away. Alan is stunned into silence. Did you not hear what I said about its current location? He thinks, completely baffled. The royal treasury of Caliborn. Yes. Dias calmly considers the logistics. It would usually take a week, but dealing with the king would be the most bothersome part. But I just have to take out about 50 people. Alan's jaw drops. He's going that far. He nervously tries to laugh it off. He may not look like it, but he makes good jokes. But one look at Dias's face tells him this is not a joke. The man is dead serious. Realizing Dias is fully prepared to slaughter half the royal court for him, Alan quickly backpedals. You don't have to go that far. Dias just nods. I see. Then I will retrieve it as quickly as possible. Alan can't wrap his head around it. He's trying to give it to me. By all means, I'm grateful. He seems to care, but isn't this a bit excessive? Just as the tension reaches a new peak, their conversation is interrupted once again. A young woman in a beautiful pink dress comes running down the hall, joyfully calling out, brother. It's silly. She and Evan greet each other like long-lost siblings. They share an adorable, cheerful reunion, spinning each other around. Alan watches them and a memory clicks into place. Oh, she's the younger sister I ordered Evan to save. In the game he only ever saw a brief glimpse of how she died. Seeing her alive and so full of joy is a strange feeling. He notes the striking resemblance. Seeing her in person, she looks just like Dias. Dias reaches out his hand, calling her name silly. Evan gently corrects her. This man is not a brother. He's a Mr. Evan is absolutely floored. Mr. He knew Dias felt a sense of loss about family, but this is a whole new level of detachment. When Heaven tries to say hello to her, Davis's entire demeanor shifts. A dark, terrifying aura erupts from him as he growls, "Silence, mister. Don't talk to her," and then, like a bolt of lightning, it all makes sense. Alan snaps his fingers, a look of pure realization on his face. He thinks, "I get it. I get why Dias is so nice to me. It's because I saved Silly. I was so focused on him not becoming the sin I never knew. Goodness, is he gonna help me with anything?" At this point, Silly turns her attention to Alan. "Excuse me, you must be Count Palacio, right? I've heard that you ordered Brother Evan to save me." Dias again corrected her. "Silly. It's gotta Mr. Evan." Alan, feeling a little awkward, just says, "I just did what I had to," but in his mind, he's celebrating, because if you die, your brother would have become a killing machine. Silly gently takes Dias's hand, her eyes closed in a peaceful smile as she thanks him. It's a rare, heartwarming moment. Dias, the cold-hearted swordless, looks genuinely touched. Alan watches them, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. Although it was for a different intention, receiving gratitude from someone feels great, and with that, Alan ends up staying at Dias's mansion for a few days. While preparations are made, the very next day, Dias presents him with a small box. "I have brought the ring." Alan is completely dumbfounded. It's only been a day though." He asks how it was possible, but before Dias can answer, a frantic Evan bursts into the room. Evan pants, trying to catch his breath. "Count, I've just heard something very strange." You see, he leans in and whispers the unbelievable truth. Dias made a fuss at the palace demanding the ring, and when the second prince got in his way, Dias just slapped him around until he got what he wanted. This guy really doesn't care about royalty. 3 days later, all preparations are complete. Alan, now armed with the Ring of the Mad One, sets off on the northern expedition with Dias and the Solar Eclipse Knights, but as they travel, grim news reaches them from the front lines. 2 weeks later, at the forward outpost on Caliborn's northern border, some terrible news came pouring in. The third sword of Caliborn, Delman, has been killed at the eastern base, and the second sword, Kyriona, has been severely wounded at the western base. The cause, an outer god, is sweeping through their forces, raising the dead to fight for him. The commanders are in a heated debate. A Viscount screams, "Retreat. You say, are you suggesting we show our backs to the barbarians?" Another officer slams his fist on the table, arguing back, "But you've seen it yourself. The soldiers are severely wounded, and with the first sword in seclusion, we have no winning chance." The argument is silenced by a single sharp clap. Everyone turns to see Dias sitting at the head of the table, his expression unreadable. A woman with long light blue hair stands. This is Fiola, the fourth sword of Caliburn. She brings order to the chaotic meeting. Suggesting they cool their heads before deciding later. She and Dias walk through the snowy camp. Fiola sighs, "So the other god is sweeping our bases with his undead." Of the third sword, Delman, the man who used dishonorable tactics to get ahead, is dead, and the second sword, Kyriana, one of the most powerful knights in the kingdom, is on the verge of death. Dias looks out towards the horizon. "I can already see it from here." Now he's not talking about the enemy army. He can see the very mana in the air. Warped and corrupted, yes. Devoured by ominous mana, a strange wreck. It's a chilling landscape of pure corrupted energy, visible only to those who have reached the highest echelons of power. The ominous aura is so overwhelming that Fiola thinks perhaps retreating really is the best option. But then Dias' eyes catch something completely out of place in this dire situation: smoke. It's a grill full of perfectly roasting sweet potatoes. He finds Alan and Evan tending to the fire, with Alan muttering magical formulas: diffraction, condense, focus. Dias can only stare dumbfounded. Where did he even get those from? His attention is then drawn to shouting nearby. A blue-haired woman, a vice master of the Blue Magic Tower, is fending off desperate soldiers. "I said I can't, you fools. The treatment is done. I'm only here to investigate the ritual of the barbarian." The soldiers plead with her, pointing to a grievously wounded man. "But people come before investigation. Don't you think just one more time?" She strides over her patience, worn thin by the pointless squabbling. She finds Dias in her way, and she shouts, "Get out of my way." The Vice Master freezes, her eyes wide with terror as she's hit with the full force. Wait, is he? She spot Alan nearby, holding a small, intricate wand. Alan casually waves to the Vice Master of the Blue Magic Tower, who freezes in her tracks. "Oh, Vice Tower Master, the tower said you'd be here." And it was true. She lets out a startled shriek. She grips the roasted sweet potato so hard it's about to break her entire body, trembling fluster. She tries to dismiss him. I don't have any extra of the medicine you just said. And the process is so damn. I mean, it takes a long time, and I'm really busy." Alan puts on his best kicked puppy face, letting out a heavy sigh. It was a pleading request, but I guess it was too much. Her face instantly fills with panic and surprise. She completely folds under the pressure. "Oh wait, I can do it for sure." Alan, seeing his plan work perfectly, decides to press his advantage. "Oh, so she can. That's great, but our finances haven't been so good lately, so payment might be a bit delayed." The Vice Tower Master is so flustered, she just wants to get this over with. This is my duty. 1 gold should be fine, hee. Alan gives a slight nod. "I won't decline your kind offer," and the deal is struck, much to the shock of the soldiers nearby. Her own subordinates can't believe their eyes. The Vice Tower Master is not only smiling, but she just got lowballed out of a fee that should be hundreds of gold. They think Alan is some kind of master negotiator. Without another word, she turns on her heel and sprints off to prepare the medicine. "Then I'll get started right away and bring them to you steaming hot." ASAP, the 2 subordinates are left completely starstruck. Wow. They whisper in unison, "That man is so awe-inspiring." Alan just gives a slight, knowing smile. He's got the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Magic Tower wrapped around his little finger. Suddenly a pulse of terrifying red energy erupts through the camp. Standing into the command tent where Dias and Fiona are talking is instantly on high alert. "Or just now did you feel that?" he asks, Phil, his hand already on his hilt. He doesn't wait for an answer. With a grim expression he stands and announces it's an attack. Outside, the ominous red mana washes over the battlefield, and the fallen soldiers begin to rise, their bodies twisted into grotesque undead puppets. The Viscount from the earlier meeting foolishly orders a charge. Everyone attack them, die. But his men are charging into a slaughter. The undead are brutally efficient, tearing through the living soldiers with mindless ferocity. One knight screams his last as he's impaled. "Die, I said." Another is stabbed through the back, his life extinguished in an instant. The camp descends into pure chaos as the undead army goes on a rampage. Phila, the 4th sword, steps forward, closing her eyes. She focuses her power and calmly chants a single word: icicle. A wave of freezing energy blasts from her, instantly flash, freezing the undead soldiers in their tracks, encasing them in jagged shards of ice. With a final push of her power, the ice explodes outwards, shattering the frozen undead into a million glittering pieces. But the horde is endless. Davis joins the fray, his body a blur of purple sword light. As he carves a path through the undead, he moves like a storm of destruction, his blade a shimmering arc of death that leaves nothing but dismembered corpses in its wake. But even as he fights, Dias feels a far greater presence approaching. A bead of sweat drips down his face as he mutters, "It's coming." Vice Tower Master looks up towards the sky, her magical monocle flaring to life as she too senses the catastrophic power descending upon them. The sky itself seems to bleed as it's torn apart by malevolent lightning. A wave of pure despair washes over the battlefield, a power that promises only absolute destruction. The energy slams into the ground in a cataclysmic explosion, annihilating everything in its path and shaking the very foundations of the world. As the smoke clears, an otherworldly voice booms across the wasteland: "Barbarism, do not profane the sins of those who have lost their honor." Clawed beast-like feet step out from the epicenter of the blast, crackling with untamed energy. It's the Outer God Ultra. He stands tall and proud, a cruel, mocking grin plastered on his face as he surveys the chaos he's created. Fiona, even knowing the danger, charges forward with a desperate cry, his blade empowered for a lightning-fast strike. She unleashes his ultimate technique, the sword of extreme speed, a thrust so fast it should be unstoppable, aimed directly at the god's heart in a powerful display of power. Altilis didn't even flinch as the impossibly fast attack comes to a dead halt. Fiona can only stare in disbelief. The sword of extreme speed doesn't work. Ulchise's grin widens as he speaks, his voice dripping with contempt. "To one who has abandoned honor, who has forsaken the nobility of their soul, an honorable death shall not be granted to you." With a casual flick, he unleashes a wave of cyan energy that completely vaporizes the Fiola's torso, leaving only his legs to collapse. Her comrade can only scream in horror. Lord Fiola, as he watches the gruesome scene unfold. But a new voice cuts through the tension, calm and resolute. "Oh, great god of duels, Altilis." All eyes turn to Alan as he steps forward. Having drank the 2 potion, he speaks up in accordance with the oath of Culgunius. "I, Alan Palacio, to uphold that great covenant." As he speaks, ancient golden runes fill the air, swirling around him with immense power. "I demand the duel of Babylonia." Altilis looks down at the human, daring to challenge him. His amusement quickly turns into a full-blown maniacal grin, his fangs on full display. A booming, insane laugh echoes across the battlefield, filled with both surprise and excitement. "Haha." The Outer God seems thrilled by this development. "So you know the oath of our era? Strange, but I welcome it." He snaps his finger. "Oh, Noble one, welcome to the bloody Colosseum that no one can interfere with. Vicious black tendrils erupt from the ground, tearing apart the remaining undead and clearing the battlefield. And an instant, a massive dome of blood and energy forms around Alan and Altalis, separating them from everyone else and creating a sacred dueling ground. Altalis's eyes glow with power as he accepts Altalis shall accept the holy duel of Babylonia under the great oath. The pressure becomes immense, and Alan grits his teeth. Such pressure he can feel the divine power radiating from the god. He realizes his mistake. My anticipation was wrong. I didn't think he'd already be on the verge of becoming a living god. Alan knows that outer gods grow stronger the closer they get to their full descent, eventually reaching the level of the 5 deadly sins. Altalis is almost there. He lets out a shaky breath. If I hadn't taken the potion of extraordinariness, I might have passed out already. This is the final opportunity before he fully awakens. Altalis points a clawed finger at Alan. Then let us begin the duel. The god explains the rules of this ancient ritual. Furthermore, the great duel of Babylonia of the forgotten era of gods is turn-based. Without warning, Altalis lunges, his body a blur as he prepares to unleash the first devastating attack. The first rule of the duel appears in the sky. Rule No. 1. The challenged shall have the first strike. Since Alan was the challenger, Altalis gets to attack first. Altalis's voice booms with sadistic glee. You shall hear the sum of destruction. Outside the arena, one of the soldiers panics. Everyone runs scatter. But another watches Alan, confused by his calm demeanor. Wait, why isn't he moving? After seeing that, Alan remains perfectly still, a look of intense concentration on his face. As the second rule materializes, Rule No. 2. The defender is forbidden to move on their turn. And outside of their turn, they are forbidden to reposition. He has to take this attack head-on. Altalis grins, pleased that Alan knows the ancient customs. Excellent. The one who knows of honor. The final primary rule is revealed. Rule No. 3. Turns are divided into offense and defense, with the attacker and defender alternating each round. Alan pulls out a potion as the defender. This is my turn. He knows he can't block this with a simple shield. He has to go all out. He begins a complex incantation, weaving layers of magic together. Fixation, condense, enhancement. In-depth. Altalis' attack comes down like a meteor, a colossal wave of red and cyan energy, meant to erase Alan from existence. Alan maintains his hand signs as the attack just reaches before him. The sheer force of the impact shatters the very ground of the arena, sending fissures racing across the dueling field. The world is engulfed in a blinding flash of light as the two forces collide in a cataclysmic explosion. The ground itself is vaporized, leaving nothing but a smoking crater where Alan once stood. As the dust and destructive energy begin to settle, everyone outside the barrier holds their breath. Ace and Vice Tower Master stare into the aftermath, their eyes wide. Ace can't believe it. He survived, and they're in the center of the devastation, surrounded by the faint glow of a shattered magic circle. Alan stands. He's battered, bleeding, but he's alive. His crimson pendant crumbles into dust. Its purpose served. He stumbles, clutching a potion bottle, his body screaming in protest from taking the full force of a god's attack moments earlier. Phil, holding the 2 potions she'd prepared, mutters, I'm sure you know that this one's the potion of extraordinariness, and this one's the potion of Vermithian, which blocks pain. She asks him, where do you plan on using this? He thinks to himself, it had a great effect. Without it I'd be dust. He then uncorks a different bottle, a highest grade healing potion. At plan, not a single scratch on it. He pours the golden liquid over himself, his wounds beginning to seal. This won't heal me completely, but it'll get me back on my feet. Now for the real counterattack. Finally, it's my time to attack. I've been waiting for it. Thus, having fulfilled the conditions of hubris, I invoke the restriction. Golden light swirls around him, emanating from the ring of the mad one. Having survived the god's wrath, it's finally Alan's turn to attack. But this isn't a simple brawl. It's a turn-based boss fight with a very specific set of rules. This was Alan's plan all along. By luring Altalis into a formal duel, he's bound the outer god with ancient laws limiting his terrifying, world-ending power. Altalis, bound by his own code of honor, grins with excitement. He has no idea he's just walked right into Alan's trap. He formally accepts the duel, sealing his fate with the help of the pendant of reincarnation and a healing potion. Alan managed to barely survive the first hit, but it was a calculated risk he had to take. Now, with his life hanging by a thread, he can finally activate his trump card. With a determined glint in his eye, he declares, I invoke the restriction. A massive ethereal presence manifests behind him, a power that answers only to the most specific and desperate of conditions. He reveals the key to this power. The activation condition of the Ring of the Mat. One is to be 1 foot in the grave. By nearly dying, Alan has unlocked a whole new level of magic, The tables have turned. Alan is now on the offensive, and Ultilis, who holds duels sacred, will not defend or interrupt. He'll take whatever Alan throws at him head-on. Alan knows this is his one and only shot. Back in the game he would just tank the first hit. But this is reality. He has to end this now. Ultron watches with a smug grin, underestimating the mortal before him. He has no idea what's coming. Unlike the game, there's no time limit. Alan can pour every ounce of his knowledge and power into this single attack. He takes a deep breath, and the spell begins. The first of 4 restrictions is invoked. When the use of magic takes place in the land of extreme cold, may it twist the laws of the world. The very fabric of reality starts to warp around his magic. He chants the next word: diffraction. The second restriction activates when the use of magic takes place in a near-death state. May it twist the laws of the world. His brush with death now fuels his power exponentially. Another word rings out: focus. A torrent of lightning gathers at his fingertips, raw untamed power, waiting to be shaped, then condensed. The chaotic energy is compressed into a single, devastating point of magical force, and finally death. The third restriction is met when the magic is used against a god. May it twist the laws of the world. This spell is literally designed to be a god killer. The mana-storing bracelet on his wrist glows intensely, feeding all of its stockpiled energy into the final incantation. The fourth and final restriction is declared when the magic is used against Ultilis, the great god of duels. May it twist the laws of the world. This isn't just a spell. It's a law of nature rewritten for a single purpose. With a final earth-shattering command, he unleashes his ultimate attack. Frontline of silence, a massive beam of pure destructive energy, empowered by 4 reality-bending restrictions, screams across the battlefield, aimed directly at the arrogant god. This is it: every potion, every artifact, every piece of knowledge, and all the mana he could muster, all poured into one single desperate strike. Even Altair seems impressed, his grin widening in anticipation of the impact. He's ready to face it with his bare chest. The two forces collide in a cataclysmic explosion that vaporizes the very ground of the Colosseum. As the light fades, Alan stands panting, his entire body screaming from the exertion. He prays it was enough. Please, it's a success. If he's gone within the first hit, he stares into the smoke, his eyes wide with a mixture of hope and dread. The dust settles to reveal Ultilis still standing, with a massive glowing hole blown straight through his chest. But the god is still smiling, with a voice dripping in amusement. He compliments his opponent. "You're strong." Alan's blood runs cold. The world seems to tilt on its axis as the horrifying reality sinks in. His ultimate final all-or-nothing attack failed. The final strike, so it failed. He glances at his wrist. The mana-storing bracelet is completely drained. "I've drained all the mana I've piled up." He has nothing left. Altus's grin is sharp and predatory. "I see you were carrying on the will." Suddenly Alan notices a strange energy emanating from a wound. Is this hellfire? Ultilis continues as his body starts disintegrating. "And to think that you even possess the class already." He's disappearing. Alan watches, completely stunned. The god gives him a final nod of respect. "Noble one, it was an excellent duel. I see now the black and blue ones that are worth keeping an eye on." As a prize for his valiant effort, Ultilis bestows a gift upon him. "I've lost the duel, so I'll gift you this along with the authority." A glowing belt materializes in front of the exhausted Alan. With his parting words, Ultilis entrusts Alan with a heavy burden. "You who remembers the mysteries of the great forgotten god shall carry our world by remembering us." Visions of shadowy beasts flash before Alan's eyes. When the usurpers break free from their shackles, "Call my name." His final words are a revelation. Not the epithet steeped in falsehood, but my real name, the Wicked One. And just like that, the outer god is gone. The bloody Colosseum dissolves, leaving Alan standing alone in the silent, snowy wasteland with the threat gone. The barrier falls, and the camp returns to a state of cautious relief. The surviving soldiers begin the grim task of gathering the fallen, their northern expedition having come to a shocking and violent end. As they prepare to return to Caliburn, the journey back is a long one, giving everyone time to process the unbelievable events on the way. Alan takes the opportunity to question the Vice Tower Master anyway. The next question is before he can even finish. She blurts out an answer about the magic circle he used. "Yes. You are a second circle, Count." Alan coughs. Third circle." She immediately corrects herself with a flustered, chibai face. "Oops, right, you are a third circle. I was mistaken." Alan cuts to the chase, asking about the cryptic words that Ultilis spoke. "Do you know anything about the term black and the blue ones?" The Vice Tower Master completely panics, shaking her head so fast that he sees her double. "I don't know anything. I swear I didn't see anything blue or black. Please, I swear." She refuses, and with a hasty "Thank you for letting me leave," she practically teleports out of the moving carriage. Alan is left dumbfounded. "I never told you to leave." Receiving thanks for nothing makes me feel like a cruel villain. Working behind the scenes, he sighs, slumping against the wall. He has more questions than answers. Why did a failed attack make the god disappear? And what did all those cryptic last words mean? Then he examines his price. The 44 obsidian belt of the Forgotten One. A system window appears in his mind. The belt doubles both attack damage and damage taken. A true high-risk, high-reward item. But more importantly, there's an inscription he's never seen before. The one who carries Amma will head to Kahar, the city of the ancient god. A new destination and a new mystery. Just then Dias enters the carriage. Ah, Dias. What is it? Dias is radiating pure killing intent. His eyes glowing. That mage dared to not bid farewell to you properly. Should I kill her? Looks like someone's a bit overprotective. Miles away, the fleeing Vice Tower Master suddenly feels a terrifying chill run down her spine. Killing intent. 2 weeks later, the expedition finally arrives back at Kurthan, the capital of Caliburn. The long and bloody expedition is officially over. As they part ways, Alan thanks Dias for his help. And I'll see you again next time. He also receives a massive reward from the king for his role in stopping the disaster. Several wagons loaded with treasures and gold. Alan can barely contain his glee. I literally invested all my money into saving my life, so this is great. But before he can leave, Dias stops him with a serious expression. He asks a question that catches Alan completely off guard. Do you think I could also become strong like you? Alan is baffled. What is that even supposed to mean? He knows Dias is one of the story's main character, a prodigy destined for greatness, and the youngest to become the Master Knight. He thinks maybe his mate GC earlier looked cool, but I guess it could have looked impactful. He thinks about the 5 children he's supposed to be raising, the future saviors of the world. Their latent abilities are already off the charts, and Dias, with his unparalleled talent for the sower, is at the very top of that list. It's only a matter of time before he surpasses everyone. Dias just stands there waiting. With a rare look of vulnerability on his face, Alan gives him a simple, reassuring smile. You can become stronger with enough effort. With that you will achieve what you desire. Because you have a blessed talent. Dias looks down, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. Really? Alan nods. Really? Alan turns to his carriage, thinking Dias's worries have been assuaged. No need to worry too much now then. But Dias isn't finished. May I ask why you are asking me for favors? Instead of just ordering me around. Alan looks back, intrigued by the question. Alan simply smiles and says, who in the world orders their family around? Before turning and walking away, leaving a stunned Dias in his wake. The carriage pulls away, the soldiers saluting as it passes. Once he's alone, Alan's dignified composure shatters completely. He grabs his hair, sobbing internally. Did he think I had some ulterior motive behind my sponsorship? He wails to himself. My reasons were pure goodwill. I get why people say it's a thankless job to be a parent. That night the lights of the capital twinkle outside a grand estate. Alan sits alone in a lavish room, surrounded by the king's gifts, contemplating his next move. Elsewhere, Dias also sits alone, wrestling with the day's events. I followed him to repay his kindness, he thinks, but I only ended up receiving more from him. He touches the earring Alan gave him, a small constant reminder of their bond. With a quiet whisper he mimics Alan's ultimate spell. Front line of silence, he flicks his fingers and nothing happens. He clears his throat, a hint of a blush on his stoic face as he thinks, I wish I had a talent for magic like him. He sits in the quiet, a single thought echoing in his mind, family hub. The word resonates deep within him, planting a seed of something he's never truly had before. After a harrowing battle with an outer god, and a rather intense conversation with Dias, Alan finally returns to his estate with Evan. A home sweet home. He's been gone for 3 long months, and the exhaustion is hitting him like a freight train. All he wants to do is collapse into his bed. But as he opens the door to what he thinks is his bedroom, he's greeted by his one true nemesis, a mountain of backlogged work, waving at him with soul-crushing enthusiasm. Welcome back to the room of backlogged work. Come and love. Nope. With the reflexes of a seasoned adventurer, Alan slams the door shut on his paper-based horror. He lets out a sheepish sigh. Whoops. Wrong room, man. Our boy is so tired he can't even find his own bedroom. He takes a deep breath, the sheer weight of his responsibility settling back onto his shoulders. Defeated, he knows he can't escape his duties forever. Resigning himself to the life of a former Korean salaryman, he decides to just get it over with. It's now or later anyway, he sighs. His soul literally leaking out of his body. Rest for a noble, what a foreign concept. After finally conquering the paper beast, Alan rewards himself with a full week of blissful, uninterrupted rest. He even cooks for Evan, proving that peace and a good meal are the keys to happiness. But after a week of doing absolutely nothing, the salaryman instincts kick in. Alan is getting restless, the silence almost deafening. Now that he's had time to rest, his mind drifts back to the cryptic words altruist left behind. All these terms the wicked one. Black and blue things, the one who carries the will. It's a laundry list of mysteries he has to solve. He decides to start researching the breadcrumbs the outer god left him, trying to piece together this massive world-altering puzzle. He recalls Althales's strange true name, the Wicked One, which sounds more like an Eastern god. The detail that doesn't fit with anything he knows from the game, and the way he just disappeared, none of it makes sense. A grim thought crosses his mind. If one outer god has already appeared, it's only a matter of time before others follow. The world is about to get a whole lot more chaotic. At least they give a warning before they show up. Unlike the unpredictable 5 deadly sins, small comfort, but he'll take it. His thoughts turn to Kahara, the city of the ancient god mentioned on the belt he received. He'd love to go right now, but there's a problem. He pulls out his trusty psychedelia notebook, where he keeps all his game knowledge. According to his notes, Kahara, also known as the secret dungeon colony, isn't supposed to be discovered for a little while longer. Heading there now would be reckless, attracting unwanted attention and messing with the timeline. For now he has to wait. Just then as Evan enters the room with an urgent expression, Evan shivers dramatically, noticing the chill Alan's been subconsciously producing. Is this your magic, he asks. Alan confirms, noting how his control has improved after his vacation research binge. But Evan isn't here to talk about the temperature. With a serious look he delivers some shocking news. I'm here to report that a hidden city has been found in Colony. Alan's eyes widen. Colony. Kahara has been discovered. The timeline is already changing. Meanwhile, far away, the 5 children Alan is sponsoring are having their semi-annual Blue Moon meeting via Crystal Orb. The meeting, usually a brief affair, has been completely hijacked. The kids are buzzing with excitement, talking about how the Great Moon. Alan recently paid a visit to Caliburn. They turn to Diaz, the quietest of the group, and ask him what it was like to meet Alan in person. To everyone's absolute shock, the stoic and silent Diaz actually starts talking, and once he starts he doesn't stop. He begins recounting the entire Northern Expedition saga, painting a picture of Alan as a calm, all-knowing hero who stepped forward when everyone else was frozen in fear. He goes on and on and on, praising Alan's foresight and meticulous preparation. He must truly know everything. Diaz gushes, completely captivated by the memory. A full 50 minutes have passed, and he's still going strong. Xiao Ring tries to cut in, but Diaz is in the zone. His eyes blaze with fanaticism as he declares, "Nope, the important part starts now." He vividly describes Alan's ultimate attack, front line of silence, calling it a strike of instant death that no one could have possibly predicted. The other members are on the verge of collapsing from sheer exhaustion. As Diaz's epic tale continues, completely unabridged, Xiaoring tries to get Yusha to intervene. But it's no use. Yusha just smiles, clearly entertained by the whole thing. As expected, she chuckles. The Great Moon is different from the others. Xiaoring finally loses it, screaming that the meeting is over, but her cries fall on deaf ears. 2 agonizing hours later, the other children have passed out cold, victims of Diaz's legendary filibuster. Diaz finally finished, clears his throat a hum. "Excuse me for talking too long. I'll see you all again in half a year." The leader just giggles, having enjoyed the show immensely. And so that day, the Blue Moon meeting set a new record for its longest duration, a whopping 3 hours, all thanks to Diaz's newfound gift of gab. Back at Alan's estate, things are getting a little crowded. He walks into his drawing room to find it completely filled to the brim with presents from nobles he's never even met. Evan points out a particularly valuable artifact that could buy an entire mansion. The sheer scale of the gift giving is absurd. Most of the gifts are from minor nobles, all desperate to get on the good side of Alan. The letters are even more overwhelming, filled with sycophantic praise. It seems news of Alan's connection to Diaz, the future Master Knight, has spread like wildfire. Alan holds a golden goblet, a wry smile on his face. As a former corporate drone, he knows the value of connection. "Thank you for your kindness," he thinks before adding his true salary. "Man creep, if they give, take it without saying a word. I'm going to save it as my emergency fund." A week later, the gifts are still pouring in. Evan is starting to get concerned. "We've been getting gifts for an entire week," he reports, standing over yet another pile of boxes. Alan is baffled. Is a connection to the Master Knight really this powerful? He looks down, a tear of pride in his eye. "Diaz, you are indeed a good son." A whole month passes, and the gift tsunami shows no signs of stopping. Alan's expression says it all. They're still coming. He's starting to feel burdened by the sheer excess. Finally, as summer approaches, the flood of presents begins to slow to a trickle. The scene shifts to Tiri, the capital of the Asteria Kingdom. Today is the Grand Council meeting, and it's mandatory for all nobles to attend, and our boy Alan is running very late. If he wasn't required to be here, he'd already be on his way to County. He's practically sprinting, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. I can't believe I'm late for my first council meeting. The last thing he wants is to draw attention to himself. Evan watches him go amused. I've never seen him take such huge steps. He sure must be in a hurry. But then Evan notices something strange. A whole crowd of other nobles are trailing behind Alan, matching his frantic pace. It looks like they're forming a line right behind him, following him like a flock of well-dressed sheep. Alan, completely oblivious to his new fan club, finally reaches the council hall and peeks inside. Praying he can sneak in unnoticed, he slips through the doors, scanning the massive ornate chamber. To his immense relief, the hall is still mostly empty. He wasn't late after all, thank goodness. Okay, time to strategize. He knows the left is for royalists and the right is for the noble faction. To stay out of trouble, he figures the neutral middle section is his best bet, and to be extra safe he aims for a seat in the very back, maximum stealth, minimum interaction. But the moment he sits down, two nobles suddenly appear right behind him, staring intently. Where did they even come from? Freaked out, he moves to a seat in the middle, thinking maybe they were offended by him sitting in the back. A rookie mistake maybe. But the nobles just keep staring, their gazes boring into the back of his head. The social anxiety is real, folks. No matter where he moves, they follow. A silent, creepy procession that's making his skin crawl. Finally he gives up, and he ends up in the worst possible spot, the front row right next to the heads of the major factions. So much for staying neutral and unnoticed. He sighs. At least now he understands. By putting him up front, the other nobles can avoid the hot seat themselves. It's a classic case of political maneuvering. The meeting finally begins and the chairman takes the podium. Alan immediately tunes out, his mind already drifting. This is going to be so boring. But then the chairman makes an announcement. First, we announce that the newly established Cal faction has been granted voting rights. The chairman continues. Representing the faction is Count Palacio. Alan flinches as if struck by lightning. Pardon. His head whips around in utter confusion. Cal faction? What the heck is the Cal faction? Is he the only one who has no idea what's going on? And that's when he sees them, the two noble ladies he made contact with 1 or 2 times at max, sitting together and smiling at him with triumphant grins. They give him a little nod, as if to say, "You're welcome." Alan's brain goes into overdrive. What's up with those two, he wonders frantically. Why are they sitting together? The horrifying truth begins to dawn on him. Their alliance, it became a formal faction. A faction named after his territory. This is a complete nightmare. The chairman's voice cuts through his panic. Count, do you have anything to say? As the representative Alan stares blankly ahead, the world spinning around him, the words echo in his mind. Sealing his fate, the leader of this new, powerful shadow faction is me. In the northern frozen wasteland, amidst the biting winds, alone, cloaked figure walks with purpose. Suddenly he stops. The very air around him seems to be mysterious. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he surveys the world before him. How interesting, he muses, his voice a low whisper against the wind. He stands before the very trench of ice which was carved by the Delman's sword attack, the very place where Alan fought against God Ultiles. He speaks. Let's see just how far you can go to the empty air. Jaw watch. It seems our boy Alan has attracted some very powerful attention. Meanwhile, back at the Grand Council, Alan's brain has officially short-circuited. The chairman is asking him, the new leader of the Cal faction, for a speech. Yes. The Cal faction, the political powerhouse that Alan, the man who just wanted to stay neutral, is now the face of. Talk about failing upwards. His internal monologue is just one long, terrified scream. Is this real life? Isn't this kind of plot point reserved for cheesy novel titles? He's not a protagonist, he's a tired ex-salaryman who just wants a nap. Seeing the 1,000-yard stare on Alan's face, the chairman clears his throat. Well, it seems our representative has no words for us at this time. We shall move on. And just like that, the council erupts into celebration. Confetti flies and a massive banner is unfurled. Congratulations on the launch of the Cal faction. Nobles are swarming him, shaking his hands. Our boy is trapped in a social nightmare of his own accidental making. They're cheering for him, calling him the star of the night. Alan can only come to one horrifying conclusion. Don't tell me I'm just a figurehead president. Later at the after party, he's cornered by the two masterminds behind this coup, Duchess Altia and Duchess Sinonia. Are you enjoying the party? Kalia asks with a sly grin. She sips her champagne, looking utterly pleased with herself. So what do you think? I'd say this turned out perfectly. Wouldn't you? Loria nods in agreement, her smile just as sharp. I think everything was carried out just as you wished. How Palacio. Alan's mind is racing. He's only spoken to these women a handful of times. Years ago, a wish. What plan? The world starts to spin. He frantically searches his memories. Do I have a split personality? Did some other version of me mastermind this entire political takeover? Without my knowledge, Loria clasps her hands together, her expression full of mock reverence. I'm just so glad we could finally begin to repay you for saving our lives. Alan clenches his jaw so hard it's a wonder his teeth don't shatter. What are you talking about? His inner voice screams, but on the outside he maintains a pained, constipated poker face as the truth slowly dawns on him. We get a little flashback explaining this whole mess. It all started with a letter. After Alan asked Kalia to meet with the Duchess of Altiloria, his directives to Kalia led to the birth of the Ka faction. The letter, which was supposed to be in a POLOG way, was hilariously misinterpreted as a series of cryptic, villainous commands. He'd mentioned that few nobles got along with him, which they took as a sign to rally only the most loyal. All those presents that had been flooding his mansion for a month weren't just thank you notes. There were applications to join his fan club. I mean political faction. Alan grips his head on the verge of a complete breakdown. I swear on my corporate soul, I never ordered any of this. He remembers sitting down to write that letter. I'm pretty sure I was writing an apology. He was trying to be polite to Countess Kalia. I'm sorry if my blunt and untalkative nature came off as cold. That's it, that's all he was trying to say. But his vague, corporate speak apology was twisted into something else entirely. No wonder some of the gift cards were so weirdly intense, with one even saying, "Please take care of us, Count. We love you so much, you know." I was about to die of the cringe. Alan sweats, realizing there's no way out of this. There's no clearing up this misunderstanding. Is there? And as he knows from his vast knowledge of game plot, villains tend to have a very peculiar sensibility. And he's right. The moment the thought misunderstanding crosses his mind, he can feel the temperature drop, his imagination at peak. He pictures those two women as very threatening. Kalia's voice laced with ice. A misunderstanding, then what was all that bribe money for? Loria has a dagger out. Kalia is radiating pure demonic energy, and their cute little dog is transformed into a hellhound. I guess we'll just have to kill him. Kalia purrs, oh yeah. They're not taking it well. He quickly re-evaluate his options. Plan A, explain everything. Result certain death. Plan B, roll with it. He sighs, I'll just have to find the right time to quietly retire. I've already accepted way too many gifts anyway. Kalia's sweet voice cuts through his plan. So what are you planning to do now later? Thinking on his feet, Alan puts on his best mysterious boss face. He knows nothing about politics, so his best bet is to say something cool and vague. First, let's clean up the underworld. The two women are visibly taken aback by his bold declaration. That's our boy digging himself deeper with every word. He sees his chance. Well then, I have business to attend to. I'll be going before they can ask any more questions. He makes a strategic retreat. He practically power walks out of the hall into his carriage where Evan is waiting. He hops in. A man on a mission. Evan. You sent the letter, right? Evan, completely baffled, replies a yes. I thought this was a party. You're leaving awfully early. Alan snaps, don't even look back. We're going straight to Colony now. Evan is so confused. Back at the party, Kalia watches him go with an amused smile. As expected, he says only what's necessary, and then vanishes. Loria adds a thoughtful look on her face. But it's been a while since we took control of our own districts. Unification of the underworld, he says, Kalia's eyes gleam with excitement. This is gonna be fun. Loria agrees with a predatory smile. They raise their glasses in a toast to their new unwitting leader. I'm so looking forward to seeing what new heights he'll show us, and so is Alan. Flees one problem. Another is speeding towards his carriage through the dead of night. An assassin named Cygnus has found his target. There you are, Count Palacio. But this is a high-profile target. Cygnus knows it won't be simple. Killing him is easy, but things will get complicated if that Master Knight makes a move. His leader's words echo in his mind. Avoid making unnecessary enemies, even for a big reward. That's the rule. But Cygnus smirks. I'm sure even the leader will understand this particular request. The scene flashes back to him meeting his client in a Comaland residence south of the Ashtalan Kingdom. The client sits in the dark, radiating menace. You are the agent, aren't you? He asks. He leans forward, his voice dripping with arrogance. If you are, then you should know who I am. After all, you serve the family of the badass. Cygnus is part of a legendary guild of assassins from the United Kingdom, each one boasting sword master level skill. Before accepting the job, he has some house cleaning to do. He turns to the client's guards in a flash of steel. In a spray of blood, the guards are eliminated before they can even draw their weapons. The client claps slowly, thoroughly impressed. As expected of the strong, he gets straight to the point, his eyes glinting with malice. I want you to take care of Count Palacio. He smirks. Surely you won't refuse a request from me. The man they call the Tyrant of Astalon, right? Sickness is all business as long as the payment is precise. There will be no failure even if the target is royalty. He then names his price, but I wonder if you, Lord Carmine, can truly afford my fee. Our mind simply says 4 and presence is payment. A glowing dark cube Sigmas is stunned. Not abyss orbs but an abyss cube. His eyes widen in shock and desire. This is no ordinary trinket. The abyss cube is an incredibly rare artifact, secretly circulated by Duke Kamian himself. Unlike abyss orbs which only boost physical stats, this item grants unique and powerful special abilities. Its price is astronomical. Sigmas can't help but gulp. I only got a small taste of its power thanks to the leader. I can't imagine how much stronger I'd become if I used this. This item is one of the very reasons they are the most feared assassins in the land. The temptation is too great. I will return as quickly as possible. He vows accepting the contract in a blur. He vanishes from the room, leaving the Carmine to his wicked thoughts. Carmine grins, savoring his victory. Palacio. Did you really think you could ignore me and live a comfortable life? His face contorts into a monstrous smile. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, in another lavish estate, Sigmas asks the person in front of him, will it be alright? This person is none other than Seeker himself, the head of the nobility of the Astalon Kingdom and the real power in the underworld of the United Kingdom. Seeker speaks. I wondered what my useless son was up to. Stealing Abyss Cube. Sigmas thinks the Abyss Cube is tempting, but the leader said never to cross the Duke. Seeker dismisses him, saying, I heard nothing. The man thinks so. He's turning a blind eye to this one. What a stroke of luck. Before leaving, Sigmas asks Seeker, then shall I send your regards to the leader? Seeker says his last words, do as you wish. After Sigmas leaves through the windows, another man walks in the room. Seeker asks, you said you couldn't exert any influence in the Astalon Kingdom. Yes, Lord Seeker. The subordinate replies, I've heard that a new faction called Callan is growing rapidly there, with Count Palacio at its center. This is Shutro, the true power in the Astalon underworld. A small cruel smile touches his lips. It would have been a nuisance if I had to make a move myself. This has turned out perfectly. Speeding through the dark forest, Alan and Evan are completely unaware of the danger. Hurtling towards them, Sigmas hovers in the air, preparing the final blow. No regrets. Compilation. He channels his magic through a special quill, his signature weapon, and unleashes a deadly attack. But at the last second his hand is sent flying. A look of pure shock on his face. He wasn't the attacker, he was the one attacked. Then with a powerful force, he is sent crashing down the ground. Beam of light erupts with a loud sound, completely obliterating the spot where he crashed. The full moon hangs in the sky, a silent witness to the ambush. Sigmas lies broken on the ground, his body paralyzed. Quiet. A voice whispers from the shadows, don't waste your energy. A figure steps into the moonlight, and it's none other than Elvian. He has a cheerful, almost psychotic smile on his face. You can't move anyway, can you? With a flick of his wrist, Elvian unleashes his power. Sigmas is torn to shreds by an unseen force. A brutal and instantaneous execution. Elvian stretches casually as if he just finished a light workout. What a shame, he chirps, not a hint of remorse in his voice. In the distance, the carriage, miraculously unharmed, continues on its way. Alan, completely oblivious to the life or death battle that just took place, simply keeps driving. Elvian picks up the assassin's magical quill, admiring it. If the target hadn't been the Count, you wouldn't have had to die by my hand. He snaps the quill and disappears in the moonlight. It seems Alan's new sponsored kid Elvian, the original protagonist of the story, is already a fiercely loyal and terrifyingly powerful. Our story picks up in the middle of a scorching desert. A caravan makes its slow way across the sun-baked landscape, and the heat is absolutely brutal. Inside one of the carriages, our boy Evan is literally melting. My lungs are boiling, he groans. After 5 days he's still not used to this personal hell. If only we had an ice crystal, he muses and suggests. Count, don't you want to practice your magic? You know that weird circle thing you do at home? But Alan is in no mood and turns him down flat. He just wants this trip to be over. Still, he admits joining a caravan was a smart move, since they have no idea how to navigate this desert. From another carriage, a beautiful red-haired woman watches him. Her name is Liana Golias, and she does not look impressed. Alan catches her gaze and is immediately on edge. She comments, oh, you like spying on people. Is that at the info box drops, telling us everything we need to know. She's Liana Golias, daughter of the Red Magic Tower Master and a rank 4 mage. Talk about a pedigree. Alan scoffs at her accusation. Not really, he says coldly. Then she adds, huh, fainting ignorance. That's exactly the kind of attitude I'd expect from a blue tower. Oh snap, we got some inter-tower beef here. Alan tries to ignore her, but Evan can't help but admire the fancy decor in her carriage. Whoa, did you see that? She had tons of ice crystals hanging in there. Alan's internal monologue is on point as always. The Red Magic Tower Master is a total maniac. Better not get too close to his daughter. His plan, keep a low profile. But low profile is not in the script tonight. Suddenly the caravan is ambushed. Chains fly and a guard goes down with a scream. It's a full-on bandit attack. The guards are being overwhelmed by shadowy figures wielding wicked-looking weapons. In the chaos, the bandits strike their primary target. A caravan guard shouts an ambush as Lion is grabbed from behind, a glowing blade pressed to her neck. The bandit leader, a massive guy with some serious ink, grins maliciously. For your own safety, I suggest you cooperate quietly. Lian struggles, but his grip is like iron. The caravan members are terrified. One of them recognizes the mark on the leader's arm. That symbol, it's the Bloody Sand Bandits. They even managed to capture Lady Lian before she could do anything. The leader tightens his hold, a cruel smirk on his face. They told me the Tower Master's daughter was here, and I found her. Then he asks, do you want special treatment, little girl? But Lian isn't fighting back. She's hyperventilating, choking. Who are you, Mama Sao? She gasps, I can't breathe. The air suddenly grows cold. The bandit leader looks around confused. What? A calm voice cuts through the panic cold. It helps me catch my breath. And there he is, Alan, looking completely unfazed. As snowflakes begin to fall in the middle of the desert, Lan's eyes widen in disbelief. Count Palacio, impossible. That's before she can finish. The world around them erupts in a storm of ice. Alan has cast snowy lands, instantly turning the battlefield into his personal freezer. A flashback reveals Lion's past. As the daughter of the Tower Master, she endured countless trials, developing a deep-seated trauma and an aversion to lies. This also made her exceptionally sensitive to magical energy, which is why she was so dismissive of Alan earlier. Peeking from a crate, she sensed his mana, thinking he barely has enough mana to reach rank 2. And I'm supposed to believe he played a major role in the battle against the Outer God. She thought he was just a fraud, the benefactor of some master knight taking all the credit. From the moment she saw him, she couldn't help but despise him. At least that's what I thought. But back in the present, her entire worldview is shattering as she witnesses the impossible. He's capable of using combined incantations. He linked at least 3 elements. This is a technique so advanced, the success rate drops exponentially with each added chant. Her mind is completely blown. You have to be at least rank 5 to master that technique. So how the bandit leader doesn't care about magical fear? He just sees a target and charges with a furious roar. Alan, calm as ever, begins his incantation. One turn freeze. With a single word, the charging bandit is encased in a statue of solid ice demolished. Alan claps his hands together and the ice sculpture shatters into a million glittering pieces. His eyes are as cold as the grave. These bandits usually scatter the moment their leader is eliminated. I'm giving you a chance, so get lost. The remaining thugs don't need to be told twice. They are gone. The bandits scramble away, leaving Lian standing alone, utterly speechless. Her face is a mask of pure shock and awe. The weak, unassuming Count she'd looked down on just wiped the floor with a notorious bandit crew without breaking a sweat. Were the rumors true after all? Later, after the adrenaline has faded, the caravan members are celebrating. They offer Alan some wine, saying, what do you think of this excellent wine? Count Alan, ever the polite noble, enjoys the food and drink. The men laugh, telling him they owe him their life. He's a hero whether he likes it or not. After the celebration, the grateful merchants bid him and Evan good evening. Fortunately, everything went according to plan. Alan thinks to himself as Evan picks out in the background. Alan reflects on his performance. It seems reducing the constraint penalties was a good idea. He thinks about the spell he just used. Snowy Lands. It's a complex spell he designed himself, combining space, frost, and maintenance magic to instantly create a polar zone on the battlefield. This is part of his grand plan to deal with the penalties he's been cursed with. His magic power is severely decreased when fighting near death, against a god, or against the great god of duels, Eludus, a menacing pale-skinned figure from his past. The Snowy Land spell allows him to limit the lifelong penalties he bears to only 3 still. He muses combining 3 incantations just to last 1 measly minute. It's not efficient. I'll have to look into this more closely. But the spell worked, and thanks to his new belt, his power has increased. Now all he needs to do is solve the penalty problem for good. Just then a voice interrupts his thoughts. It's Liam, looking much more humble than before. She bows deeply. I was wrong about you. I'm truly sorry. Evan nearly chokes on his lollipop in surprise. If you don't mind too much, she asks, a hopeful blush on her face. I'd like to discuss magic with you. Would you be willing? Helen is completely baffled. She was picking fights with me the whole way. What's gotten into her all of a sudden? Evan is just making faces in the background, but our boy decides to be the bitter person. Oh well, I'm fine. I accept your apology. I am a magnanimous person. Evan gave him a thumbs up, much to his embarrassment. The conversation that followed proved to be fascinating. For the rest of the journey to Colin, Alan and Lan geek out about magic theory, with poor Evan snoozing in the corner, and just like that they've arrived. The massive sun-drenched city of Colony rises from the desert sands. In the city square, Lion and her guards prepare to part ways. "Thank you for everything you've taught me, Count," she says sincerely. "Will you be coming to the conference?" she asks. Alan replies, "I'm not affiliated with any tower, so I wasn't invited in that case. How about trying to join the Red Magic Tower? I really enjoyed our conversation." It's a genuine offer from the once arrogant mage, who thanks him for his kindness. He politely accepts and Lion waves goodbye. "Well, I'll see you there then." Alan watches her bow, thinking, "I actually needed something from the conference tower, so this works out." Evan runs up panting, "All right. I've taken care of the carriage and luggage." He asks, "You set our meeting place?" Bam! Before he can finish, an explosion rocks the street right in front of them. The ground is shattered, and bodies of would-be attackers lay broken on the pavement. They look on in shock as a golden flash streaks past. What is? A streak of yellow energy zips through the air, too fast to follow. Bam! It slams into another group of thugs, sending them flying. Evan and Alan can only watch as the golden blur systematically takes out all the attackers. In a series of powerful strikes, the dust settles to reveal a blonde-haired girl with cat ears and a tail striking a pose over a defeated foe. She casually finishes off the last attacker with a powerful kick that cracks the very stone beneath her feet. Evan immediately draws his sword, stepping in front of his master. "Count, stay back," but the cat girl isn't interested in Evan. She launches herself directly at Alan, tackling him in a massive hug. She beams up at him with stars in her eyes, exclaiming, "Hello, Godfather." Alan is at complete loss for words. Evan is equally confused. Seal ring. Evan recognizes her, but he has no idea why she's clumping his boss. "You should have told me you were arriving," she chirps. "This place is crawling with nasty thugs, but don't worry, I took care of the bastards who were after your stuff." And here's her intro card. Seal ring, the golden flash. One of the 4 Baba Yagas of Colony. This energetic cat girl is a certified badass. She grabs Alan's hands, practically vibrating with excitement. "I've been so looking forward to your arrival since I got your letter." The onlookers are stunned. "Is that the golden flash over there?" one muttered. "But who is this guy for that rabbit tigress to treat him so kindly?" Chow Rain pays them no mind, happily dragging a bewildered Alan through the streets, with Evan trailing behind. Evan looks deeply uncomfortable, trying to pull his arm away. He internally wonders she didn't actually kill the guys from earlier. Did she after their explosive introduction? Sail rank probably leads the still bewildered Alan and Evan to a grand building. "This is my guild," she beams. "It's only for my people," with a huge welcoming wave. She urges them inside. "Come on in." Alan and Evan exchange a weary glance. It seems they're along for the ride whether they like it or not. The moment they step inside, a sly-looking beast spots them from an upstairs balcony. "Boss." He calls down with a sharp-toothed grin. This must be Leon's seal ring. Second in command, Leon gracefully drops down to greet them. "Welcome back, boss," he says smoothly before asking Soaring if she ran into any trouble. She just shakes her head, confirming everything is fine. His sharp blue eyes then lock onto our heroes. "So these are the esteemed guests you've been waiting for?" he asks, his grin widening. "Welcome to our humble abode." Leon leans in. You have no idea how excited she was. The boss literally sat at the city gates every single day, waiting for you. Soaring blushes, while Alan just looks absolutely done with this entire situation. Soaring, playing the part of a gracious host, slams her hands on a nearby table with a loud thwack. "Benefactor, sit." She demands, maybe a little too enthusiastically. Alan calmly remarks, "You seem to take good care of your guild." Without missing a beat, Soaring flips into a handstand on the table. "Of course we're family, I don't need anyone else." But in the middle of her acrobatic display, she suddenly freezes, a thought striking her like a lightning bolt. "Oh, but my benefactor." She completely loses her balance and tumbles to the floor, looking genuinely conflicted. She starts muttering to herself, trying to sort out her priorities. Family first, then Yusha. But then where does Alan fit in? It's a full-on system meltdown for the cat girl. A tiny chibi version of herself pops up, arguing, but the benefactor and Yusha aren't even blood relatives. Clearly this is a very complex emotional hierarchy. Alan, meanwhile, is just trying to process this information. "I've barely spoken to her and I'm already third in line." That's surprisingly high. He takes a moment to strategize his next move. With a serious expression, he gives Evan a subtle signal. "Evan, are you ready?" His loyal companion gives a sharp thumbs up. "Ready when you are, boss." And with that, Evan reveals their secret weapon. A mountain of beautifully wrapped presents. Sorane's existential crisis vanishes in an instant. Her eyes turn into literal stars as she gasps with pure, unadulterated joy. "Presents? She immediately starts stammering, "Okay, I'll help you with whatever you need." "Wait, did you hear what I said earlier? That was just a joke." Alan's plan worked like a charm. Fueled by the promise of gifts, she declares, "It doesn't matter if you're family. You're my benefactor, and that's what counts." And as she speaks, a golden gauntlet on her arm begins to crackle with power. A whirlwind of golden lightning blazes on her arm. "Thanks to you," her voice echoes. "I was finally able to gather all of my people." Alan is almost taken aback by how easily he won her over. Did I just charm my way through another problem? He wonders. A system window confirms his success, displaying the item he gifted her, the essence of the Golden Mane. A powerful artifact that boosts critical hit chance by 20. So that epic item description wasn't just for show. Alan thinks he allows himself a small, self-satisfied smile. Everyone is so willing to help. I suppose I've raised my kids well after all. But before he can enjoy the moment, Seal Rang scoops him up like he weighs nothing. "You must be tired from your journey. I'll show you to your room," she yells, dashing off with a petrified Alan. As Evan scrambles to keep up after a rather unique escort, Seal Rang casually asks them, "So, how was the desert?" Alan and Evan share a look of utter exhaustion. "It was just sand, a lot of sand." Evan replies flatly, "Honestly, I'm more worried about the trip back." So Rang tilts her head away. Evan just deadpans, "Because it's hot." He then casually adds, "Oh right. We were also attacked." This gets Seal Rang's attention. She freezes, her tail twitching. "An attack," Alan explains with his usual stoicism. "By the bloody sand bandits. Apparently it's a common occurrence out there." The moment he says that name, something in Seal Rang snapped. Her cheerful demeanor evaporates, replaced by a chillingly predatory grin and an aura of pure, murderous intent. The scene cuts violently to the bloody sand bandits' hideout, where all hell has broken loose. Blood splatters the walls. Bodies are sent flying as the entire base is systematically torn apart from the inside, and at the center of the carnage is Seal Rang, wreathed in golden lightning like an avenging goddess. She purses, scanning the chaos. Are the rest of them hiding over there? She doesn't wait for an answer. In a flash she moves to the another room. She catches 2 bandits by their necks and sends them flying. Now she corners the last bandit standing, her eyes glowing with power. "There you are," she says sweetly. "Are you the leader?" The man is shaking like a leaf. Wait. I'm Gankel's younger brother. The strongest Baba Yaga in Colony protects me. You'll make an enemy of him." Seal Rang is unmoved. "But you messed with my benefactor first, didn't you?" The golden energy around her gauntlet intensifies. "And more importantly, I hate getting scolded." With a final blinding explosion of golden light, the entire bloody sand bandits' organization is wiped from the face of the earth. The next morning Alan is woken up by the news: the bloody sand bandits annihilated. He thinks his mind's still fuzzy with sleep. Seal Rang is standing over his bed, beaming proudly. "If they're gone, you won't have to worry about them anymore. Problem solved. I'm a genius." Alan can only stare. What in the world happened overnight? She then promptly snuggles up to him, demanding, "I did it all by myself. Praise me." Alan's brain short circuits. The bloody sand bandits, the ones with hundreds of night-level fighters, that was a nightmare quest in the game. He gives an offering, a reluctant head pat, which she immediately melts into, purring happily. "I knew the Baba Yaga title was a big deal." He thinks, "But this is insane. I can really see now why she was destined to become the sin of pride." The scene shifts, taking us to a massive sun-drenched coliseum, the famous landmark of Colony, known for its brutal gladiatorial games. Inside the arena, the vicious battle is reaching its bloody conclusion. As a fighter is set flying, one man stands victorious in the center of the ring, surrounded by a sea of defeated opponents. This is the champion Gunko. The crowd roars his name as the announcer screams, "The one and only Baba Yaga of Colony, the gladiator who has held his title the longest." The winner once again is Gankel. Ankle soaks in the adoration, a confident predatory smirk plastered on his face. Later we find him relaxing in a lavish private room. "This city is full of fools," he scoffs to himself. A sly voice agrees. "I know, right? It's Leon who has appeared from the shadows, thinking they can take on a Baba Yaga with just numbers." How pathetic. Leon gets straight to business. "It's been a while, Gankel. I'm sure you've heard Seal Rang annihilated the bloody sand bandits." Gankel doesn't even flinch. "I know." Leon smirks. "Wasn't their leader your supposed younger brother?" Oncologist laughs. "A useful rumor I started. He was a pawn to help me control the underworld, nothing more." Leon plops down on a couch. Too bad, I thought it would make for a great excuse to start a war gang. Hal's expression darkens. The only reason I've tolerated her is because a fair fight between two Baba Yaga is impossible. His eyes begin to glow with a menacing energy. But I am getting tired of that brat messing up my city. A brother's death revenge. Yes, the public will find that to be the perfect excuse for what I'm about to do. Leon's smile is pure cunning. So you coming to me means you're finally ready to get serious. He slides a heavy case across the table. Here you go, Gunkel. Ice the case, and this is a gift. Leon purrs from the father of all. Use them and you will gain immense power. He opens the case, revealing several strange glowing artifacts. 2 cubes and 2 spheres, all pulsing with a dark corrupting energy. Ankal picks up one of the cubes, his smirk turning utterly sinister. With this, after I crush that little cat colony's underworld will be mine. And after that perhaps even the throne itself. Gunkel muses, well then. Shall we begin the experiment? As he holds the glowing cube, Leon watches from the side, thinking I'm looking forward to seeing just how long you last. 2 days later, Alan's party is on the move again. Escorted by Seal Ring and her guild, they've arrived at their next destination, the ancient city of Kahara. Their caravan navigates through a rocky canyon, heading towards the heart of the mysterious ruins. As Alan and Evan prepared to enter the ruins alone, so Ring waves them off. Thanks for the escort. Alan says okay. Come back safe, she calls out, now cloaked in desert gear. The two venture into the ancient city, leaving their new friends behind. With Evan lighting the way with a lantern, they delve into a dark passage. Hey, I see a light up ahead. He says, I think that's it. They emerge into a truly breathtaking sight. The lost city of Kahara carved directly into the canyon walls. Evan can only gasp, whoa. Suddenly a powerful disembodied voice booms from a glowing golden orb, echoing through the empty city. Mage Alan freezes instantly, on high alert. That voice, a massive obelisk in the city center, begins to pulse with light. The source of the voice, if you can hear my words. It commands comma 2. The tower, sensing this is a trial for him alone. Alan turns to his companion. Evan, I think I have to go up alone. Wait for me here. Evan nods. You got it, I'll be waiting. Alan steps through the tower's entrance, a sense of awe washing over him. The central tower, he thinks. Even in the game, this place was completely inaccessible. He finds himself in a vast cylindrical library that seems to stretch into infinity. The golden voice greets him, welcome. It is unexpected that you can hear my voice. As Alan stands on a glowing magic circle, a shadowy form begins to coalesce from the darkness before him. The voice intones, you possess the minimum qualifications. The shadows solidify, forming into a terrifying creature of pure darkness, its face a permanent, malevolent grin. This is the shadow demon. Alan's face is grim. He's seen this entity before, Ludus. He mutters, then corrects himself, no. I came because I heard the words of the god of destruction. The shadow swirls around him, playfully hot. The entity chuckles, you know its true name. You must be quite the gambler. But the creature quickly dismisses him, however. You lack the proper status. Therefore I have nothing to tell you. Alan grits his teeth in frustration. The god of destruction also mentioned that he thinks, what in the world is this status they keep talking about? The library around them seems to warp and distort. It is the standard by which this world judges you, the entity explains cryptically. An outer god will soon descend. You are to deal with it. The shadow demon floats before him, its grin widening as it goads him. After a tense silence, the golden voice returns, making a declaration. You have now met the conditions for our conversation. The demon seems amused. You are at least a slight improvement over the fools who merely imitate magic. For that I shall tell you something interesting. The demon begins a lecture on the fundamental nature of magic, writing glowing ethereal characters in the air. True magic, it explains, is the law designated to the world by a sorcerer. It begins with phrase, and is followed by providence. A map of constellations appears in the void, hinting at a deeper cosmic order. One must embody the phrase, develop it according to providence, and finally give it a name to create true magic. Alan listens, completely rapt, a single bead of sweat tracing down his temple. Providence. He thinks that's a concept I've never even heard of. The demon looms closer, its shadowy form glowing like hot embers. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. It scoffs, therefore I shall teach you one piece of correct magic. In accordance with providence, We cut back to the desert where Seal Rang has been waiting patiently for her benefactor's return, but as the minutes tick by, a flicker of worry crosses her face. He's taking his sweet time. She mutters to the wind, did something happen? Suddenly a blur of motion kicks up a cloud of sand, approaching at an impossible speed. Something is coming and it's not friendly. A sinister grin spreads across a shadowed face. Gotch. A voice growls, it's the Coliseum champion Gankle. And he's not here to play games. Before Seal Rang can even react, dark shadowy tendrils lash out, striking down her guild members who were standing guard. Her eyes widen in shock at the ambush. She lands defensively, her senses on high alert, but it's too late, the trap has been sprung. Gankle is already in their midst, grabbing one of Seal Rang's men by the head with a cruel smirk. Not bad, he says, unimpressed by their fuel resistance. Selwyn explodes with rage, golden lightning crackling around her gauntlet. Come on, she roars, recognizing the man in Gankle's grip. How dare you fight outside the Coliseum, you shameless bastard. Gankle just laughs, tossing the man aside. You're one to talk? Didn't you just wipe out the bloody sand bandits? I'm simply here to get revenge for my adorable little brother. He sneers, using the fake rumor as his perfect excuse. With a roar he charged forward, his dark energy tainting the very air around them. The hunt is on, but Seal Rang isn't a guild leader for nothing. She unleashes a blinding shockwave of pure golden energy, refusing to back down. The massive blast sends her flying toward the gang call. Seal Rang cries out for the people she's trying to protect, the ones she calls family. She clashes with gang call in a brutal explosion of power, her golden lightning meeting his corrupting shadow head-on. Seal Rang manages to land a solid blow, but as she connects, Gankle just grins. Aha, I knew it. He chuckles as if this was all part of the plan. Don't mock me, she snarls. Her fangs bared knew what exactly. But she gets her answer in the worst way possible. A searing pain rips to her side as a blade sinks deep into her flesh. Her eyes dart back to see the face of her attacker. It's Leon, her trusted second in command. A vicious grin plastered on his face as he coughs out black smoke. Our boss is so predictable, he whispers in her shock and pain. Selene's mind drifts back to happier times, to a time when she thought her people were truly behind her. She remembers how they praised her, how they looked up to her, all because she gathered them together and gave them a home. It's because they're my family, she had told them with a beaming smile, a promise she intended to keep. Her memories dig deeper to her childhood as a descendant of the legendary Golden Mane tribe, a past filled with idyllic, sun-drenched happiness. But that happiness was just shattered by a monstrous black dragon, an event that fueled her lifelong dream to avenge her fallen people and rebuild a new family, a place to belong. She looked up to the legends of the past, like the mighty Golden Mane leader whose power she inherited through the gauntlet. But the narrator warns us that wasn't the absolute truth. The bitter reality crashes back in. How could you, she stammers. Stumbling away from Leon, he just scoffs. Let's stop this happy family charade. On Leon's command, gang call, now pulsing with an even greater abyss, body power moves in for the kill. The Coliseum champion unleashes a devastating punch, sending the already wounded Seal Rang flying across the battlefield. She desperately tries to block his relentless assault, but the combination of poison, her injuries, and Gankle's boosted strength is too much. He pummels her with fists of pure shadow, the power of the abyss multiplying his strength far beyond its normal limits. Seal Rang grits her teeth, her body screaming in protest. Even with the power of the Golden Mane, she's being completely overwhelmed. The entire battlefield is a whirlwind of chaos, as Gankle and Leon's forces press their advantage against the wounded cat girl. With a defiant roar, she unleashes another burst of lightning, blasting away the grunts surrounding her, but it's clear her stamina is fading fast. Gankle blocks the attack with ease, while Leon watches from the side, cackling that their victory is guaranteed. Goodbye, boss, he sneers, his voice dripping with sadistic glee, launching a shadow slash towards Seal Rang. Seal Rang flips her body upward, using the Gankle's arms, narrowly dodging the attack. Let's see how long you can hold out, he taunts, savoring her defeat. Leon rushes in, cloaked in his own dark power. After all, he shouts, I've received incredible power too. The two villains bombarded her from all sides, a brutal and overwhelming 2-on-1 assault. Though she's outmatched, Seal Rang's fighting spirit isn't completely gone. She pushes herself back with powerful kick from a standing rock. She even manages to slip past Leon and land a powerful, lightning-infused kick to Gankle. The force of her blow craters the earth, proving that even injured, she's still a force to be reckoned with. Leon watches from a distance, a bead of sweat on his brow. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. Even with this power, I'm still not on their level. He's talking about the raw power of true Babiatas, like Gankle and Seal Rang. Gankle stumbles back, coughing from the force of the blow. You little brat, he growls. But his anger is cut short as he spots something in the distance. His eyes narrow. This guy walking calmly out of a canyon are two figures. Alan and Evan finally return from the ruins. Gankle's eyes light up with a wicked idea. He's the one she called benefactor, right? He thinks a predatory grin spreads across his face as he abandons the fight with Soaring and charges straight for Alan. This works out perfectly. I'll use him as a hostage before killing him. Meanwhile, Leon is fighting Seorim. Seorim punch was about to connect directly to the Leon's face, but her punch comes to a sudden halt. A wave of paralysis finally overtakes Seorim. She collapses, unable to move as Leon's smug face looms over her. He leans in close to gloat. The sword I struck you with was coated in Kanashi's poison. You won't be able to move for at least an hour. You asked why I did this, right? He whispers, do you really think? Everyone was thrilled to play happy family with you. Leon's words are as venomous as the poison in her veins. He mocks her for flaunting a power she only got through pure luck, revealing his deep-seated jealousy. His cruel words hit their mark. Shattering Seorang's spirit, she begins to doubt everything, to believe his lies, but deep down, she clings to the belief that the bonds she forged were real, that after the fighting they truly became a family. Leon just laughs at her naivety. Still believe in that stupid dream, he sneers, snapping his fingers. See for yourself how much they hate you. On his command, the cloaked figures step forward. They are her own guild members, her family now, with their weapons aimed directly at her. Seorang's world shatters. The ultimate betrayal is laid bare. You guys were all traitors too, she whispers, her heart breaking. Leon, now wreathed in the power, forms a blade of dark energy. The essence should go to someone who actually deserves it. He declares thanks for the gift, boss. He swings the blade for the final blow, but in a flash of blue light, his attack is parried. A massive explosion of energy erupts between them. Leon stumbles back in shock, unable to believe what just happened. Donkelo's abdomen now had a giant hole glowing blue, and right before him stand Evan, is that patch doing nothing to hide his righteous fury, and beside him stands the man they call benefactor, Alan. With a swift kick, Evan lunges into action. With a powerful sword technique, he drives back the traitorous guild members with a single, decisive strike. Leon stares in disbelief at the chaotic scene, now filled with swirling red and blue energy. What the hell is this, he demands. And through the swirling chaos, Alan walks forward, his expression cold as ice. He's finally entering the fight. His sharp eyes analyze the dark energy corrupting the battlefield. This black magical smoke, he thinks, did they use the abyssal entities? A game-like interface pops into his vision, confirming his suspicions. It's an abyssal entity, a mysterious item that promises God to those who can absorb its power. Putting the pieces together, Alan realizes the full extent of the betrayal. He calmly walks over to the fallen Seorang and begins pouring a high-grade recovery potion directly onto her head. As the golden liquid instantly heals her wounds, he reassures her, you should be able to move soon. Don't worry, they're probably the only traitors. Seorang looks up at him, tears welling in her eyes, desperately wanting to believe him. Do you really think so? Alan meets her gaze with unwavering certainty. Of course, the comrades you introduced to me look truly happy. His simple, honest words are all she needs to hear. The hope in her eyes reignites. Stronger than ever, she wipes away her tears, her resolve hardening like steel. I see in an instant. She's back on her feet, the poison purged and her wounds healed. Her power surges back stronger than before. She turns to face her enemies, her gaze filled with determination. Yes, she tells Alan, my family is waiting for me. Crackling with golden lightning, she swiftly kills multiple traitors, and Evan also follows her from behind. But Alan has other plans. He raises a hand, his focus absolute glory of the snowy peaks. He incants as the very air begins to freeze around him. A massive, intricate magic circle of ice materializes in the sky above, casting a chilling shadow over the entire battlefield. He continues to chant, his voice echoing with immense power. Blind man's fatality. From the glowing circle, colossal spears of pure jagged ice begin to form, each one humming with unimaginable cold. In Alan's mind, the shadowy demon from the library reappears, a malevolent grin on its face. It recognizes this magic and jagged. Can's I spare you? It cackles its true name. Forgotten by these clowns, the demon lectures, is the ice crystal spear. Back in the desert, Alan unleashes the true form of the spell. With a final whisper, the world turns white. An entire forest of massive ice crystals erupts from the ground, instantly freezing the battlefield solid. A helpful tip pops up explaining the villain's plan. To steal the power of the golden main essence, one must maintain physical contact with it for several minutes, a plan that Alan just put on ice. A final Chibice-style flashback reveals the root of Leon's jealousy, showing him plotting to surpass the naturally talented Seorang. Even from the start, his betrayal, it seems, was a long time coming. As Leon makes a beeline for Alan, the newly healed Seorang roars into action, determined to intercept the attack. How dare you try to assault my benefactor? But Alan has no need for a bodyguard. The temperature plummets as he prepares to end this fight. In one move, he unleashes a cataclysmic spell, a raging blizzard of pure magical frost that tears through the battlefield. Caught in the icy vortex, the traitors are torn apart. Seal Rang uses the chaos to land a devastating, lightning-charged blow on the treacherous Leon. The grunts don't stand a chance, their screams swallowed by the roar of the blizzard. As their flash frozen and shattered, even the abyss infused, Leon is powerless against this absolute zero assault. Finding himself tossed around like a rag doll amidst the ice, he blasted through the air, his dark power completely neutralized by the overwhelming force of nature. Alan commands even Seoring has to brace herself against the aftershock. The sheer scale of Alan's magic is something to behold. Another traitor is turned into a permanent ice sculpture, a testament to the foolishness of crossing path with Alan's magic. Evan can only watch in stunned silence, a bead of sweat running down his face. His master's power is on a completely different level. The chaos subsides, revealing a breathtaking and deadly forest of ice crystals that has replaced the sandy battlefield. The entire army of traitors has been wiped out in a single silent, frozen instant. Every single one of them has been impaled and frozen solid. A truly brutal and efficient end. Even Leon, their ringleader, is caught skewered by countless shards of ice, seemingly dead to the world, but he's still alive. A faint breath escapes his lips. Fueled by abyssal power and pure, undiluted hatred, he refuses to die. With a final desperate roar, he breaks free from the ice, his eyes burning with madness. "I just have to kill you," he screams, lunging not at Alan but at Sol Rang. In a blur of motion, Alan is there, moving to intercept the dark energy blade aimed at the stunned cat girl. But it's a feint. Leon's face twists into a psychotic grin. He wasn't aiming for Sol Ring at all. With a sickening crunch, he pivots, driving his dagger deep into Alan's side. He used Seoring as bait to land a single, decisive blow on the real threat. He looks up, expecting to see his victorious reflection in his enemy's eyes, but is met with sheer disbelief. Seorang's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock as she stares at her benefactor, who is now coughing up a spray of crimson blood. The attack landed true, and in that instant, Selang's shock turns into white-hot rage. With a roar that shakes the very heavens, she unleashes the full power of the Golden Mane, smashing the head of traitor into a million pieces. The dust settles on a field of carnage. The traitors are dead, but victory came at a price. Evan rushes to support his master, while Seal Rain watches, her face etched with worry. "Are you really okay?" she asks, her voice trembling. Alan tries to play it off, claiming it was just a scratch, but the dark energy clinging to the dagger embedded in his side tells a very different story. He claims he's only coughing out blood from mana exhaustion, but the truth is clear. The spell was incredibly taxing and has caused some internal damage. A strange memory surfaces in Alan's mind. Ginkle moments ago taunted him. "Father thinks you're an Asura." Evan helps him to his feet, clearly concerned, but Alan's mind is elsewhere, trying to piece together a fragmented past. He thinks about the enemy's power source, the abyssal entity. When facing an opponent that has absorbed an abyssal entity. Third restriction: when the magic is used against the god, may it twist the laws of the world. A vision of him facing Ginkle flashes before his eyes. It seems his power has specific conditions, becoming even stronger when facing those who have touched divinity. As Alan recovers, Seorang's guilt washes over her. Her hair falls over her face, hiding her expression. Should I try to cheer her up first? Alan wonders. "Why didn't you dodge?" she asks softly. "He ended up aiming for you. It's all because of me. You said you could block him," Alan states calmly. Seo Rang looks up, surprised. "You believe me?" Alan looks away, a little embarrassed. "It's more like I can't dodge. So please block it." "Then why did you save me?" "You got hurt." She presses her eyes, filled with a mix of gratitude and confusion. Alan gives a small, tired smile. "Considering the daughter I've raised for so many years was about to die, I guess it was out of reflex. I don't need a reason to save family." He immediately regrets his choice. "Ah, that's right. I made a mistake." "Still benefactor." She begins, her voice serious. "I want to become family with you." And before he can process what she means, she makes her move, her expression shifting from serious to sly. Alan's mind flashes to a note she left him once. He's been an adoptive father figure to her, a role he's hesitantly accepted. He feels a warmth spread through him, like a father finally being recognized for his efforts. But Seal Rain cuts through his thoughts. "But not like this," she clarified. "I'm a Golden Mane, and you're a human." So she gets right in his face, a confident blushing smirk on her face. "Let's get married." She wraps her arms around the completely shell-shocked Alan, pressing her case. Both Alan and Evan are left completely speechless, their minds short-circuiting at this sudden proposal. Why is she talking about marriage now? Seo Rang clings to Alan, refusing to let go. "Your answer," she demands. As Evan looks on in disbelief. 5 days later, the party has moved on. Word of the battle has spread throughout the city of Colony. The treacherous cowman is reviled as a coward, while Seal Rang has gained massive support. But right now she only has one thing on her mind: let's get married. She's been relentlessly clinging to Alan, demanding an answer. Well. Alan recalls a chibi vision of a young Seal Rang declaring, "Seal Rang is going to grow big and marry you, daddy." It seems this isn't a new development. I think of you as family, Alan tries to explain, but she just uses it as fuel for her argument. If we get married, we'll really become family. I'll definitely make you happy, benefactor. I'm serious, Alan can only sigh in exhaustion. All he wants is a quiet life with some sweet potatoes. Seal Rain pouts HMPH. You better answer me next time. She huffs. Alan thinks she'll eventually give up if I leave her be. Right as their carriage leaves, Seal Rain waves off cheerfully. Her demeanor shifts slightly, a hint of the confident leader returning. As she addresses her people, she remembers how her tribesmen see Alan. They immediately fall to their knees, bowing their heads in reverence and gratitude. They know exactly who saved their leader. Watching this, Seoring has a moment of quiet reflection. Just gathering my tribe isn't happiness. She realizes the betrayal and the near death of her benefactor have changed her. Her ideal of a family, where they just believe in one another, was too naive. She clenches her fist, a new resolve in her eyes. I have to be more careful. I must create a guard that can protect my benefactor. Only then, she thinks, that's how we'll be able to be a happy family forever. The pain of betrayal has forged her into a wiser, stronger leader. A beautiful, determined smile plays on her lips. Her new goal is set. Later, inside the carriage, Evan delivers a report after confirming with the Information Guild. There aren't any suspicious individuals. Aside from Leon's men, I've requested them to keep watch. Good work, Alan replies, but his mind is clearly on something else. I can't let anything happen to her after raising her so well. His thoughts drift to a darker duty. I was told to take care of the other outer gods for what's to come. He rubs his temples, the weight of his responsibilities pressing down on him. So many questions, so many mysteries. His mind returns to that vast, ancient library and the shadowy entity there. The entity told him to look beneath the tower, search at the far east end of the stronghold. We flash back to his time in the ruins of Kara, where he found a mysterious stone slab. The text describes 5 figures or concepts: one who values honor, one who searches for a forgotten death, one who delves into magic, one of many hands, and one who swallows their avarice and envy. Just like the game, the gods are being referred to metaphorically. He realizes hands and avarice was definitely about the 5 great sins, but the slab refers to them as outer gods. Critical distinction. This contradiction weighs on his mind. A piece of a puzzle he can't yet solve right. I have more news about the children, Evan says, bringing Alan back to the present. Alan looks up intrigued. They say that Diaz has beaten the first sword. Reinhardt, he got this strong in half a year. Just how talented is he? Alan mutters, feeling a bit of pressure to keep up. Evan continues. Rena has become a member of the 3 councils, which decides on the policies of Larthenia. It seems another one of his children is rising to a position of immense power, and Radon, well, I've heard he's united the 5 archipelagos as the pirate king. Alan winces, remembering Radon's humble beginnings. He's gone from a Somalian pirate to a Somalian pirate king. The combined stress of all his powerful, chaotic children running around gives Alan a massive headache. Then scene shifts to the 5 Sins meeting, where Sel Rain declares she is getting married to the Great Moon. It's all too much, Rena. Radon and Deus all shocked to hear this via the transmission orb. They thinks is she declaring war on the boss. Listening this declaration, Yusha's eye burns with fury. With just the thought of someone else is eyeing the Great Moon. Then a sly, almost patronizing smile plays on her lips as she listens. I see, she says. He's a great man, of course you'd come to like him. Seal Rain, completely oblivious to the rising tension, gushes with chibai level cuteness. Yeah, I'm gonna marry him. I'm sure I'd be a great wife. That's the last straw for you, T. Her smile vanishes, replaced by a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. Her knuckles turn white as she clenches her fists, the jealousy practically radiating off her in waves. The others can feel the chill in the air in their adorable chibai forms. They all think the same thing. She's holding it and they know an explosion is coming. Yusha's voice drips with ice. However, Seal Rain, that is not possible. She gently places her hand on the scrying orb, her smile returning, but it's all teeth. We are shadows, she explains, trying to sound reasonable, but the look in her eyes is anything but. Seal Rain tilts her head, completely missing the point. But shadows can get married too, can't they? Her innocence is about to get her in big trouble. Yusha's mask cracks, her voice dropping into a menacing whisper. As his shadows, we cannot stand at his side. You understand, right? Shoring curls up into a little ball before she puffs up her chest, ready for a fight. The 2 women get into a full-blown shouting match through the orb. Yusha screams, do you think he would choose you? Seal Rain retorts, he said I wasn't bad. We get flashback where Seal Rain pulls out her ultimate weapon, puppy dog eyes leaning into the Alan. She asks cutely, benefactor, do you really hate me? Alan just gives a tired, chibai-faced response. That's not it. Seal Rain's response sent Yusha into a state of shock. What, did he just not take her side? This is an outrage. Days, looking exhausted, asks Seoring what on earth just happened to get this reaction. You can practically feel his headache through the orb. Seorang happily recounts the entire battle, from the betrayal of her people to Alan saving her and getting injured in the process. Dias listens, a flicker of memory in his eyes. I see, this reminds me of his magnificence that I saw half a year ago. His calm demeanor, as though he'd walked the path to hell many times over. Seorang chirps, yeah. You had something like that too, right Dias? That one innocent comment seems to trigger some serious PTSD. Dias is on a roll. He continuously speaks of his own experiences with Alan. He even reassured me when I'd fallen into doubt. He's the most admirable man, and I've resolved myself to become his sword. But Seorang also pushes him by agreeing. She claps her hands together, a determined blush on her face. Yeah, I totally understand. 2 hours later, Dias finally stops. Yusha and Dias look completely drained, while Seorang is still going strong. Yusha finally snaps, her patience gone anyway. You can't marry him, but Seorang just fires back, yes. I can, leading to a childish screaming match of no and yes. That shakes the very orb they're communicating through. The scene cuts to the official meeting. Notes of this chaotic conference. Radon has a hand into his face, utterly exhausted, while Rina diligently takes notes. Though no one, you cannot ask Days anything regarding the Great Moon. It's now an official rule. Davis looks on, still tense, muttering, but I'm not done yet. Sorry buddy, rules are rules. Note no. 2 regarding Yusha. If it involves the Great Moon, no means no, she screeches. Her composure completely gone. She will show a childlike demeanor, and by childlike they apparently mean psychotically possessive. This meeting is a mess. Radon lets out a sigh. Looking like he'd rather be anywhere else, the scene shifts, taking us to a dark back alley in the capital of the Asteria Kingdom. A new plot is brewing in the shadows. Inside a dimly lit tavern, 2 cloaked figures meet. They are the leaders of the 2 largest political factions. Supposed rivals meeting in secret. Marquis Philboyd, the leader of the aristocratic faction, proposes an alliance to take down a third, more fanatical faction that threatens them both. His rival Duke Rimgrave of the royalist faction agrees their target's presence is too unsettling. He asks Philboyd for the plan. The plan is simple yet devastating. They'll use the Holy Kingdom of Rosario to issue a reformation letter. This letter is a formal accusation of heresy, backed by the authority of multiple cardinals. It's a political nuke, a flawless pretext to eliminate their rival. Rimgrave asks what Philboyd's demands are. Philboyd wants half the bribe money needed to persuade the cardinals. Rimgrave smirks and agrees. He raises his class. I've already finished discussing with these cardinals, he says, so this won't take long. The deal is struck and a dangerous conspiracy is set in motion. Meanwhile, on a grand cathedral bathed in purple light, a lone priest sits and waits. He looks up with a smug lecturing grin as a figure approaches. It's a pleasure, Cardinal, he says, bowing slightly. The visitor is none other than Yusha, who greets him as Cardinal Sergius. Sergius gets straight to business. He wants Yusha to lend her name to a letter of reformation, to take down and bury Count Alan Palacio. That's right, the very same Great Moon. She's obsessed with our boy Alan. The slimy priest doesn't even notice the shift in the atmosphere. He's too busy imagining himself surrounded by women and riches, thinking the gates of heaven are opening for him. But he just opened the gates of hell. The room is suddenly crushed by an oppressive dark horror. Before Sergei can even scream, shadowy tendrils erupt from Yusha and slam into him, tearing him apart from the inside out. The force of the blow sends him flying, his body contorting in agony. The beautiful cathedral becomes a torture chamber. Yusha's eyes are wide with psychotic fury. Are you telling me to kill the man I worship? She hisses, her voice a low, dangerous growl. The world around Sergius turns blood red. A hellscape of pain and terror. As Yusha's power completely overwhelms him, the time in itself seems to have stopped. His mates are unable to move or even scream. Trapped in her domain of fear, the last thing Sergius sees is her hand reaching for him, promising an eternity of suffering. The dark, thorny tendrils wrap around him, squeezing and crushing. A physical manifestation of Yusha's boundless rage. Broken and bleeding Sergius can only beg for it to end. Please just kill me. He whimpers, but death is a mercy he won't receive. A single glowing finger stops just short of his face. I've already told you over a dozen times that I can't, Yusha says calmly. Before zapping him with another jolt of agonizing power, she stands over his trembling, broken form. I won't kill you. There is something you must do for me, she states, but first punishment. Her face contorts with rage once more. You attempted to harm him, so you must be punished. Tendrils of darkness erupt again, engulfing the priest in a vortex of pain, as his sins are judged by a terrifying, self-appointed god. Finally, the torture subsides. Sergius is left kneeling, completely subjugated, bowing his head to the floor. Recognize your sins, you Takoria commands so that you may be forgiven. 1 month passes after the chaotic events in the desert. We find Alan back at his palatial estate, finally getting some downtime. He's reading over some documents, preparing to leave for a magic conference. As a faction leader, his attendance is mandatory. He groans, clearly not wanting to go. He has abyssal entities and outer gods to investigate, and high society schmoozing is the last thing on his mind. But then Evan walks in and sees Alan holding a letter. It arrived 2 weeks ago, but Alan keeps it around. Why? Because looking at it calms him down. The letter contains a certificate attesting to his position as a faction leader, and something even better, a legal wage. And we're not talking a small stipend. A shower of gold coins fills the screen. The amount was far more than he could have ever expected. Before the deposit, Alan was a lazy bum, wondering why anyone would want such a stressful job. But after the deposit, he's a man of purpose, holding a sash that says faction leader. With great power comes great responsibility and a great big paycheck. Money truly is the panacea of modern man. His poor wounded soul is healed by the magical nature of capitalism. Alan and Evan, looking sharp, head off to the conference. They arrive at the Vriton Marquisate, the location for the conference. It's a grand opulent affair. Inside, the hall is filled with renowned individuals, warriors, merchants and priests. Alan and Evan scan the room, looking very much the part of distinguished nobles. Suddenly a familiar voice calls out. It's Luria and Kalia. They approach, glasses of champagne in hand. Luria and Kalia greet him warmly, asking if he's been well, but Alan gives a simple, slight nod. His eyes are locked on a far more enticing target, the buffet table. He completely walks past them without a word. Evan rushes up to him with a plate piled high with food and some hot gossip. I heard the leader of the royalist faction received a letter of reformation and got dragged away to the Holy Kingdom. Alan just nods, more interested in the pastries yet. Yes, I won't be seeing him. What a relief, he can now try to find answers. Translator's note: financiers are a small French almond cakes, often enjoyed with tea. The two girls can only watch. Just then a man walks toward them. Kalia asks, excuse me, what business do you have? Alan and Evan stop eating, their expressions turning cold. The man is clearly terrified. He mutters, I've lost. The nobleman, drenched in a cold sweat, his legs trembling, bows his head in front of Alan, asking for forgiveness. The onlookers gasp in shock. This isn't just any nobleman, it's Marquis Phil Boyd, the powerful leader of the aristocratic faction, and he is bowing his head, begging for his life to a young count who is calmly holding a pastry. The power dynamics in this room just got flipped upside down. Unlike the underworld, the political world runs on cause and justification, and bowing before another is equivalent to offering them your authority. Lori watches, her mind reeling. I knew it, he's incredible. She whispers, even now, with the powerful Marquis bowing at his feet. Alan remains perfectly calm, as if he foresaw this all along. His quiet power commands more respect than any title, while Alan asserts his dominance through sheer indifference and a love for snacks. We can't forget about our other leading lady. Meanwhile, Silrang is hard at work, training of her own accord to be a good wife. She's seen here practicing her cooking, though it looks more like she's forging a legendary weapon in the fires of Mount Doom. That's all for this chapter. If you enjoyed the recap, make sure you smash that like button. It really helps out the channel. And don't forget to subscribe and ring that notification bell so you don't miss the next explosive episode. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.